Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku Had Animal Mutation Quirk story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story.
Izuku can't remember a time when he wasn't alone. He had parents once, of course, like everyone, but they had faded away, disappeared from his life and memory years ago. Maybe before he got his quirk, or just after. His mind is fuzzy. He's stayed here and there since he's been alone, in abandoned buildings and alleyways, hiding in the shadows and generally keeping out of sight. Usually, he's all right, managing to steal what food he needs in order to survive. He never quite has enough to eat and he tries his best to find people and places that won't turn him away on sight. Tonight is one of those nights, the temperature dipping down into the single digits as he walks through the darker part of the city, shivering as he tries desperately to stay awake while it snows. His quirk makes it almost impossible for him to stay conscious in the cold, but he knows logically that if he falls asleep outside in this weather, he might die. Izuku's young but he's seen enough of death out here to last a lifetime. Heading down a snow-covered alley, Izuku passes bars, darkened storefronts with shattered or boarded-up windows, and other places he can't understand. There's either silence from the buildings or loud shouting, pounding music blasting from the rowdier bars. Izuku doesn't dare enter any of them. He knows there's a shelter nearby, so he keeps to the shadows, walking in a slow shuffle as he tries to keep his eyes open. He's wearing dirty, torn clothes he was given by a charity a few months ago, some sweatpants and tennis shoes, an old sweater, and a spring jacket. Not sufficient for the weather, but better than nothing. Izuku walks another block and a half before the shelter comes into view. It's one of the city ones and he can already see a line of people outside. The shelter is divided into areas by age and gender and there's a list of rules printed on the wall of the building. Walking over, Izuku's stomach twists with nerves and hope as he looks at the rules. He can't read, not really, but he's come to understand the shape of the words he's looking for. When he doesn't see them, relief floods through him and he turns to walk towards the entrance. He steps into the light of a nearby street lamp and walks up to one of the doors of the shelter, feeling his anxieties start to lessen a little. At least he'll have a place to sleep tonight, already feeling like he's about to drop. The shelter employee at the doorway's eyes widen when Izuku walks up, her face turning a little pink when she sees him. "Hey kid, I'm sorry, but we can't take you here," she says instantly, sounding nervous as she scans his face. She looks away when she sees his eyes and Izuku's stomach drops. He should have known better. "There's a shelter about 3 blocks that way," she continues hastily, sounding truly regretful, "for people like you. We can't take you here, it's for your own safety. Do you want someone to walk you there?" Izuku shakes his head, already turning to leave. He knows the other shelter she's talking about, but they've turned him down before, too. The city's not kind to those with quirks like his, and even among people like him, he's still not always accepted. In the past, this would make him cry, but Izuku's so used to it now that he can only face it with a kind of resignation. His immediate problem is finding a place to sleep, one warm enough where he'll make it through the night before he falls asleep on his feet. Half walking, half stumbling, Izuku manages to spot a pile of discarded cardboard in an alley. It's not ideal, but he can make a kind of makeshift shelter with it if he's careful. Working quickly with his numb fingers, he manages to put together one of the boxes, layering as much as he can around him to insulate some heat. It doesn't help, not really, but Izuku's too exhausted now to fight it. He shivers, curling up on the box and wrapping his arms around himself. This is the only time he really allows himself to let go of his emotions, when he's alone like this. Izuku's met a few nice people in his life, sure, but they're fleeting and far between. He's sure his parents must have been nice, before they vanished like smoke. He remembers his mom, a little bit. She would hug him and rub his back. Sometimes she'd make him food. Sniffling a little, Izuku tries not to cry as he shivers alone in the darkness of the alley. He can't trust anyone, not anymore, not with how the city treats people like him. Adults are terrifying and other kids take one look at Izuku and run away whenever he tries to approach them. He's well and truly alone. Izuku's eyes are drooping closed now, still shivering from the cold but knowing his quirk will shut his body down soon. He's wrapped in the smallest, tightest little ball as he lies there listlessly. It's cold. He's afraid and lonely. He wants his mom. Izuku's just nearly drifted off to sleep when the sound of footsteps make his eyes shoot open. He uses his thermal vision to scan the alley around him, stomach dropping when he sees two figures, adults, coming towards him. Making himself as still as possible, Izuku shuts his eyes, knowing the glow from them can reflect in the dark. He doesn't want these people to find him. "It's freezing out here," one of them says, an adult man by the voice. "I don't know why they assign us to patrol out here, it's dead quiet." "Because we're young and they give us the shittiest routes." A second voice replies, sounding both exhausted and amused. "Hey Zashi, look." There's a pause and then, "Footprints. Show. They look like a kid's." Izuku freezes. His footprints. He was such a colossal idiot. He's led them straight to him. Izuku has no choice, he'll have to defend himself. Keeping his eyes shut tight, he extends his fangs, ready to use them if he has to. "They lead this way," one of them says before calling out, "Is there anyone back there?" Izuku is scared. They'll find him and they'll hurt him. Or, they'll be one of the rare good ones who try to help, but then can't do anything, give him some money, and send him on his way, alone. But adults, especially men, are terrifying and rarely good. Izuku doesn't move, shaking from fear now.
Not just the cold. He hears their footsteps coming closer and Izuku figures his best defense is going to be playing dead. He's always cold and his quirk makes his heart rate slower than an average person's. Maybe if he lies there and doesn't move at all, they'll leave him alone. He'll only bite them if he has to. Izuku can hear the cardboard moving in front of him and he drops the tension in his face, laying as still as he can, praying they'll think him dead so they won't linger. "Oh God," a voice chokes out as the last piece of cardboard moves in front of Izuku. "Oh no." Another set of footsteps and another person is in front of him, too. Izuku can tell. Terrified, he doesn't move a muscle. "SHD, he curses, "Zashi, call an ambulance." "Kid, can you hear me?" Izuku feels a hand shake his shoulder and his eyes fly open, pressing back into the box. He hisses, fear taking him over nearly completely. The two men look a mixture of surprised and relieved. Izuku presses back, trying to move as far away from them as he can within confines of the box. One of the men, a guy with long blonde hair and goggles, stands up and starts talking frantically on a cell phone. The other one, a man with black hair and black clothes, is still kneeling in front of Izuku. "It's okay," he says, voice very gentle, "we won't hurt you. My name is Eraserhead, I'm a pro hero. That's present MIC. We're out on patrol looking for people who need help." Izuku takes this all in and not believing it for a second. It's a crime to impersonate a hero, but Izuku sees crimes committed on the daily. It's more likely they're gang members or other bad people, ones who just want to use him for something. He hisses again, baring his fangs in warning. Eraserhead sits down, cross-legged in front of him as Present MIC hangs up the phone, standing behind Eraserhead looking tense and anxious. "Emergency services have been dispatched," Present MIC says quietly. "Eraser, he's shaking." Izuku is shivering, hard, realizing with horror that these men aren't going to leave him alone. They're not leaving. Go away," he stammers, voice small. He doesn't talk much, if ever, but he doesn't know what else to do to get them to leave. "We can't do that," Eraserhead says gently, looking Izuku up and down. Izuku's stomach clenches. He'll see Izuku's eyes, the skin on his arms, and he'll go away, like all the others. Izuku watches as Present MIC takes off his jacket, setting it down in front of Izuku and backing away. Izuku doesn't understand. It doesn't make sense. He doesn't move. He's too afraid. "There's an ambulance coming to help you," Eraserhead continues softly. "What's your name, kid?" Izuku doesn't answer. He's too petrified. They haven't done anything bad to him, not yet, but people always do. They either lie and do bad things, or they're nice and then leave too soon. Izuku considers these two likely in the second category, kind-hearted people, but not ones who will take the time to actually help him. And if they're impersonating heroes, it only makes it worse. He needs to warm up, Present MIC says anxiously. Kid, please take my coat. Your lips are blue. We're not going to hurt you, I promise. We're here to help. Nothing bad is going to happen to you. Izuku doesn't believe that for a second, but he is freezing. Moving so quickly it startles both of the heroes. Izuku grabs the coat and presses back into the box. The coat is long, much larger than Izuku is, so he's able to effectively bury himself into it, hiding his face and body completely from the men. The coat is soft, fluffy, and well made. The warmth has an instantaneous effect on Izuku, who feels his tense body relaxing just slightly as he bundles into a small ball, the coat covering every part of him. Kid, I'm going to pick you up, Eraserhead says quietly. Please don't try to run. I won't touch you, just hold you through Present MIC's coat, alright? Izuku is so scared he thinks that he might die. Unable to run, he only can tense when he feels himself being picked up and held. When was the last time he had been touched? What's the ETA? Eraserhead asks, Izuku bundled in his arms. 2 minutes, Present MIC responds, God, Eraser, he's so little. Izuku is shaking inside the coat, unsure of what to do. If he leaves this warmth, he's going to die. But if he stays, these people have him and can hurt him. Still, they haven't been hostile yet, so Izuku ups to stay warm for as long as he can before he tries to run away. After a few minutes, Izuku hears more voices and the terror intensifies. He stays hidden in Present MIC's coat, stilling his movements, not wanting anyone to see him. He's in here, Eraserhead says quietly. I'd estimate he's about 5. Please, be gentle. No sudden movements, he's completely terrified. Alright, bring him to the ambulance. You can both ride in the back. Izuku's stomach drops as they start to walk. He has no idea what's happening, so he grips the coat with his hands, keeping himself hidden as best he can. It's okay, you're right, sweetheart, a woman says kindly. I'm going to take this coat off of you very slowly, okay? No one is going to hurt you. You're in the back of an ambulance. Eraserhead and Present MIC said you looked very sick. We're only here to help. Izuku freezes as he feels himself unwrapped from the coat, immediately shutting his eyes and hissing when an intense, bright light comes into view. They're in a moving vehicle, that much he can tell. I see, the woman says again, sounding a little sad. No wonder he was out there all alone. What's his name? He hasn't said, Present MIC replies, sounding very upset. He has to get warmed up, he's freezing. Izuku feels someone touch his arm and he instantly freezes. He can fight back, he has a very dangerous quirk, but the pure terror he's feeling right now is stopping him from doing anything. He's motionless, not even flinching when he feels a pinch of something in his arm. It looks like his part reptile. The woman says, sorry if that hurt, little one, we're just trying to get you warmed up. It's likely that his instincts are making him sluggish. Snakes and lizards tend to not do very well in the cold weather. Izuku flinches, wanting nothing more than to be back underneath the coat, in a warm ball where no one can see him. He manages to open his eyes just a little, curiosity overwhelming his fear. He wants to at least get his bearings. The back of the ambulance is tight, and Izuku seems to be sitting on some kind of skinny cot. There's a woman next to him in an EMT uniform holding some kind of medical device, and Eraserhead and Present MIC are sitting next to her. There's those nice eyes, Present MIC says, so kindly it's almost painful. Are you feeling a little better now that you're warm, buddy? Izuku has no idea how to handle being addressed this way. It's been so long since he's heard kind words directed towards him that he can't handle it. Present MIC's coat is still draped around him, so Izuku pulls it back over himself, bundling himself up completely again. You can have that coat, Present MIC soothes, it'll keep you nice and warm, and Eraserhead and I will stay with you, okay? Izuku doesn't respond. He has no frame of reference for what's happening here, and he can't do anything about it in such a tiny space. The vehicle keeps moving and Izuku stays hidden all the way until the vehicle stops. Izuku feels himself being carried in the coat again, out of the car and into somewhere else. He hears lots of noises and he can't help but let out a terrified whimper. Is this the police? Are they sending him somewhere scary? We're in the hospital now, Eraserhead says gently from above him, and Izuku realizes the hero must be carrying him again. We're taking you to a room to get you checked out. We'll stay with you the whole time, okay? Izuku says nothing, still not trusting the situation. Of course, nothing like this has ever happened to him before, but he has no reason to believe that these people are actually going to help him. They walk for a while until Izuku feels himself being set down again, still inside the coat. He stays bundled inside, trying to keep as still as possible. His vitals are okay, a new voice says, we managed to get a monitor on him in the ambulance. He's probably just scared. Since you two found him, I'd like to ask you to stay throughout this examination to minimize his distress. We weren't planning on leaving, Eraserhead says from next to wherever Izuku is sitting. Hey in there, someone says, leaning down by the coat, I'm a doctor and I'm here to help you. Can you come out of that coat for me, please? We just want to make sure you're healthy. Izuku freezes. He's never been to the doctor. He knows doctors are supposed to make you feel better, but they're not for people like him, not ones with his kind of quirk. Still, Izuku knows that if he doesn't come out of the coat on his own, they'll likely get mad, or try to rip it off of him. He swallows hard, sitting up and letting the coat fall off of his head and shoulders. He's in another bright room, a hospital room, and is on a cot. Present MIC and Eraserhead are still there, and there's a man standing next to them in a doctor's coat and wearing a surgical mask. Hello there, the doctor says, voice kind, my name is Dr. Tanabe. What's your name? Izuku doesn't answer, too terrified to speak. Nothing bad has happened yet, but he has no reason to think that it won't, not after everything he's seen and experienced on the streets. People being lied to, taken advantage of. Hurt, even killed. It's all right, Present MIC says softly, Izuku turning to look at him, I promise, no one is going to hurt you. We're just trying to help. Izuku swallows hard. He might regret this, but he supposes giving them his name won't hurt. It's not like he has a family name, anyways. They can't do much to him with only his first name. Izuku, he says so quietly it's nearly a whisper. The doctor smiles at him. A pleasure to meet you, Izuku. Eraserhead and Present MIC tell me that you were all alone, outside in the cold. My job is to make sure you're not sick. I'm going to need to touch you to check your pulse and heart rate. If you want me to stop at any time, please just tell me, or tap on my arm. Izuku stays frozen, as still as a statue, while the doctor examines him. He's scared, but he's also exhausted, and he doesn't have the mental energy to fight back. The exam seems to take hours, but it's really only a few minutes before the doctor pulls back with a sigh. Well, you're much colder than I would like, he says, so cold in fact I think it might be part of your quirk. Can you talk to me about your quirk a little bit? It will help me know how to help you. Izuku shifts, gripping the coat tightly with his hands. He finds himself looking over to Present MIC and Eraserhead for reassurance, something he doesn't quite understand. The heroes are still there, so Izuku looks back at the doctor. Snake, he says quietly, raising up his arms. Most of his skin is human, but on both his forearms he has patches of black snakeskin, tinted with green like his hair. He has the same patches on his neck and forehead. His eyes are human-shaped, but they are yellow with black slits in the center. He has fangs in his mouth, filled with venom. It's impossible not to notice, not to tell at first glance that he's different. I see, the doctor smiles. Well, Izuku with the snake quirk, it is very nice to meet you. I want you to know that we will take very good care of you here. Is there anyone we can call for you? Your parents? Izuku screws his eyes shut, shaking his head. He grips the coat tightly, anxiety rising inside of him. I'm alone, he whispers, keeping his face down towards the bed, by myself. I'm sorry to hear that, the doctor continues, but you won't be alone from now on. We're going to find a nice place for you to stay, somewhere warm with someone to look after you. Izuku freezes. He knows those places. Crying children, angry faces, not enough food to go around. He doesn't want to go there, to one of those homes. He's filled with such fear that he tries to stand up, tries to run out the door, but he can't even wiggle himself free from Present MIC's coat. Take it easy, Izuku, Eraserhead says calmly. Present MIC and I aren't going to let anything bad happen to you. Izuku doesn't really believe that. It's too big of a promise to make. Despite that, though, he looks up at the two heroes with hope. Present MIC's scent has been wrapped around Izuku for an hour now, and has come to associate the smell with safety. I'll have to call social services, the doctor says quietly, probably thinking Izuku can't hear his murmuring. Apart from the low body temperature, he's malnourished. We'll need the police, too, to confirm that he's really an orphan and this isn't a neglect or abuse case on the parents. Izuku is staring at Present MIC through all of this, while the doctor talks to Eraserhead. Present MIC notices of course, smiling kindly at Izuku and waving at him. Izuku just blinks back, unsure of the interaction. Present MIC is calming, though, and looking at him is making Izuku feel a bit better. In the meantime, you need to rest, Izuku, the doctor says. We're going to have you stay here, in the hospital. We'll get some food into you and you can warm up. After that, some people will come talk to you about what's going to happen next, okay? The next half hour is a whirlwind. A nurse comes and gives Izuku some hot soup, which he drinks down quickly. After the meal, they give him a gentle sponge bath. He's tense through the whole thing, but by the end of it, he's sleepy. Laying back down on the hospital bed, he pulls Present MIC's coat over himself and lets his eyes droop close. A few long minutes pass and he hears the others begin talking. God, the poor kid, Present MIC says, sounding very upset. It makes me sick to think how long he's been alone out there, Eraserhead murmurs. I've never seen anyone look so scared. There's a silence and Izuku's heart thuds, wondering what else they're going to say about him. He still doesn't fully trust them, but they don't seem scary or bad. Maybe they really do want to help him after all. They can't put him in the foster system, Present MIC says after a long moment. He'll never make it. You know what happens to kids with mutation quirks in there. There's a silence before Eraserhead murmurs, we could take him. Did you see how he was looking at you? I think he's getting attached. Could we? We're only 20, comes the reply, sounding excited. I know we're pros now, but do you think we can handle it? We've only been married a few months, show. He needs us, Eraserhead says evenly. I couldn't live with myself if we left and something happened to him. Izuku hears some shuffling, maybe the sound of a hug, before Present MIC responds, me either. Do you think the kid will even want to come with us, though? He's barely said a word and he's terrified. I don't know, but we have to try. When Izuku wakes up again, he's still in the hospital. There's a sheet and blanket tucked up around his shoulders and Present MIC's jacket is laid over top of him, keeping him warm. He blinks, turning to look out the window. The sun is out and it's a new day. Izuku is surprised to see that both Present MIC and Eraserhead are still there. Eraserhead is sleeping in a chair, looking like he fell asleep while clutching his phone. Present MIC is stretched out on a couch in the room, a hand thrown over his eyes. Izuku doesn't understand what they are doing here. He knows that his quirk is dangerous and that people don't like him for it, but he also remembers the heroes talking about taking him in, not leaving him alone. They had sounded kind, worried, and Izuku isn't sure what to think about the situation. He remembers how much safer he had felt last night when he had bundled up in Present MIC's jacket. He looks at the hero now, watching him shiver a little in his sleep, and Izuku figures he should return the favor. He climbs down silently out of bed, dragging the long coat with him before clumsily laying it across Present MIC's chest. He feels a little bad that he doesn't have something for Eraserhead, but he loses his courage, scrambling back up into his hospital bed and hiding under the covers. Izuku stays there until he hears movement in the room, keeping his eyes screwed shut tight. Shouter, did you put this on me? Present MIC mumbles, sounding confused and sleepy. No, I think you have someone else to thank for that. Izuku doesn't move, but he hears someone sitting down on a chair next to his bed, his heart hammering with fear. Izuku, are you awake? Present MIC asks softly, did you cover me up with that jacket last night so I'd stay warm? That's really sweet of you. Izuku still doesn't move. We're going to have the nurses bring you some breakfast now, Eraserhead says quietly. Is there any food you really like to eat? Izuku doesn't respond, but there doesn't seem to be any immediate danger. He lifts the blanket off of his head, looking over at the two heroes with trepidation. Izuku knows his eyes unsettle people, so he keeps his gaze locked on the wall over Eraserhead's shoulder, not wanting to look him directly in the eye. We'll have to guess then. Present MIC smiles. How about ramen? Izuku just stares, not understanding what the man is talking about. Not ramen. Okay, what about dumplings, then? Izuku's stomach growls. The food stands around the city smelled so good. The restaurants, with the food he could never afford. Mostly, Izuku survived off of rice and whatever scraps he could scrounge from restaurants. Izuku swallows hard, looking at present MIC and really taking in the hero's face. He has kind eyes, a gentle smile. There's nothing threatening about him. Izuku puts him in the category of good people, the ones who give him a bit of food or money, cluck their tongues about how sad it is a kid is on their own, tell him to be careful, and send him on his way. He thinks that MIC and Eraserhead might be more than that, though. They haven't left yet, after all. Eggs, Izuku stammers, losing his courage when present MIC looks at him with a brilliant smile, and rice. We can do that, kiddo, MIC says, stepping out into the hallway and talking to a nurse. Izuku keeps his hands clenched in the blanket, shifting his gaze towards Eraserhead. His eyes track heat signatures, and Eraserhead is a little colder than present MIC, like he's more tired and hasn't had enough to eat, either. Low BLD sugar, he thinks it's called. Izuku should make sure Eraserhead eats some rice, too. Izuku doesn't hide under the blankets when present MIC comes back inside the room. He doesn't hide when the nurse takes his vitals. He doesn't hide when Eraserhead and present MIC both sit in chairs next to his bed, handing Izuku a bowl of rice with scrambled eggs on top. Izuku stares at the bowl of hot rice, eyes widening. He's gotten food from people before, but it's usually in shelters or charity food. While he appreciates it, it's usually cold and never enough. This is hot, a large serving, and exactly what he had asked for. Izuku takes the spoon in the bowl of rice and grabs it with a shaking hand. He scoops up some of the rice to take a bite, before he remembers Eraserhead's hungry too. Since they kept him warm and are feeding him, Izuku should share. He hesitates, holding out the spoon towards Eraserhead. The hero looks confused, leaning forward with a gentle expression. Do you need help, he asks, and Izuku shakes his head, still not looking him in the eye. He holds the spoon out closer. Hungry, Izuku stammers, keeping his eyes down so he doesn't scare them. You, too. Eraserhead and present MIC are quiet, but Izuku feels a warm hand wrap around his own. It startles him, making him look up. Eraserhead is smiling at him, gently pushing the spoon back to Izuku. That's very sweet, kid, Eraserhead says softly. I am hungry, but I'm going to get my own food. That rice is all for you, so you can feel nice and full, okay? Izuku's eyes widen, hardly able to believe that this is all for him. He wants to be grateful, but his self-control only goes so far, and soon he's digging into the rice like a starving man at a feast, foregoing the spoon entirely to eat with his hands. Whoa, slow down there, present MIC says, you're going to make yourself sick eating that fast. Izuku knows that, but if he doesn't eat this all, it will go away, someone else will take it, there won't be enough. He has to eat fast. There's more than enough food here to go around, Eraserhead adds quietly, you can have as much as you want. Izuku doesn't entirely believe them, but having food in his stomach makes him feel a little better, slowing down when he gets halfway through the bowl, switching to using the spoon. When he's finished, he sets the bowl down on the end of the bed and sits there, unsure of what to do next. Izuku, we want to talk to you about something, present MIC says, so kindly that it makes Izuku's defenses wane a little. First of all, our names. Present MIC and Eraserhead are our hero names, but my real name, my civilian name, is Hisashi Yamada. Eraserhead is called Shouta Aizawa. Izuku's eyes widen a little, surprised that they are giving him that information. He just sits silently, wondering why they are bothering to tell him this. Hisashi. Shouta. Their names. Shouta is my husband, Hisashi continues softly, we live together in an apartment on the other side of the city. Aizu, the police have done an investigation on you and they know that you're an orphan. They know about your parents. Izuku flinches. He doesn't like remembering their deaths, but he knows they are both gone. He nods. Which means you have a couple of options now, Hisashi says. Normally, when a child like you is found, they are put in the foster care system. But neither Xiaote or I think that's what's best for you. If you'd like, you could come home with us. We'd adopt you. Izuku stares at them both in shock. Adopt him? They don't even know him. Izuku has a scary quirk, one that makes people flinch and turn away from him. They have no idea what his quirk can do, they don't even know about his venom yet. Why, he asks, voice small. Hisashi flinches. Aizawa leans forward, elbows on his knees as he looks at Izuku with a gentle expression. Because we want to help you, Aizawa says softly, we want you to be safe, warm, protected. We want you to have enough food to eat and clothes that fit you. To go to school, to have friends. We want you to have a loving home. We know you're afraid, but we won't let anyone hurt you. Not if you come with us. Izuku just stares at him, not understanding what the man could possibly mean. It sounds too good to be true, like something out of his dreams, not something that could actually be real. No one wants a kid like him. No one wants a snake in their house, that's what they said when they kicked him out of those shelters. We'd take care of you, Hisashi says. Please, Izuku. Let us take care of you. We don't want you to be alone anymore. Izuku feels his eyes welling with tears. It's just not possible that this would be real, that this could happen to someone like him. He can't summon the words, so he just nods, hoping it will be enough to show them his gratitude. All right then, Aizawa says, a waver in his voice betraying his emotions. Zeshi, I'll talk to the social worker. We'll get started on the paperwork. Izuku watches as Aizawa leaves, still a little overwhelmed by everything. Hisashi looks like he wants to say something, but he reaches for his coat instead, putting it on the end of Izuku's bed. Izuku reaches down, pulling the coat up over himself and bundling inside it, like he had done the night before. He allows himself to feel a little bit of relief as he curls up inside it like a cat. Everything seems like a dream. He has a full stomach, he's warm. Someone says they care. He drifts off, finally feeling safe enough to sleep deeply. When he wakes next, he feels himself being carried in someone's arms, Hisashi's coat still wrapped around him. They're walking somewhere, and Izuku whimpers in fear. He doesn't know what's happening. I've got you, Aizawa says quietly. Zash is bringing the car around and we're going to take you home. You've been discharged. Izuku relaxes a fraction when he hears Aizawa's voice, allowing himself to be carried into the car. And buckled up in the back seat. He's sitting in some kind of raised seat, buckled in with a harness. Hisashi is in the driver's seat and Aizawa sits next to Izuku in the back, gently laying the coat over his lap. It's a short drive, Hisashi says from the front, everyone buckled. Izuku doesn't say anything. He's never been in a car before. He's hopped on some buses and trains, sure, but he's never been buckled in like this. It feels a little like what he imagines a roller coaster would feel like. When the car starts to move, Izuku keeps his eyes down on his feet. He's wearing new clothes, comfy socks with yellow sneakers, black sweatpants, and a cozy green sweater. He must have been changed out of his hospital gown when he slept. He hasn't had new clothes or new shoes in his whole life, always wearing whatever he could find or handouts from charities. Hisashi is singing quietly in the front seat and Aizawa is a calm, quiet presence in the back seat. Izuku still feels like this is a dream. The feeling continues when Hisashi parks the car, opening the door and unbuckling Izuku, holding him close to his chest. Aizawa carries Hisashi's coat, the one that had been bundling Izuku since last night. They walk up the stairs to the front doors of a tall building, one nicer than any building Izuku's ever been in before. Hisashi waves to someone at the front desk before they all head into an elevator. The elevator ride makes Izuku's stomach swoop, shocked by how fast the elevator moves. They reach the 15th floor and walk out, heading down the hall to a door at the very end. Since Hisashi's hands are full with Izuku, Aizawa unlocks the door and opens it. They head in and Izuku is set carefully down where he takes off his shoes on instinct. He looks around the apartment while Hisashi and Aizawa hang up their coats, not moving off of his spot. The apartment isn't big, but it's tidy. Past the Genkan is a small living room, complete with a TV, and a small dining table and 2 chairs. A tiny kitchen is off to the side, with a 2-burner stove, mini fridge, and microwave. He thinks he sees a hallway, maybe leading to bedrooms, but Izuku isn't sure. He doesn't know what he's supposed to do now that he's here. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 and 𝐼𝐻𝐲 have taken off their coats and shoes, too, and 𝐒𝐻𝐲 goes to turn on the lights in the apartment, instantly brightening up the room. "Your room's this way," 𝐼𝐻𝐲 says to 𝐒𝐿, pointing down the hall. 𝐒𝐿 just stares at him. His room. A whole room to himself. What would he do with it? 𝐒𝐿 follows him, keeping his distance. He hadn't fought back when they picked him up, carried him up the stairs, but is unsure now, not understanding exactly what's happening here. He follows 𝐼𝐻𝐲 a few feet behind him, glancing back at 𝐒𝐻𝐲 every few seconds, who's sitting at the kitchen table and typing frantically on his computer. "It's set up as an office right now, but we're going to clear it out and get you a bed, clothes, toys," 𝐼𝐻𝐲 tells him, opening the door to a room in the middle of the hallway. He looks in to see a desk pushed up under a window with a chair, a bookshelf, and a plant. It's a nice room, but 𝐒𝐿 doesn't understand. He follows 𝐼𝐻𝐲 as he's shown the bathroom, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 and 𝐼𝐻𝐲's bedroom, and then is led back to the living room. 𝐒𝐿 is scratching the snakeskin on his arms, peeling some of the old scales off. It's a nervous habit, making his skin shed earlier than it should. He knows people think it's gross, but he can't help doing it, especially when he's so unsure. It doesn't hurt, it just gives him something to focus on. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 says, walking over and kneeling in front of him, "I've just been ordering you some things. A bed, a dresser. Some new clothes. It'll all come tomorrow, but in the meantime, is there anything you'd like to do? We're going to stay at the apartment for the next few days." 𝐒𝐿 just stares, scratching at his scales anxiously. He hadn't stopped to really think about what they had told him was happening. Does he live here now, in this place? It's all very confusing. He doesn't answer 𝐒𝐻𝐲's question, just standing there. 𝐼𝐻𝐲 tries next, sitting on the couch and looking at 𝐒𝐿 calmly, like he's analyzing something, before he glances up at his husband. "Zachy, I'm going to watch that nature show," 𝐼𝐻𝐲 says, looking pointedly at his husband, "the one about the baby animals. Do you both want to join me?" 𝐒𝐿 doesn't move, but he watches as 𝐒𝐻𝐲 sits down next to 𝐼𝐻𝐲, the television turning on. He's instantly enraptured. He's seen television before, of course, but he's never had enough time to sit and watch an entire show. The show starts and 𝐒𝐿 sees baby bunnies on the screen while the narrator begins talking about the life cycles of mammals. 𝐒𝐿 walks a little closer, still unsure. 𝐼𝐻𝐲 and 𝐒𝐻𝐲 aren't talking, but they look comfortable, and there's a space on the couch next to them. Is he supposed to sit there? It's all suddenly too much. The apartment, the heroes. Everything. 𝐒𝐿's chest feels tight as he panics, looking over to the front of the room to see 𝐒𝐻𝐲's long coat draped over a chair. 𝐒𝐿 rushes over to it, pulling it over himself and ducking under the kitchen table, curling up into the tiniest ball he can. He hears footsteps coming towards him and the sound of someone kneeling down in front of him. "Hey, you're all right," 𝐒𝐻𝐲 says quietly, his voice as gentle as anything. "You're safe here, 𝐒𝐿, we promise. You can stay there as long as you want, okay?" 𝐒𝐿 doesn't answer, shaking a little under the coat. He can hear the television still on in the background and he has the sense that 𝐒𝐻𝐲 is still kneeling down in front of him. 𝐒𝐿 doesn't say anything. He doesn't think 𝐼𝐻𝐲 or 𝐒𝐻𝐲 will hurt him, but this entire ordeal has him beyond anxious, unsure of what to do or say. He stays under the coat for most of the afternoon, 𝐼𝐻𝐲 and 𝐒𝐻𝐲 checking on him periodically. 𝐒𝐿 doesn't talk, but he does reach out to grab some food 𝐒𝐻𝐲 offers to him, eating it under the coat. We should call someone," 𝐒𝐻𝐲 is whispering. 𝐒𝐿 has the sense that they don't think he can hear them. His quirk gives him better hearing than most people, after all. "No, it'll be okay," 𝐼𝐻𝐲 replies in the same quiet tone, "he's eating. Just give the kid a chance to breathe. Meeting someone else right now would only make him spiral. The psychologists were clear, it's important we bond as much as we can right now with him, just us, so he sees us as his caregivers." "He's so scared," 𝐒𝐻𝐲 says, sounding a little choked up. "I hate this." "Me too, but we have to be patient, Zachy. As much as this is hurting us to watch, imagine how much it's hurting him to feel. He'll get through it, and we'll be there for him." 𝐒𝐿 waits all day until he hears the soft, even breathing of people who are definitely asleep. He pokes his head out from under the coat, seeing Hisashi and Aizawa tangled up on the couch fast asleep. It's late afternoon now and the light in the apartment is different. Izuku uses the chance to go to the bathroom, marveling at having a clean one to use. After he washes his hands, he explores around the apartment, checking in all the rooms. He had seen Hisashi and Aizawa's room briefly earlier, but now he wants to peek around inside of it. Walking through the door, he looks at the large bed in the center of the room. It's made, but haphazardly, and there's some clothes and things on the floor. Izuku spots the gap under the bed, ducking down and wriggling under the mattress. It's dark and quiet down here, and is able to slide all the way back. His instincts like the dark, like the calm and the quiet. He feels a little safer back here, able to think through everything that's happened. A long time passes and Izuku's eyes begin to droop closed, almost asleep when Hisashi's worried voice comes from the living room. "Sho, wake up, he's gone," he cries. "Izuku, where are you?" Izuku backs up and pushes against the wall under the bed. He's not sure why he's so scared exactly, given that Aizawa and Hisashi have given him no reason to fear them, but he can't bring himself to move. He hears rushed footsteps, voices calling his name. Eventually the light in the room turns on and Aizawa's worried face appears on the side of the bed, relaxing in relief when he sees Izuku hiding. "He's here, Zashi, he's alright," Aizawa calls, looking at Izuku with a smile. "Hey buddy, it can't be very nice under there. Why don't you come out and we can tuck you up somewhere more comfortable?" Izuku hesitates for a second, but Aizawa doesn't sound mean or mad. Just worried. He scoots forward, bit by bit until he comes back out from under the bed. Hisashi's standing in the doorway and Aizawa's kneeling on the floor, neither of them saying anything. Izuku sits on his knees, scratching at his snakeskin again, the itchy sensation of his skin shedding bothering him. Aizawa notices, glancing down at his arms. "Is your skin shedding, Izuku?" Aizawa asks him kindly, "Is that why you were hiding?" Izuku is surprised by the question. No one's ever asked him about his shedding before. He doesn't have that many patches of snakeskin, and usually people seem too grossed out to do anything but GG when they see it peeling. Izuku shakes his head. He wasn't hiding because of that. "Okay," Hisashi says, sitting on the edge of the bed, "did we do something to scare you? Upset you?" Izuku shakes his head again. "They've been nice. They're not scary. Can you tell us why you were hiding?" Aizawa asks him, very gently. Izuku scratches his arms again before he says, "I always hide. Safer." Aizawa nods. "I understand. I know you may not believe me right now, Izuku, but you are completely safe here. Hisashi and we're your guardians now. You'll have our name, our protection. Our home. Your family. And family always protects each other." Izuku looks up at him, his eyes a little wider, the irises fluctuating under the light of the bedroom. "Family." Aizawa is saying he and Hisashi are family. Izuku hasn't had a family for a long time. Izuku shuffles forward a few inches before leaning down, resting his head on Aizawa's lap. He's exhausted, and he wants someone to help him. He doesn't want to fight anymore. A gentle hand comes down on his hair, and Izuku basically melts as Aizawa pets his hair. He hasn't felt gentle, loving touch in so long it completely breaks down his barriers. Soon, Aizawa has him in his lap, holding him to his chest and rubbing his back. "You're all right," Aizawa murmurs, rocking him. "You're okay now, Izuku. You're safe. We've got you." Hisashi joins them, reaching over to wrap an arm around his husband and put a hand on Izuku's back. Izuku stays tucked up against Aizawa, the warmth of the two of them better and more protective than Hisashi's coat or blankets. He allows himself to relax fully, putty in Aizawa's arms. Eventually, Aizawa brings him up on their bed and the three of them cuddle together, Izuku keeping his hand clenched in the scarf Aizawa wears and around Hisashi's shirt sleeve. "Sleep, Aizu. We've got you." The next few days are strange. Izuku still hides, sometimes under their bed, other times under Hisashi's coat or behind the couch, but he tries to be brave and stay visible as much as he can. Today, Hisashi had taken Izuku for a bath, turning on the fan in the bathroom and filling up the tub with hot water and bubbles. Izuku hasn't ever had a bubble bath before, and he spends nearly an hour in the water, fascinated with them. During the bath, 𝐈𝐳𝐻 has a DLVOI service bring in a bed and dresser for 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and cleared out the desk, plant, and bookshelf from 𝐒𝐿𝐴's new room. 𝐈𝐳𝐻 put away 𝐒𝐿𝐴's new clothes, made his bed with cheerful space-themed sheets, and put some art supplies on the desk. New children's books go on the bookshelf, and 𝐈𝐳𝐻 tops everything off with adding toys, action figures, blocks, a little train set, some dolls and stuffed animals. 𝐈𝐳𝐻 takes hold of one of the stuffed animals, an extremely soft cat plush, and holds it in his hands with a sigh, setting it on 𝐒𝐿𝐴's pillow. The room looks cheerful now, definitely a child's room, and 𝐈𝐳𝐻 nods to himself before heading out to the bathroom. Hisashi is helping 𝐒𝐿𝐴 dry off and get into pajamas when 𝐈𝐳𝐻 knocks on the doorframe, leaning against it with a smile. "You're all pruny, 𝐈𝐳𝐻," he grins, looking at 𝐒𝐿𝐴's sleepy state. "Your room's ready now. Do you want to see it?" 𝐒𝐿𝐴 looks up, eyes wide. His room. He remembered they had told him he had his own room here, but the idea still seems strange. He's been sleeping on the couch or in Hisashi and 𝐈𝐳𝐻's bed since he got here. He stands up, following 𝐈𝐳𝐻 down the hall to his room, eyes widening when he peeks through the open door. There's a bed now, decorated with fun sheets and lots of books and toys. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 can hardly believe it. There's more in this one room than 𝐒𝐿𝐴's ever had in his entire life. In the center of the bed is a soft-looking stuffed cat, to which 𝐒𝐿𝐴 beelines immediately. He picks the cat up off the bed and holds it to his chest, looking up at Hisashi and 𝐈𝐳𝐻 with wide eyes. "My room?" he asks, the first thing he's said out loud all day. "Yep." Hisashi beams. "What do you think? Do you like it?" 𝐒𝐿𝐴 hugs the cat close to his chest, an emotion welling up inside of him that he can't name. He nods, overwhelmed at all of the wonderful things he sees. He wanders over to the bookshelf, spotting one with a cover that has pictures of stars, pulling it off with one hand and looking at it. "Do you want us to read to you?" 𝐈𝐳𝐻 asks, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 nods, holding out the book. 𝐈𝐳𝐻 and Hisashi bring him up to his new bed, all settling on it together, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 in the middle. 𝐈𝐳𝐻 opens the book and begins reading a wonderful story about the stars and the moon, all about space. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 likes it. When the story's over, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 taps the book again, looking up at 𝐈𝐳𝐻 eagerly, making both of them smile. Hisashi reads it this time and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 hugs the little cat to his chest, feeling safe and secure between the two of them. "Principal Nezu," 𝐈𝐳𝐻 says, eyes wide, "this is a surprise." Come on in." 𝐒𝐿𝐴's currently hiding in the basket they used to store their blankets, enjoying the extra good hiding spot. When someone had knocked on the door to their apartment, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had jumped in the basket, pulling a pillow over top of him so no one would see him. But now that he sees the person who knocked, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 is intrigued. A tiny creature, even shorter than him, walks through the door. He doesn't know what kind of animal it is, but this person clearly has a quirk. "Thank you for having me. I apologize for not giving you any notice," Nezu says, sitting at the kitchen table with his paws folded together. "It's all right, we've been taking some time off lately," 𝐈𝐳𝐻 replies. "Would you like some tea?" Nezu shakes his head. "No, but thank you for the offer. I'm actually here to discuss something rather important, if you both can spare a few minutes." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 watches with interest through the open holes in the basket, intrigued by Nezu. He's sent other people with mutation quirks like him, of course, but he's never seen someone who so totally appeared like an animal. He wonders if maybe Nezu is actually an animal with a person quirk. The thought is interesting. Hisashi and 𝐈𝐳𝐻 are sitting around the table with the principal, both looking confused, but interested. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 decides to keep watching. "I won't beat around the bush," Nezu says. "UA is in desperate need of new staff. Many of our teachers are close to retirement or have retired completely. It is time for the new generation to step forward and lead our future heroes. Given your excellent records and unique abilities, you were among the first people I chose to approach." 𝐈𝐳𝐻 looks stunned. "Us? Teach at UA? We're not even 21, sir. We've barely just made it into the pro hero circuit." "Please don't mistake me, this would not be instantaneous," Nezu says calmly. "It would mean years of training, taking classes. At least 3 years before you would get your teaching license. Of course, we could expedite some of it, due to your pro hero status, but the rest of it you would need to do through an official training course at university." There's a silence following this and Izuku watches the shock and surprise on Hisashi and Aizawa's faces. "Sir, we're honored, but we've just recently adopted a son," Hisashi says after a moment. "Neither of us can take on more of a workload right now." "Yes, I had heard about that," Nezu replies, looking around. "Is the child here? I would like to meet him." Hisashi and Aizawa share a look before Hisashi says, "It's delicate, sir. We found him in dire circumstances. He isn't taking well to new people." Izuku isn't afraid of Nezu, though, so he decides to show himself, climbing out of the basket and heading over to the principal. Nezu smiles at him, eyes sparkling like he's discovered some very interesting treasure. "Ah, young Izuku, I presume," Nezu says. "It's very nice to meet you." Izuku tilts his head, blinking his eyes slowly at Nezu. His heat signature is different from anyone else he's seen before, confirming to him that Nezu must be an animal instead of a human. Nezu slides down off his chair and looks at Izuku, taking in the snakeskin and Izuku's eyes. He leans forward a little to close and Izuku jars back with a hiss, revealing his fangs. "My apologies, little one," Nezu says calmly. "I didn't mean to startle you." "Reptilian, I see. Snake, if I'm not mistaken. Tell me, Izuku, what are your instincts saying about me?" Izuku looks at the principal, taking in his heat signature. "Animal," he says quietly, "with quirk." "That's right," Nezu says, clapping his paws together. Izuku notices a long scar over one of Nezu's eyes that looks painful and deep. He reaches out, touching one of his fingers to the top of it. Nezu doesn't move, just allows Izuku to trace it with his finger. "Hurts?" Izuku asks him once he draws his hand back. Nezu shakes his head. "No, not anymore. I'm just fine now. How about you, Izuku? Do you hurt?" Izuku looks at Hisashi and Aizawa, who are watching the conversation with expressions Izuku can't place. They reassure him, just with their presence, and after looking at them for a long moment, he faces Nezu again. "Not anymore, Izuku," says, echoing Nezu's words, "safe now." Izuku hears Hisashi make a noise, somewhere between a sob and a cough, before clearing his throat. "Yes, that's good," Nezu beams. "I see. Well, Yamada, Aizawa, I see no reason why you should be forced away from your son for more work. However, I implore you to consider accepting my offer. We can fast-track you on a teaching course if needed. I'm sure we can come up with a solution where you can get your teaching license without neglecting your son. Your skills are needed at UA. Both of you." Once Izuku gets attached to Hisashi and Aizawa, he doesn't want them to leave. Ever. At first, he's unsure of exactly what he's feeling when one of them leaves the apartment for errands. They've not left Izuku alone, not since they found him, one of them always in the apartment at all times. He just knows he gets a sick, twisting feeling in his stomach when one of them leaves, even if it's only for a little while. Izuku's been too scared to leave the apartment for long, going on a few walks with his guardians before turning and hiding his face against one of them, silently begging to go home. Their apartment is big enough for him, he feels safe there, and he never wants to leave. The problem is he doesn't want Hisashi and Aizawa to leave, either. "Aizu, it's going to be okay," Hisashi says as Izuku clings to his leg. He was halfway through tying his shoes when Izuku clung to him, saying nothing and pressing his face into Hisashi's leg. "I'm just going to the grocery store, honey," Hisashi murmurs, resting a hand on Izuku's hair. "Shouta will be here with you, all right?" Izuku shakes his head. He doesn't want that. "Do you want Hisashi to stay, Aizu?" Aizawa asks calmly. "I can go to the store instead." No. It's not what Izuku wants. "Both stay," Izuku chokes out, voice muffled by Hisashi's breathed leg. "Don't go." Hisashi is silent for a moment before he talks off his watch, tapping Izuku's shoulder and handing it to him. "Look, do you see the little hands moving?" Hisashi asks, pointing to the watch. "When that long one is on the 3, I'll be home." "It's not that long, okay? I promise, I'm just heading out to get some food for dinner." Izuku takes the watch, clutching it in his hands. He doesn't have the words to articulate how he's feeling, so he turns, dashing to hide under Aizawa and Hisashi's bed in the other room, holding the watch close to his chest, keeping his eyes locked on the number 3. "I'll take care of him," Aizawa says quietly to Hisashi. "Go, love. It'll be okay." Izuku hears some more murmurs, and then the front door open and close. He crawls out from under the bed, holding tight to the watch. Aizawa walks in, smiling gently at Izuku. "Hey, buddy. Do you want to read for a bit? Or watch something on TV?" Izuku shakes his head, pointing at the watch. "Have to wait," he says seriously, holding it up and keeping his eyes on the time. Aizawa sits down on the floor next to him. "Yeah." Aizawa asks, "Well, can I wait with you?" I get a little sad when Hisashi leaves, too. I love him and I don't like it when we're not together. Izuku looks up at Aizawa with big eyes, nodding. He scoots over and leans against Aizawa's side. "Daddy said 3, Izuku says, pointing down at the watch face. "Wait together." Aizawa doesn't respond for a long moment and Izuku looks up to see Aizawa looks incredibly happy, smiling at Izuku with watery eyes. Izuku's not sure exactly why, but Aizawa seems a lot better than he was a minute ago. Maybe he's happy because of the watch, knowing he has a time when Hisashi will be back. They sit on the floor, watching together in comfortable silence. A few minutes before the hand hits the 3, they hear the sound of the front door opening. "Taidaima!" Hisashi calls, "I've got dinner." Izuku leaps up, eyes wide as he runs out from the bedroom, launching himself at Hisashi and wrapping his arms around his middle, the watch still clutched in his hand. "Hey, kid, what did I tell you?" Hisashi grins, bringing down a hand to rest in Izuku's hair. "Said I'd be back on time, right?" Izuku nods, feeling much better now that the 3 of them are all together again. Hisashi picks him up and Izuku drops his head against Hisashi's chest, relaxing when he feels his body heat. "Zashi," Aizawa says gently, "Izuku said something when you were gone that I think you should hear." "Aizu, can you call Zashi that word again? What you said when you were holding the watch." Izuku looks up, confusion on his face for a moment before he remembers. "Daddy," he says, looking at Aizawa for confirmation. Hisashi gives a sharp intake of breath, pulling Izuku into a tight hug, rubbing his back. "That's right, buddy," Hisashi chokes out, "Dad's here. We're here. You've got us. We love you so much." Izuku's body relaxes, the sweet words almost overwhelming him. He's not sure when Aizawa and Hisashi became dad, but slowly over the last few weeks, they've become his whole world. Hisashi starts humming something, a lullaby, and Izuku feels his eyes drooping shut. He's calm, happy, the presence of both of his parents making him feel safer than he's felt in his entire living memory. "Izuku, do you remember what's happening today?" Hisashi asks as he makes breakfast in the kitchen. Izuku's sitting at the table, swinging his legs and drawing in one of his coloring books. Izuku looks up, scrunching his forehead before he remembers. "Talking." "That's right," Hisashi says, smiling gently, "we're going to take you for a counseling appointment. They're going to ask you questions to get to know you and they're going to help you talk about things. It'll help you feel better." Izuku wrinkles his nose, feeling a little anxious at the prospect of leaving the apartment, seeing a stranger, and having to sit and try to talk to them. It's a lot for him to try and explain to his dad. But, "Don't talk," is what he manages to say, hoping to convey all his worries through the simple statement. It's not the thing he's bothered the most by about himself, but he's had to stay silent for so long that his voice never really developed very well. Most days, he can barely talk at all. "Hey, kid, we can understand you just fine," Hisashi says gently, "and your counselor will, too, whether you talk or not. We want to help you work on your confidence, to help you not feel so scared. Dad and I'll be with you the entire time, as long as you want us there. And you can stop any time you want to." Izuku nods. He's still getting used to living in a home, but if there's one thing he's learned over the last few weeks here, it's that his parents don't lie to him. He's not elated at the prospect of leaving his safe place, but if he's with them, he'll be all right. He knows this. After a quick breakfast, Hisashi gathers up some papers and his computer, putting them into a bag. Izuku doesn't know what they are for. He watches his dad then go on to make coffee, pouring 2 big thermoses of it. Meanwhile, Izuku's sitting on a chair by the door, sticking out his feet so Aizawa can help him tie his shoes. He still can't quite figure out how to do it himself. He's wearing comfortable clothes today, his favorite cozy sweatpants, a long-sleeved, soft blue shirt, red socks, and his yellow sneakers. Hisashi had laughed saying the outfit didn't match at all, but Aizawa had just smiled, saying it was cute. Izuku reaches for his jacket, pulling it over himself and bringing the hood up over his face. His parents had learned quickly that Izuku refused to go outside if any of his face was visible, covering up any sign of his quirk as much as possible. They hadn't pushed him about it too much yet, but Izuku always sees them share a worried look whenever he pulls his hood up. Izuku takes Aizawa's hand, holding it tighter than he usually would as they head outside. It's a gloomy day, a little chilly, and Izuku instantly feels drowsy. "Oh, sho, looks like we've got a sleepy noodle," Hisashi coos, the silly nickname making Izuku feel warm. "Aizu, you want us to carry you?" Izuku turns, raising his arms up and getting a laugh out of both his parents. Aizawa picks him up and tucks him close while Izuku tugs his hood down over his eyes. He knows he's safe with them, even when he's outside. As long as they are together, nothing can hurt Izuku. The walk to the office isn't too long, and before Izuku knows it, they're inside an office building and being checked in for an appointment. Izuku keeps his face hidden, not wanting anyone to see him, to notice his eyes or his fangs. "Almost there, buddy," Aizawa murmurs, taking Izuku up an elevator and to his counselor's office. That's where they are now. Izuku's parents had coaxed his face out of Aizawa's chest and is looking around the office with curiosity, still secure in his dad's arms. There's a nice-looking lady behind a big desk, and Izuku notices immediately that she has eyes like his. He's never seen anyone with eyes like his before. "Hello, Izuku," she tells him calmly, "I'm Dr. Saito. It's very nice to meet you." Izuku says nothing, just stares at her. Other than her eyes, she looks totally human, her long, black hair pretty and shiny. She has normal-looking skin, not scales. Her smile shows normal teeth. Her eyes, though yellow, with black in the center, are so very much like his. He stares for a long time until she begins talking again. "My quirk is called eyelid," she tells him. "It's not very flashy, but it's useful sometimes. I have a third eyelid, just like a cat. See?" She blinks and Izuku stares at her, his eyes widening. He's never seen someone with a third eyelid before. "Well, Izuku, today is just for us to get to know one another. Now, I understand you don't like to talk sometimes, and that is totally okay. You only have to talk if you want. Your parents can stay with you, or wait outside. Which would you prefer?" Izuku clings to Aizawa so tight he sees his dad wince a little. "Stay," Izuku whispers, voice shaking a little. "We won't go, bud," Hisashi says quietly, "promise." The doctor smiles, unfazed. "All right, that's fine. Izuku, I'm going to ask your parents some questions first, but you can answer them anytime you feel comfortable, okay?" Izuku nods, glad the pressure is off of him for a moment. She asks his dads where they found him, how old he was, and what they knew about his quirk. Izuku doesn't say anything, but he does tense a little when they talk about how they found him outside in the snow. "Izuku, can you tell me why you were sleeping outside?" she asks him calmly. "The reports on you said you had stayed in homeless shelters before. Is there a reason why you didn't that night?" Izuku flinches, grabbing onto Aizawa's shirt. He wants to hide his face from the doctor, but Hisashi had said they were here to talk, so Izuku knows he should try. "Tried," Izuku mumbles, "they said no." Izuku's parents look like they are performing some Herculean effort to keep their faces neutral. Izuku can see Hisashi gripping the arms of the chair he's sitting in so tightly that his knuckles are white, and Aizawa has pulled Izuku a little closer, one of his hands clenching into a fist on his lap. "I see," she says. "Why did they turn you away?" Izuku pps his head, confused. He thought everyone knew this. Especially someone like the doctor, with eyes like Izuku's. He twists his fingers together, not sure how to put it into words. "Rules," Izuku manages to say. "The rules they post on the side of the emergency shelters," she asks, prompting Izuku to nod. "Right, as I recall, there's no drugs, alcohol, violence, and shelters are organized by age and quirk type." Izuku nods, swallowing hard. He has to find more words to explain. Hisashi and Aizawa both look very upset. He knows that they are likely not upset at him after weeks of living with them, he knows that, but he doesn't want to make them sad or angry. They don't like my quirk, Izuku says, keeping his eyes focused on Aizawa's hands, holding him close, won't let me in. That's illegal, Hisashi snarls, sounding angrier than Izuku's heard him before. He knows the anger isn't directed at him, but it still makes Izuku flinch. Zashi, Shouter murmurs, looking at his husband with a pointed expression. The doctor sighs, looking troubled. I am very sorry to hear that, Izuku. There are some shelters equipped to better handle certain quirks, like fireproof walls, or for people that need higher or lower temperatures than the average person. But no shelter in the city is supposed to turn anyone away for their quirk. Your dad is right, that was illegal and very wrong of them to do. Izuku doesn't understand a lot of what she says, but he gets the general idea, tucking his head back against Aizawa's chest. He's already tired. Izuku, your parents tell me you like to hide. Can you talk to me about that a little? Safer, Izuku says, playing with the buttons on Aizawa's shirt sleeve, can't find me. That's understandable, she says, writing something down, who are you worried about finding you? Izuku doesn't respond at first, thinking of angry faces, scared eyes, a group of girls. What is that? A man chasing him down the street for stealing some food. Everyone, Izuku stammers, looking up at her as Aizawa holds him even closer, hiding from everyone. People are scary. She looks at him for a moment and says, your parents aren't scary though, right? Izuku shakes his head. No, they're nice. So some people aren't scary, then, she says with a kind smile, am I scary? Izuku looks at her. She's nice, he likes that her eyes are similar to his, but he doesn't know enough about her to make a judgment on her personality. There's no way he can trust her. A little, he admits. I'm sorry that you feel that way, she says very gently, what about me is scaring you? If it's something I can change to help you feel more comfortable, I would like to do that. Izuku shrugs, focusing on buttoning and unbuttoning Aizawa's cuff. Stranger. Don't know you. She nods, all right. Well, we'll have to get to know each other better, then. Then I won't be a stranger, and I won't seem so scary. Would you be willing to try that with me? He looks first at both of his parents before he turns back towards her, nodding. All right, Izuku. I look forward to getting to know you. They talk for a while longer and Izuku isn't sure if he really feels any better or not. After his therapy appointment is over, Izuku is totally wrung out. He'd slept on Hisashi almost the entire way back home and is now bundled in a mass of blankets on the couch, curled up with his favorite stuffed cat. Aizu, are you awake, honey? Hisashi asks. Izuku doesn't move. He is awake, but is out of words, too exhausted from using them all up talking to the doctor. Poor kid's exhausted, Aizawa whispers, sounding just as tired. Finghell, Zashi. I knew it was bad, I knew about quirk discrimination, but how many times did he have to be turned away or abused for him to be so scared of everyone? His parents are talking in quiet murmurs, but thanks to his exceptional hearing, Izuku can make out every word. I know. I want to find the name of every single place that turned him away and sue them for all discrimination. It's criminal, show. How many other kids are dying out there? God, if we hadn't found him that night, I'll never forget when I first saw him. I thought he was dead. He was ice cold. I've never been more relieved in my life than when he sat up and hissed at us. We can't change his past, Aizawa says, sounding exhausted. All we can do now is help him with his future, give him a happy childhood. I'm thinking you and I might want to think about going to therapy, too. This is going to be a lot, love. Who knows what else he's been through? There's a silence for a moment and Izuku hears the sound of his parents hugging, followed by a kiss. He stays quiet, curled under his blankets. I think the biggest problem right now is separation anxiety. He's not going to be able to ever go to school if he's this scared of being without us for a few hours, Hisashi says. Just hearing his dad say without us is enough to send Izuku spiraling, burying his face into his cat toy and trying to keep his breathing even. School. We can't think about that yet. He needs to go to school eventually, show. He needs friends. Izuku keeps his face pressed against his cat. He doesn't want to leave. He doesn't want to go anywhere. Zeshi, you know what will happen if we send him to public school. School's hard enough on anyone, let alone someone who stands out. Remember what you said it was like for you. Izuku doesn't know exactly what his parents are talking about, but he's nervous about it nonetheless. He cuddles his cat close to his chest, the stuffed animal bringing him comfort. We have to try. Plenty of kids with mutation quirks make it through school just fine. We just have to make sure we find the right school. Isn't Nabu Elementary right down the road? It is, but I'm still not sure, Aizawa says quietly. He's so much better than when we found him, but he's not ready for that. He spends most of the day hiding, not playing or reading. He's terrified of other people. He panics when we leave. He's scared of loud noises and crowds. School is the worst place we could send him now. I know, Hisashi replies with a sigh. I know you're right, but he needs to make connections, the chance to make friends. It's not like either of us can homeschool him. We can't afford one of us quitting our jobs. All right, Aizawa sighs, we'll talk to his therapist. But I don't want to push this on him anytime soon. Me either, Hisashi says quietly. We could think about enrolling him next year, but we should help him work up to it. Maybe we could start taking him to UA with us on weekends, meet some of the other teachers. He could come to class with us. He does seem to like Nezu, Aizawa says. All right, let's try that. Oh, who's the little one? Someone asks, sounding way too close. Izuku is absolutely petrified, shaking in Hisashi's arms. They're at UA where his parents have started taking teaching classes together, and Izuku has never been around so many strangers who seem to be interested in him in his whole life. What if they see his arms? His teeth? His eyes? This is our son, Izuku, Hisashi says calmly, keeping a hand on Izuku's back. He's really shy, bringing him here is a big step for him. Oh my gosh, he's so cute. Can I hold him? A woman's voice asks eagerly. No. No way, absolutely not. Izuku refuses to be held by anyone besides his parents. He grips Hisashi's shirt so hard that his knuckles turn white, shaking with anxiety. Hey, sweetheart, you all right? Hisashi murmurs, sensing Izuku's distress. No one will touch you, I promise. You can stay right here, okay? Sorry, I didn't mean to upset him, she says regretfully. Is he okay? Hisashi nods. He is, but please don't crowd him. I'll fill you in later, Nem, promise. Izuku spends the duration of his parents' class curled in Hisashi's chest, sleeping on and off. Halfway through, Aizawa takes him and Izuku clings to him like a koala. He's so tired he doesn't even realize his hood has fallen off his head and everyone in the room can see his face. After class, Aizawa carries Izuku out into the hallway, setting him down next to him while he talks to some other adults. The other heroes in the class are milling around, talking about the lesson and their patrols. It's not just future teachers in the class, there's other pros here as well, on official business that Izuku can't make heads or tails of. Endeavor, good to see you. Oh wow, 𝐿𝐿, you're getting so big. Someone exclaims. Izuku looks from behind Aizawa's leg to see a little boy about his age standing next to the most enormous man Izuku's ever seen. The big man, Endeavor, is scary, so Izuku looks at the kid instead. He has red and white hair, split right down the middle. One of his eyes is covered with a bandage and Izuku wonders if he fell down and got hurt. Is this your son? Endeavor asks, looking directly at Izuku. Izuku gasps, ducking his head behind Aizawa's leg again, not wanting Endeavor to see his eyes. Yes, he is, Aizawa says before kneeling down. Aizu, it's all right, Aizawa murmurs. Endeavor is one of the top 10 pro heroes, like your dad. This is his son, 𝐿𝐿 Todoroki. You two are the same age. Izuku peeks out at 𝐿𝐿 who's looking curiously at him. 𝐿𝐿 can see Izuku's eyes, and is not making a face or running away. Izuku knows his dad won't let anyone hurt him, so he gets the courage to step forward. Hello, 𝐿𝐿 says and Izuku just blinks at him. Hi, Izuku whispers, losing his nerve almost immediately. 𝐿𝐿, stay here, Endeavor says suddenly, looking at his phone. I need to take this call. 𝐿𝐴𝐵 walks away and 𝐿𝐴𝐵 is left with them. He doesn't look scared, though, not even looking in 𝐿𝐴𝐵's direction. If anything, 𝐿𝐴𝐵 looks relieved. 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 doesn't know what to say to 𝐿𝐴𝐵, so he reaches over to his own backpack, pulling out his well-loved stuffed cat. 𝐿𝐴𝐵's eyes widen, walking over and looking at the toy with interest. 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 holds it out shyly, letting 𝐿𝐴𝐵 hold it, unaware how closely 𝐈𝐴𝐵 is watching the interaction. "It's soft," 𝐿𝐴𝐵 says almost reverently as he hugs 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿's cat. "I've never had a stuffed animal before." 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 knows the feeling. Until a few months ago, he had absolutely nothing. Maybe 𝐿𝐴𝐵 was like him, maybe he got hurt and 𝐿𝐴𝐵 adopted him recently. Maybe 𝐿𝐴𝐵 doesn't know what it's like to be safe yet, and needs help. Maybe he has no toys at home because 𝐿𝐴𝐵 wasn't able to order them yet. "Keep," 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 says quietly, pointing at the toy. 𝐈𝐴𝐵's eyes widen in surprise when he does. 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 loves his cat, he carries it everywhere, sleeps with it. Takes it with him when he hides. He left it at the park once and was hysterical for 30 minutes until he could calm down enough to explain to his parents why he was upset so they could go and get it for him. 𝐿𝐴𝐵 looks surprised and awed as he holds the cat close to him, squeezing it. He's not smiling, but he looks happy. "Really?" he asks 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿. "I can keep it?" 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 nods. 𝐿𝐴𝐵 looks like he might cry and 𝐈𝐴𝐵 is keeping a careful eye on both of them, shooting some worried looks at 𝐿𝐴𝐵. "Thank you," 𝐿𝐴𝐵 says quietly. "I'll take care of it, I promise." "What's its name?" "Here." 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 hadn't thought about that. "Cat," he replies after a long moment. "Cat," 𝐿𝐴𝐵 smiles, hugging the stuffed animal. "Thank you." 𝐿𝐴𝐵 returns shortly after, looking annoyed, and 𝐿𝐴𝐵's smile disappears instantly. 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 is unsettled too, ducking back behind 𝐈𝐴𝐵's leg. 𝐿𝐴𝐵's already put the cat into his own bag, and 𝐿𝐴𝐵 doesn't even notice he has it. "𝐿𝐴𝐵, it's time to leave. I have business to attend to," 𝐿𝐴𝐵 says sharply. "Yes, sir," 𝐿𝐴𝐵 says, putting on his backpack and following 𝐿𝐴𝐵 out. He stops, turning to look back at 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 for a moment. "Bye," 𝐿𝐴𝐵 whispers, looking a little sad as he turns and walks away. 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 doesn't have enough words left in him to speak, and he barely understands the interaction he's just had. He's a little sad his cat is gone, but he's glad 𝐿𝐴𝐵 has a stuffed animal now. When 𝐿𝐴𝐵 is out of sight, 𝐈𝐴𝐵 leans down and puts a gentle hand on his shoulder, smiling at him. "You did really good, 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿," his dad tells him. "I'm proud of you." 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 isn't quite sure what he did exactly, but he feels happy as his dad hugs him, tucking his face against his neck. "Well done, kid." 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿's parents take him to a lot of doctors. First, there's his nice therapist who 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 isn't afraid of anymore. He certainly doesn't trust her like he does his parents, but he's relaxed enough to speak to her now without fear. Then there's the medical doctor, who talks to 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 about how he didn't get enough food for the last few years, so he has to take a lot of vitamins and get a lot of shots. 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 doesn't like that very much. Finally, there's someone called a quirk counselor, which is different from the counselor that helps 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 with his head and his feelings. The quirk counselor has 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 do all sorts of things, like drip venom from his fangs into little vials, show him his snakeskin, and do all sorts of tests. It seems that snake is a very accurate descriptor of his quirk, the quirk counselor says to his parents after an hour of various tests. The body temperature, eyes, and venom in his fangs are all consistent with a subspecies of mamba. Mamba? Hisashi asks, looking at 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 playing on the floor with some of the pens off the counselor's desk. "That's specific." "Yes, it's interesting when it can be narrowed down to one species," the counselor continues. "As we know nothing of his BRTH parents' quirks, we have to extrapolate that one or both of them had a similar quirk. We'll likely never know, but it's important to keep in mind that people with reptilian quirks are very sensitive to cold and light. I'd recommend getting him a heat lamp in his room." 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 looks up from the floor, now bored of playing. The quirk counselor is a stranger and 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿 doesn't like strangers, but he feels secure with both of his parents there. He hands Hisashi one of the pens and Hisashi wordlessly reaches into his bag, pulling out a small action figure and handing it to 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿, whose eyes light up. The counselor smiles for a moment before turning to look at 𝐒𝐿AZ𝐿's parents very seriously. "Untreated mamba bites are nearly 100% fatal," he says, We don't know how potent Izuku's venom is, but it would not be a good idea to find out. Aizawa's jaw tightens, sharing a look with Hisashi before saying, "Understood." A few months pass and Izuku spends most of his time either at home or UA. His parents have begun their hero work again, trading off nighttime shifts. Izuku still feels a little sick and scared when one of his parents is gone, but having them patrol at night means he's asleep and rarely notices it. Twice a week, they're at UA for his parents' class. A local university had been teaching the education course to interested pro-heroes there, and Izuku still attends class with them. To his disappointment, he hasn't seen 𝐿𝐼 again, hoping the little stuffed cat is making the other kid feel better. Izuku's life is more or less the same for months. Home, UA, doctor's appointments. Sometimes, his parents take him to the park or the zoo, but Izuku prefers the quiet time they have at home to anything else. He's currently in one of his best hiding spots at home, curled up in the blankets on his bed in a warm bundle. He has a little flashlight and one of his learn-to-read books. Izuku can't make out too many letters or words yet, but is getting a bit better at it. "Aizu, honey, can you come here for a minute?" Izuku pops out from under the blankets on his bed as Hisashi calls him. He doesn't respond, but he jumps off his bed and runs out into the living room, seeing both of his parents sitting on the couch. Izuku crawls in between them, always happy to feel safe and warm. Aizawa puts an arm around his shoulders while Hisashi takes his hand and Izuku snuggles a little closer, smiling a bit. "Sweetheart, do you remember us talking to you about how school was starting soon?" Aizawa says gently. Izuku nods, reaching over to play with Hisashi's sweatshirt strings. "Well, your first day is coming up pretty quick," Aizawa continues. "Your school day is going to be in the mornings, just after breakfast until lunchtime. It's at a school right down the street. We're going to walk you by there later today so you can see it." Izuku nods again, feeling his stomach twist. He doesn't want to be without his parents. Doesn't want to be around strangers, doesn't want them staring at his face. He's getting a little better about other people, but only when his parents are around. "Will you be with me?" Izuku asks quietly. He's getting better at talking in full sentences with his parents. "We'll drop you off in the morning," Hisashi says softly, "and then pick you up before lunch. You'll be without us for a few hours, bud. Just like we've been talking about." Izuku nods. His parents have been helping him work on being apart from them for longer periods of time. One afternoon, they even had Nemurai babysit Izuku for an hour while they went to a meeting. Izuku had spent nearly the whole time hiding, but he didn't panic as much as he thought he would. Will it be scary?" Izuku asks quietly, snuggling closer to his parents. "It might be, a little bit at first, but your dad and I would never send you to a place where we thought you'd be in danger," Aizawa says. "Your teachers know about your situation, and they won't let kids be mean to you for your quirk." Izuku is unsure, but he knows his parents wouldn't lie to him. He doesn't say anything else, but he spends the night squished between them, trying not to be too anxious as he thinks about the future. "All right, everyone, we have a new classmate joining us today," Izuku's teacher says calmly. Izuku's standing next to her in the front of the room, frozen with fear as he looks out over the sea of desks with his new classmates. What's wrong with his eyes? He hears someone whisper, making his face burn. The student probably whispered quietly enough that no one could hear him, but Izuku's ears picked it up. "Class, this is Izuku Aizawa. Izuku is 5 years old and his quirk is called Snake." "Teacher, why are you introducing him? Shouldn't he introduce himself?" Izuku shrinks back into himself. He wants to go home. He wants to go home right now. The teacher explains to the class that Izuku doesn't talk hardly at all, but he tunes it out. He just walks to his desk, assigned to one in the back of the room near a boy with purple hair. There's whispers all around him, but Izuku tries not to listen. He's terrified. He's so terrified. His hands shake as he sits down, ears ringing. This was a bad idea. He needs to go home, he needs to hide, he can't be here. Your eyes are really cool. Izuku snaps up, looking at the purple-haired boy at the desk to his left. He looks nice, but he has tired eyes, sort of like Aizawa's. Izuku is surprised at the compliment. Eyes, he stammers, "Mine." The boy nods, "Yeah, yours." They're cool. So, you have a snake quirk, right? That's what Sensei said. That's pretty cool. Izuku swallows hard, thinking of Xiaotou and his little stuffed cat. Xiaotou was nice. Was this another nice person? My name's Hitoshi Shinsu, the boy says, ignore what they are saying about you. They don't like me, either. Izuku isn't sure what Hitoshi means, but his ears flick as he hears some comments being whispered around him. Things he's very used to hearing, but things that still hurt nonetheless. His eyes are so creepy. I know, it's snake skin on his face, did you see that? Of course the brain freak is talking to him. Sensei set the two weirdos next to each other. Izuku hangs his head, trying to keep himself calm. It's okay, it's okay. He's dealt with worse. His parents said he wouldn't be hurt here. He wouldn't be hurt, not like he used to be. The kids are just being mean, they're not going to do anything to him. School is a safe place. My quirk is brainwashing, so they don't like talking to me, Hitoshi continues, sounding resigned. Izuku looks at him. He knows the feeling of being used to hearing mean things. Izuku doesn't have the words to explain, but he tries his best. I like it, Izuku manages to whisper, talking to you. Hitoshi looks surprised, but a smile appears on his face, so Izuku figures he's said something right. They spend the first part of class working on reading and spelling, something Izuku's not very good at yet. Hitoshi is really smart, showing Izuku how to draw kanji and read through one of their books. Izuku is still scared, but having Hitoshi with him is making it easier. Maybe school won't be so bad after all. The teacher calls for recess, and most of the class runs out of the room, leaving Hitoshi and Izuku in the back. Izuku doesn't know what recess is, so he just looks at Hitoshi to explain. We get to go play outside now, Hitoshi says. I don't usually though, everyone's pretty mean. I usually hang out by myself. Izuku thinks of Xiaotou's sad face, his own terror as he crouches in a cardboard box, scared in the snow. Izuku doesn't want Hitoshi to feel like that. Izuku reaches over, patting Hitoshi's arm clumsily. Together he asks shyly, rewarded when Hitoshi smiles. Yeah, okay, Hitoshi says, let's go. Recess is strange. There's a large play structure, like in the public parks around the city, and there's screaming and laughing kids everywhere. Izuku's never dared to go to a park this crowded, not even with his parents. Hitoshi doesn't seem to want to play with the other kids, either, moving to sit down with Izuku in the shade of a large tree. Izuku is relieved to be somewhere a little quieter. Did you see that new kid someone calls across the playground? The freak with the yellow eyes. What a weirdo. Izuku curls in on himself. He's not hurt by their words, but he is scared that it means he's in danger again. No one ever wants to be around him. School was a mistake. Sorry, Hitoshi sighs, leaning back against the tree, you're probably not making it easier on yourself hanging out with me. I'm the school freak. Izuku looks at Hitoshi quizzically. His purple hair is maybe a bit different, but there's nothing weird about him. He looks perfectly normal to Izuku. Maybe he has a brainwashing quirk, but Izuku doesn't think it's that weird. No weirder than being a snake, at least. Hitoshi seems safe. Izuku feels like he can talk more with him. The shelters turn me away, Izuku says quietly, feeling like he can open up a little with Hitoshi because of my quirk. Hitoshi's eyes widen a fraction. Like, homeless shelters. Are you homeless? Izuku shakes his head. Not anymore. I was adopted. But before, it was really bad. I get that, Hitoshi sighs, I was in foster care most of my life. Bad place after bad place. But eventually my mom adopted me, too. She was the first person who didn't hate me for my quirk. Speaking of quirks, your snakeskin is really cool by the way. Can I touch it? Izuku looks at Hitoshi like he's crazy. Touch him. Why? Izuku's gross, his skin is gross. Only his dads are okay with it, and that's because parents have to love their kids no matter what. Sure. Izuku stammers in spite of himself, holding out his forearm. Hitoshi gently traces Izuku's scales, grinning. Cool. A few hours later, lunchtime rolls around. The other kids are still almost tripping over themselves to avoid Izuku, But he doesn't care because he has a friend now. Or at least, he thinks he does. Walking with his backpack towards the front of the school, Izuku thinks about everything Hitoshi told him. He knows school will be hard, that most of the other kids won't like him, but he has a friend. He hitches his backpack up over his shoulders, walking with a little more confidence than usual as he heads out towards the front. Hisashi is there in civilian clothing, not his hero costume, standing by the office. Izuku breaks into a run when he sees him, launching into a tight hug and burying his face against his dad's chest. "Hey, buddy, how was your first day?" Hisashi says, running his hand over Izuku's hair. Izuku sighs, all the tension leaving his body as he feels safe in his dad's arms. He's tired though, out of words, and he doesn't protest when Hisashi picks him up and puts him on his shoulders. Izuku lets out a little giggle, always liking when Hisashi brings him up high. "Having fun, there?" Hisashi asks. He always seems to smile extra big when Izuku laughs, since it's not something he does too often. "Uh-huh," Izuku says, "I made a friend." Hisashi beams even brighter. "That's awesome, kiddo. Tell me about them." When they get home, Hisashi doesn't seem to be as happy anymore. Izuku isn't sure why. He had only told his dad about what happened at school and all about Hitoshi. Izuku gives Aizawa a hug before he takes off his school uniform, putting on his comfiest pajamas and snuggling under his blanket nest. His parents are murmuring in the other room. They started talking quieter when they found out how good Izuku's hearing is. He has to poke his head out of his blanket nest to hear. "God damn it," Aizawa hisses, "we have to talk to his teacher before it gets out of control. Maybe it's too early to send him to school. I don't want him to lose all his progress because of some bullies." "Kids can be mean," Hisashi sighs. "Sho, I don't like it either, but he did make a friend. He was smiling talking about him. Seems like the other kid could really use a friend, too. We'll have to keep an eye on him," but Izuku didn't seem too upset. Izuku goes back to his blanket nest, thinking about his interesting day, and all about his new friend. He hopes that school turns out to be fun. "Izuku! Kid, where are you? Please answer us." Izuku's currently tucked up underneath the storage shed in the back of the school grounds. He's been underneath the building for hours now, shaking and terrified. He knows his parents are looking for him and there's people calling his name, but he can't move. Izuku did something bad. They're going to take him away. Hisashi and Aizawa will finally understand his bad and see why everyone doesn't like Izuku because of his quirk. He trembles in the dirt, covering his mouth with his hand so that no one passing will hear his whimpers. It had all started this morning. It was a sunny day, Izuku's favorite kind, and he headed off to school, feeling a bounce in his step. He'd been going to school for a few weeks now and he was becoming close friends with Hitoshi. The other kids in Izuku's class mostly ignore both of them, but there's a couple of older kids from a different grade who are really mean to Hitoshi. They steal his lunch, call him names, and push him down on the ground. They seem too scared to pick on Izuku, because he hisses at them and then they run away. Today was especially bad. Izuku had walked into school alone, Hitoshi nowhere to be found outside the front gates. Izuku had looked for a while before class had started, hearing some mean-sounding laughing coming from one of the back hallways. Izuku had turned the corner just in time to see one of the older bullies hit Hitoshi really hard, knocking him down to the floor. Hitoshi had cried out and a little BLD had started coming out of his nose. Izuku was just going to pull Hitoshi away from the bullies, he wasn't going to fight. But then, the big kid had wound up his fist a second time, aiming for Hitoshi's head. He was going to hit Hitoshi when he was already down. And Izuku snapped. He raced forward, leaping on the kid and biting his arm, earning a curse and him getting shoved off. Izuku had stood in front of Hitoshi, his eyes narrow slits as he hissed at the boys, all of them take a step back. He bit me. The little SHT bit me. The big kid cries, it hurts. That's when Izuku snapped back to himself. The wound on the boy's arm was already starting to turn purple from where Izuku had bitten him. His fangs. His venom. Untreated mamba bites are nearly 100% fatal. Izuku had watched as the kid stumbled, putting a hand on his head. His arm was turning a strange color and he looked bad. The other kids around them looked scared and Hitoshi watched the scene with wide eyes. "What the hell did you do to me?" the older kid asked before his face turned stark white, fainting on the floor. After that, Izuku had just stood there. A few of the other kids had run to get a teacher, but Izuku couldn't stop staring. "He bit someone. He bit someone. Izuku, are you okay?" Hitoshi had asked, his nose still pouring blood. "Call an ambulance," a teacher cried, running over and checking the kid's pulse. The teacher then turned towards Izuku with wide, scared eyes. "What did you do, Izuku? What did you do to him?" Izuku takes a step back. He hadn't meant to. Hitoshi was hurt. He was just trying to protect his friend. He bit someone. Fear like he hasn't felt since his time on the streets rushes back inside of him and Izuku turns to run. He runs as fast as he can, through the halls, out of the building. Runs through the now empty playground and up over the baseball diamond. He has to hide. He has to go somewhere safe, or they'll take him away, they'll send him away, and Izuku will lose everything. Izuku spots the groundskeeping shed, which has a gap underneath big enough for a small kid like him to crawl through. He instantly slides under it, pushing himself all the way back as far as he can go. It's dirty and cold, and he's covered in grime now, but he'll be safe here. He feels an itch on his neck and hands, his face, as his scales start shedding. When Izuku gets extremely stressed like this, he sheds his scales at an unhealthy rate. Scratching at his arms, Izuku tries not to cry. He can't be overheard. That's where he's been for the past few hours, shaking and shivering under the little building. It had been quiet for a while after he hid there, but a little while later, he had started to hear people call his name. "Izuku, please, where are you?" Izuku's heart aches, hearing Hizashi's voice call to him. He sounds close by and very upset. Is he angry at Izuku for what he did? For hurting someone? His dads have never been angry with him before, but they've never seen him bite someone either. "Aizu, sweetheart, please come out." Aizawa's desperate voice comes next. "We know you out here somewhere. Zashi, where is he?" "I don't know," Hisashi chokes out, sounding like he's close to tears. "What if he ran away? What if something happened to him? It's been hours." Izuku feels a burning guilt inside of him as he listens to his parents. They're worried about him. They love him. Izuku knows this. But someone's going to come and take him away from his parents now. He's probably going to jail for biting that kid. Izuku chokes out a tiny sob, pressing his face against his legs, unable to hold it back anymore. He cries, gripping his knees and wanting nothing more than to be safe at home. He wants his parents. "Zashi, under here," Aizawa says, and Izuku winces when a flashlight shines right in his eyes. "Aizu!" Hisashi cries out once he sees him. "Oh, thank God. Honey, please come out. We're not mad at you, okay? We just want to make sure you're safe." Izuku is scared, but he can't deny how desperate he is for comfort. He crawls forward until Aizawa is able to grab his arm, gently pulling him out from under the building. Izuku's a mess, covered in dirt with tear tracks down his face. Hisashi and Aizawa don't look much better, both of them fussing as they look him over. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Aizawa asks, and Izuku shakes his head. His scales are still falling off. Much faster than usual, and his parents notice immediately, exchanging worried looks. "The kid you bit is okay, Izuku," Hisashi says quietly. "They were able to give him an antivenom at the hospital. He's completely fine." Izuku's relieved to hear that, but is waiting for the other shoe to drop. Hisashi pulls him into a hug, rubbing his back, but Izuku doesn't move. He's going to lose everything, from one stupid mistake. He's going to be taken away. Please don't," Izuku sobs, making Hisashi back up a little, gently brushing his fingers through Izuku's hair. Don't let them hurt me," Izuku cries, throwing his arms around Hisashi. "I don't want to go. I don't want them to take me away. I wanna go home." Hisashi shushes him, rubbing his back. "No one's going to take you away or hurt you, honey. Your dad and I would never let that happen. Is that why you were hiding?" Izuku nods, balling his fists in Hisashi's shirt. "I bit someone. Dangerous. I'm a freak." "No, you are not," Aizawa says quickly, voice tight, Whoever's been telling you that is wrong, 𝐈𝐳𝐻. You're not a freak, you're not dangerous, and no one is going to take you away. The only place you're going right now is home, okay? Izuku is crying too hard to speak after that, not even realizing that the sun has almost set already. He keeps his face buried against Hisashi's shoulder, listening as Aizawa and Hisashi have some stern words with some of his teachers before leaving. We're going home now, 𝐈𝐳𝐻, everything's going to be alright. We promise. It had taken days after the incident at school for Izuku to stop hiding. His parents told him that he wasn't in trouble, that due to the excessive bullying the student had been putting Hitoshi through, the kid's parents opted not to press it further. Hitoshi's mom is furious when she discovers how her son is being treated and transfers Hitoshi to a different school. When Izuku found out his friend wasn't going to school anymore, he was despondent. 𝐈𝐳𝐻, look, your dad and I just want you to be happy, Aizawa says softly, cuddling Izuku on the couch while he cries. Hitoshi's new school is a little further away, but it's a good one. An academy called 𝐶𝐸. Principal Nezu said he would be happy to cover your tuition if you wanted to go. It's a private school, so the class sizes are smaller. Izuku looked up through his tears. School with Hitoshi? Yes, Hisashi says, and a good school. We know some of the teachers there, a lot of the students have pro-heroes in their immediate families. We thought about sending you there from the beginning, but we didn't since it's a little further away. Izuku looks down at his arms, scratching at his snakeskin anxiously until Aizawa very gently moves his hand away. Don't do that, 𝐈𝐳𝐻, Aizawa murmurs, you'll hurt yourself. Will people be mean? Izuku asks, wrapping his arms around his legs, instead of scratching, at 𝐶𝐸. Hisashi and Aizawa share a look before Aizawa sighs, running a frustrated hand through his hair. Hisashi shakes his head a little before smiling, ruffling Izuku's hair. They might be, but not like your last school, Hisashi says quietly. At 𝐶𝐸, there's a zero-tolerance policy for bullying. That means if anyone does or says something to you that makes you feel scared or sad, you tell a teacher, and it will stop. Izuku nods, the knot in his chest loosening a little. Okay. I'll go to 𝐶𝐸. After his disastrous first attempt at school, 𝐶𝐸 is much better. The class sizes are smaller, and since people are paying for their kids to go there, there's higher expectations for behavior and the attitudes of students in general. Izuku picks up on a lot of things quickly there, and is reading very well by the end of the first few weeks. Having Hitoshi with him makes everything easier, and while Izuku opts not to talk to any of his other classmates, Hitoshi is still a very good friend to him. The other kids in their class may not be mean to them about their quirks, but they're still the last picked for teams and no one wants to partner with them for projects. Fortunately, this doesn't bother them as Izuku and Hitoshi spend every waking minute together in class. They've even started hanging out outside of class too, spending afternoons together playing games or going to the park. One night when they're both 9, Izuku asks his parents if Hitoshi can sleep over. Izuku doesn't often ask for things, so his parents are usually thrilled to acknowledge his requests. Yeah, of course he can, Aizawa smiles, I just have to call his mom and work out the details, okay? Izuku's practically bouncing on the ball of his feet the night of the sleepover. He had spent the entire day getting ready, bringing out his best books and toys and setting up 2 futons on the floor in his room. He had even pulled out some kids' movies and asked if they could order a pizza. I've never seen him this excited about anything, Hisashi observes quietly from the kitchen. Izuku is currently sitting on the couch, staring at the front door as if willing Hitoshi to walk through it. Other than the time we brought him to the zoo and he saw the baby tigers, Aizawa smiles, 𝐈𝐳𝐻, it's going to be a few minutes. Do you want to help me put some snacks together for you and Hitoshi? Izuku nods, excited beyond all reason to have his friend over. Izuku doesn't outwardly express many of his emotions, but since spending time with Hitoshi, he's found it easier to laugh and smile. It's been 4 years since his parents had adopted him, and in all that time, Izuku's made progress. Soon enough, there's a knock on the door and Izuku shoots up, running over and opening the door. Toshi! Izuku exclaims, tugging Hitoshi inside, welcome to our apartment. Hitoshi's mom exchanges greetings with Izuku's dad's while Hitoshi takes off his shoes. Izuku leads him to his room and they instantly settle down and start playing. Your room is so cool, Hitoshi says, looking around at everything. There's so many toys. Izuku nods. I know, they gave me so many things when they adopted me. I didn't know what to do with them at first. I never had toys before I lived here. Yeah, same, Hitoshi says, picking up an action figure off of the floor. I didn't really know how you were supposed to play with them. I still don't understand some of them. Izuku nods, pulling out a tub full of Legos he keeps under his bed. Me either, but these are fun. Want to build something? An hour later, Izuku's room is trashed, every single toy he owns spread out across the floor. Hitoshi has a towel from the bathroom tied around his neck in a makeshift cape and holding a plastic sword. Izuku is growling, baring his teeth playfully as he pretends to be attacking the Lego village they've made. I, the Great Mothra, will vanquish Godzilla. Fear not, citizens. Hitoshi shouts, jumping on Izuku and knocking him to the floor. Izuku shrieks with laughter, not even caring as the entire Lego set they've just finished is destroyed in the fall. He's never played like this, not with someone else, and he's having so much fun. Hitoshi, please do not break our house or yourselves, Hisashi says from the doorway, sounding amused. Oh no, I see the city is in ruins. What happened here? Izuku giggles, sitting up and pointing at himself. I'm Godzilla. Hitoshi's Mothra. Hisashi bursts out laughing, losing it again when he looks at Hitoshi and sees the little towel tied around his neck. Yeah, you sure are. Well, have fun, kiddos. We've ordered some pizza, we'll call you when it's here. Izuku doesn't even have time to thank his dad before Hitoshi is playfully attacking him again, the two running around Izuku's room and making more of a mess. The chaos is stopped only when an exhausted Aizawa tells them that the pizza's arrived, and they run into the kitchen to eat. Izuku's parents even let them sit on the couch to eat, putting on a movie. He and Hitoshi are instantly enraptured, watching the film and eating through a few slices each. When the movie finishes, they try to help clear the dishes, but Hisashi waves them off. Go play, he smiles, just make sure you clean up enough of that mess so you two can sleep tonight. Back in Izuku's room, they read through some of his books and play a board game, slowly beginning to get sleepy from all the energy they've expended. Aizawa makes them both brush their teeth before they head back onto the futons, setting a blanket fort by using Izuku's bed and dresser. I used to hide under blankets like this, Izuku tells Hitoshi, feeling happy when they are tucked in the little fort, all the time when I was little. Yeah, me too, Hitoshi sighs, looking at the reflections in the top of the sheet from the flashlight they're holding. I used to do it because I was scared, but I think it's fun now. Izuku nods in agreement. I read a lot about snakes and mambas like to sleep in the ground and in the dark. So I think that's why I like it so much. But I still hide when I'm scared, sometimes. Sitting across from each other on the futons, Izuku feels more safe than he ever has, with the exception of whenever he's with his parents. Hitoshi is his best friend, and Izuku is so lucky to have found someone like him. Hey, do you want to tell scary stories? Hitoshi asks, sounding excited. Izuku raises an eyebrow. He's never told a scary story before. My mom says that's something she and her friends did when she had sleepovers, Hitoshi explains. Do you know any scary stories? Izuku blinks. He strangely thinks of snow, freezing cold. The angry faces of people shouting at him. Pure, unadulterated terror as he runs away. A group of grown-ups, chasing him. Burrowing under the school shed. Loneliness. He shakes his head quickly. I don't think I like scary stories. Hitoshi is quiet for a minute before he says, yeah, I understand. Things were pretty bad for you, right? When you were younger. Izuku nods. He's never gotten into the details with Hitoshi, but he's let enough hints drop over the years that his friend knows Izuku's been through something terrible. Hitoshi has too, having some truly harrowing stories of his time in foster care. Izuku's life was scary enough for a long time. He doesn't want to be scared anymore. Unbeknownst to them both, Izuku's bedroom door is cracked open and Hisashi has muted the television, listening in to their conversation. It's not bad here, Izuku says quietly, at home, I mean. And it's not bad with you. It's just, everywhere else. Hitoshi guesses, and Izuku nods. I get that. Me too. The conversation changes to safer topics, but Hisashi makes a mental note of the conversation from the living room, a worried expression on his face. Sumi is much better than their old school, and through all of elementary school, Izuku and Hitoshi are stuck together like glue. They haven't made a single friend outside of the other, and Izuku knows that his classmates and teachers find them both a bit strange and off-putting. When he turns 12, his teachers call his parents for a conference, something that makes Izuku's stomach twist. The conference happens over the computer during the school day, so Izuku isn't there for it. When he comes home, both of his parents are at the kitchen table looking very serious. "Aizu, your teacher says you don't talk at all at school," Aizawa says gently once he gets settled, "but you talk to us and Hitoshi all the time, at UA, and with your doctors. Is there some reason you don't talk in class?" Izuku hunches his shoulders, feeling anxious. When he had transferred to Sumi after biting that other student, he had resolved to keep completely to himself apart from Hitoshi. Other students scare him, and Izuku doesn't trust the teachers. He knows that even if the kids at Sumi don't bully him and Hitoshi, they'll still be unsettled by their quirks. He's too afraid of hurting someone again to put himself out there. He also has no idea how to explain this to his parents. "I just don't like talking to people," he mumbles. "I know I'm better at it now than I was, but it's still unnatural for me. It takes a lot of effort." "That's all right," Hisashi says gently, "you're trying. Your dad and I are just worried, that's all. We want to make sure that you feel comfortable at school." Izuku shrugs. "It's okay. Everyone pretty much leaves us alone, anyways. Is there anyone in your class that you could see yourself having a conversation with?" Aizawa asks him, not saying you have to be best friends like you and Hitoshi, but someone that wouldn't be hard to talk to. Izuku scratches at his scales absent-mindedly. Maybe Tenya Ida. He's loud, but he's nice. His brother is ingenium. Good old Tensai, Hisashi beams. Well, maybe that could be a reasonable goal to set. Try and have a conversation with Ida, even a short one. The more people you talk to, the easier it gets. Practicing talking will help you feel better about it. Izuku knows they're right but is still shy thinking about it. While he's been with his dads now longer than he was out on the street, those foundational years out all alone have affected him greatly. He still goes to therapy but he hasn't worked through everything yet. "I'm just scared I'll hurt someone again," Izuku confesses quietly, drawing his knees up to his chest. "Like the student you bit in elementary school?" Hisashi asks gently. Izuku nods. "Yeah, but it's more than that. Before you found me, I had to do bad things, hurt people, sometimes. Before they hurt me." "What does that mean?" Aizawa asks, squeezing Izuku's hand. "You can tell us anything, Aizu, you know that." Izuku swallows hard, looking up at both of his parents. He's lucky, so lucky, that they found him that night. They know he came from a bad situation and has told them some things, but is not sure if they really understand just how desperate Izuku was back then and how hard it was for him to survive. "People hated me," Izuku whispers. "They were scared of me. I couldn't ask for help, so the only thing I could do to survive was steal. They'd chase me down the street, or call the police, throw things at me. Sometimes, they'd hurt me if they caught me." Hisashi inhales sharply. "Kid. I wasn't even a person out there," Izuku says quietly. "I was on the same level as a stray animal. No one really helped me, until you. Sometimes, I had to defend myself. That's not the first time I've bitten someone. I could have killed someone for all I know." "It doesn't matter," Aizawa says quickly, Izuku staring at him in shock. "No, listen, Izuku. It doesn't matter. You had to defend yourself, you had no choice. You were a child. Practically a toddler. You were barely alive when your dad and I found you. Any choice you made was a choice that led you to us, to being our son. No matter what happened, no matter what you did, it was for your own survival and it could never change the way that your dad and I love you." Aizawa doesn't usually make long speeches and Izuku feels the weight of the words, leaning against him with slightly trembling hands. I wanted to be a hero, like you too," Izuku says in a tiny voice, "after you saved me. But, people don't even like looking at me. How am I supposed to be a hero if people are scared to look at me? Aizu, sweetheart, if you want to be a hero, you'd be an incredible one, Hisashi says passionately. You're one of the kindest, most empathetic people I've ever met. From the moment we found you, you were always thinking of others. You covered me with a jacket while you were cold and tried to feed your dad when you were starving. You gave your most favorite toy in the world to Todoroki without a second thought. And you jumped in the way of that bully in elementary school. It's not your job to worry about how other people see you, because only someone incredible would do all those things. You're already a hero, Aizu. At least to us. Izuku is almost in tears by the end of Hisashi's speech, touched at how ardently his parents are defending him. He knows he's not worthless, or alone, like he used to think, but it's hard to stay positive when so many people in his life are afraid to even look in his eyes. It'll be all right, kid, Aizawa says gently. You can be, or do, whatever you want. Whatever makes you happy, your dad and I will be right there to support you. Whether that's a hero or something else, it doesn't matter to us. We just want you to be happy. Izuku's been to UA many times in his life, but never before as a potential student. He's standing just on the inside of the gate with Hitoshi, both of them anxious. It's the day of the UA entrance exams, something for which they have been training since middle school. Man, this is so intense, Hitoshi grumbles as they walk. I know we've trained here loads of times with Aizawa and Emisi, but it feels different today. Izuku nods in agreement. His parents had taken them here to train twice a week since middle school started, but the training had ramped up over the summer. Since Izuku's main defense is his venom, he had to practice hand-to-hand combat and increase his speed and evasion tactics. Hitoshi doesn't have any physical aspects to his quirk, so he focused on using things like a capture weapon similar to Aizawa's. Support items aren't allowed in the exam, so they're in street clothes, Hitoshi in his usual t-shirt and joggers, Izuku in shorts and a sweatshirt with the hood pulled up over his face. It's a warm day, to Izuku's relief, so he won't have to worry about being sluggish from the cold. Other students have begun to enter as well, and Izuku's stomach twists with nerves. He recognizes a handful from Sumi, notably Ida, the kind and boisterous classmate that Izuku had tried to speak to years ago. He wouldn't say Ida's his friend, but the guy has never been mean to him or seemed unsettled by his quirk, so Izuku counts that as a win. They are gathered into a large lecture hall and Izuku sees Hisashi down in the front. Everyone looks anxious, shifting in their seats as Hisashi begins to explain the rules of the exam. The written exam is first, but Izuku knows that doesn't count for as much as the practical. Izuku has no idea what the practical exam contains, as his parents were very tight-lipped about it, but he hopes his years of training will pay off. After you complete the written exam, you will take the practical, Hisashi explains, pulling up some images on a screen. Firstly, examinees are not allowed to fight one another. Doing so results in instant disqualification. Izuku hears someone snort next to him, turning to see a kid with spiky blonde hair fold his arms, looking very annoyed. Your goal is to target the villain robots. Hisashi grins, looking altogether too excited about this. Each robot has a different point value assigned to it based on its difficulty. The number of robots you incapacitate will add points to your score. In addition to that, the UA staff will be watching to give you points for any heroic acts to add to your score. Hisashi goes on to explain the traps set up around the exam area, the 0-point robots, which Izuku makes a mental note to avoid. He's feeling a little anxious about the practical, already knowing he's going to have a disadvantage to students who have more physical quirks than him. Sounds like they're splitting up people from the same middle school, Hitoshi mumbles to him, so we can't help each other out. Izuku nods, scratching at the snakeskin on his arms. The patches of it have grown since he was a child, now roughly taking up a third of his body. It's impossible to hide or ignore, and Izuku wonders if someday he'll be totally covered in the stuff. Stop doing that, you'll rip your scales off, Hitoshi tells him, gently tugging Izuku's hand. Izuku blushes, crossing his arms and bouncing his leg instead. They're split up shortly after, wishing good luck to each other before heading into separate exam halls. The written exam is easy, Izuku having studied for a long time for it. He also happens to be very interested in heroics in general, on top of getting good grades in his school subjects. He finishes on the earlier side of things, heading out into the waiting area for the practical exam to begin. He's standing in a group of other students, including the boy with spiky blonde hair that seemed annoyed during his Ash's speech. "All you Fing extras better stay out of my way," he spits out, walking up to the starting line. Izuku says nothing, simply stays towards the edge with his hood pulled up, not wanting anyone to see him and make comments about his face. His eyes, still unsettling to most people, are what Izuku tries to hide. Additionally, his fangs are very long and pointed, easy to see when he speaks. He has a large patch of black snakeskin now on his neck and going up halfway to his cheek, including another on his forehead. His hands have some snakeskin on them too, now, so Izuku keeps his hands shoved in his pockets. Izuku hears anxious talking around him, but he only focuses on thinking about the practical. Once the exam starts, Izuku plans on running to the least inhabited area of the training grounds, which are set up like an abandoned city. He'll take out as many villain points as he can and go from there. "Ready, students," the announcer says, raising a flag up high. "Start." Everyone rushes into the arena instantly, the blonde kid actually exploding himself forward. It's overwhelming, but Izuku comes to his senses quickly, running to the left. Most of the others have run up the center, but Izuku sticks to the shadows. He faces a few robots, taking them out with the hand-to-hand combat he's been taught by his parents. Knowing that he'll need to rack up a lot of points to make it into the passing group, Izuku launches towards the center with everyone else. He's almost reached the main part of the arena where most people are fighting, when he hears a scream to his left. "Help," a girl shrieks, "Someone, please." Izuku turns to see a terrified-looking girl pinned to the ground by some metal. One of the massive zero-point robots is stepping closer to her, and in a few moments, she'll be crushed. Izuku knows logically the UA staff would never allow a student to be grievously injured or killed in an exam, but he'd have to be a monster to ignore her desperate cries for help. He runs forward as fast as he can, thinking about everything he knows about the robots. He doesn't think he can actually stop the thing, but he can at least protect the girl from getting hurt. Izuku rushes over to her, trying to move the metal that's covering her. Please, I'm stuck," she cries, "I can't get it off." Izuku tries to move the metal with all his strength, but it's stuck in the ground. He can't see well due to his hood, so he yanks it off his head and keeps trying to budge the metal. "It's going to crush you," she screams, and Izuku looks up in horror to see the robot's foot bearing down on them. In a last-ditch effort, he throws his body over hers. He's pretty sure the robot will stop before it crushes them, but he wants her to have some protection, just in case. "Get my hand free," she screams desperately. "Come on, pull it." Izuku grabs her arm and yanks it so her hand pops free and she touches the steel beam on top of her. The beam begins to rise and Izuku watches in shock as it floats up, giving them time to dash out of the way as the robot steps down, continuing on its way. The girl must have some kind of anti-gravity quirk. She's shaking and Izuku is breathing hard, both of them pale as they stand there, trembling. Thanks," she says with a watery smile. You put yourself in between that robot and me. Why?" Izuku realizes in that moment his hood is off, anxiety running through him as he pulls it back up over his head. He doesn't have any words to say to her, this stranger, so he just runs off, heart pounding with anxiety. He hasn't gotten enough points yet. He needs to fight more robots. Exam over. All students, report back to the front. It was too late. He tries not to feel too disappointed as he walks back towards the front with the others. If he doesn't make it, he can always enroll in the General Studies course and then make it into the Hero course at the sports festival. That's how Aizawa ended up in the Hero course, after all. Shaking off his disappointment, Izuku takes some time to look around at the other students. The girl he helped is shooting him glances that Izuku ignores, feeling very exposed. He notices a few other kids with mutation quirks like his, notably a tall student with multiple arms and a girl who appears to be hopping. The hopping girl intrigues him. He watches her for a while, realizing that she must have some kind of animal mutation quirk like his, if the long tongue hanging out of her mouth is anything to go by. It's nice to see a few others like him with mutation quirks, hoping that whichever class he ends up in at UA, he'll have at least one person with him that understands. They're excused back to the front of the school and Izuku looks all over for Hitoshi. Soon enough, He spots his purple hair and rushes over, eager to know how his friend did. "How'd you do?" Hitoshi asks him when Izuku runs up. Izuku just shrugs. He doesn't feel like he has many words to say right now, so he just tilts his hand in a SOSO gesture. Used to the times when Izuku doesn't speak, Hitoshi doesn't make a big deal of it. "Yeah, same. I mean, I kicked robot butt, don't get me wrong, I just don't know if it was enough to weigh against the others who had more physical quirks, especially since we couldn't use support items." Izuku nods, wrapping his arms around his middle. That girl, she had seen his face and said nothing at all, didn't even seem fazed. He knows he had tried to save her, so maybe she was just grateful, but he's surprised that she didn't even flinch. In fact, no one's giving him or Hitoshi weird looks as they walk. He figures that most people are distracted by the exam, and also no one here knows Hitoshi has a brainwashing quirk, but it's still odd to not have people whispering about them as they walk together. "Hey, your parents said to meet them in the teacher's lounge," Hitoshi says, tugging Izuku's sleeve. "Hisashi was running my section of the practical, he caught me at the end of it." They turn to head into UA, exhaustion on both of their faces. Izuku honestly feels like he could collapse as they walk up the stairs, pushing his hood down when they walk inside the school. It's empty, cleared out other than the teachers who were watching the exams in the observation room. Izuku and Hitoshi walk up to the teacher's lounge, heading in and making themselves comfortable on the couch while they wait for his parents. It's chilly in UA, the air conditioning is blasting, and Izuku feels his eyes begin to droop closed. Hitoshi notices, pulling off his sweatshirt and wordlessly handing it to Izuku, who drapes it over his legs to bundle up. Izuku makes a mental note to always wear warm clothes to UA, as the temperature tends to run cold inside the school. "You're not going to hibernate, are you?" Hitoshi asks teasingly, "Remember when we were like 10 and there was that huge snowstorm and you slept for 3 days straight? Worst 3 days at school ever for me." Izuku huffs a laugh, bringing a hand up over his eyes. He still doesn't feel much like talking, still exhausted from the exam. They sit in comfortable silence for 10 minutes or so, until Izuku hears his parents enter the room. "Great job, you two," Hisashi says, clapping his hands together. "I was able to see a little of each of you in the practicals, looking good out there." Izuku winces, doubting his dad saw the end of the exam, then. "Yes, it was impressive, your training paid off," Aizawa says, sounding as tired as Izuku feels. "Hitoshi, your mom says you can stay the night. What do you kids say we order in some pizza and watch movies?" Izuku perks up, nodding enthusiastically as Hitsushi grins. They head out with Aizawa and Hisashi back to the apartment, all four of them tired from the events of the day. Izuku hasn't said much today at all, anxiety still churning inside of him from the practical exams. He has no concerns about the written exam, but is still not positive that he earned enough points for the practical. Once in the apartment, Izuku changes into his coziest sweatpants and long-sleeved shirt, bundling up on the couch in a blanket. Hitoshi sits down next to him, smiling when he sees Izuku all but hidden under the huge blanket. "So, got any words today, or nah?" Hitoshi asks. Izuku considers. He could talk a little now that he's home. "A little," Izuku mumbles with a yawn, "tired." "Yeah, same," Hitoshi groans. "Did you two seriously have to sick that many robots on us?" The last part was directed towards Aizawa and Hisashi, both of whom look not the least bit sheepish. Hisashi grins, winking at them before he goes back to placing their pizza order on the computer. Aizawa just sighs, pouring a cup of coffee for himself and sitting at the table next to his husband. "Come on, you knew it was going to be tough," Aizawa reasons, "so talk. We didn't get to see too much of your practicals. How do you think it went?" Hitoshi goes first, explaining that he had managed to destroy a large number of the robots simply with the martial arts skills he had learned over the last few years. It sounds like he had done very well, and Izuku is proud of his friend. "How about you, kid?" Aizawa asks Izuku. Izuku swallows, keeping himself bundled. "I did okay. Fought a lot of robots. At the end, though, I messed up." "What do you mean?" Hisashi asks curiously. Izuku doesn't feel like he has enough words to explain today. "I tried to help someone," Izuku says, "but I didn't get any points in the last few minutes." Not sure I did enough. Aizawa and Hisashi share a look before Hisashi smiles. Kiddo, I'm sure it was good enough. Besides, if you tried to save someone, that'll definitely get you some rescue points, promise. We can't talk too much about how the exams are graded, and your dad and I won't be allowed to weigh in on yours, but don't stress. It sounds like the two of you did just fine. Izuku hopes so. All he can do now is wait to find out. A few days later, the exam results arrive. Izuku is extremely relieved to find out that not only has he made the hero course, he's been placed in Class 1A, his dad's class. His determination to rescue the girl from the 0-pointer had given him enough points to pass in the top 20. It's like a dream come true, especially when he finds out that Hitoshi has made it in as well. We did it. Hitoshi shouts to him over the phone, "We're UA students, Aizu." I know, I can't believe it, Izuku smiles. It's going to be crazy, going to class with my parents as teachers. Oh yeah, I hadn't even thought about that, Hitoshi laughs. So, are you going to go by your first name, then? I'm assuming you want to keep it quiet that you're related. Izuku sighs. Yeah, I mean, even if I did tell them, it would be confusing for both my dad and I to go by Aizawa. I'll just stick with Izuku. When Izuku had been adopted years ago, his parents had given him Aizawa as a surname due to the increase in present MIC's popularity. As an underground hero, Eraserhead wasn't as well known, whereas if Izuku had taken Yamada as a last name, he might have been connected to Hisashi by the media and gotten a lot of attention. It's still quiet that they are a family, and all three of them like to keep it that way. Are you worried? Hitoshi asks after a long minute, about the other people in our class. Do you think they'll be afraid of us, like at Sumi? Izuku's stomach twists. I don't know. I hope not. The others at the exam seemed okay with me, even the girl who saw my face. Hopefully, it'll be fine. Izuku doesn't really believe it, but maybe things at UA will be different. He and Hitoshi talk for hours into the evening about what they think their classmates will be like, and Izuku is left feeling hopeful, excited, and a little anxious. There's a lot to plan and prepare for, but is looking forward to a new experience at UA. Izuku knows he should really be getting more sleep before his first day at UA, but when he wakes up at 4 in the morning, he knows there will be no getting back to bed. Anxiety has been churning in his gut since last night, worried about how the first day will go. Accepting the fact that he won't be getting back to sleep, Izuku takes a shower and changes into his UA uniform. He's just finished tying his tie when he hears his parents wake up, beginning to start breakfast. Izuku takes some time to sit under the heating lamp in his room, enjoying the energy that it gives him. When he's nice and warm, Izuku stands up and heads into the hallway, pleased when he smells scrambled eggs, still one of his favorite meals. Hisashi is in the kitchen, scooping 3 bowls of rice and topping them with the eggs and some scallions. Izuku smiles, remembering the first meal that he had eaten with his parents all those years ago. Good morning. Hisashi calls cheerfully, already in his hero costume, "Are you ready for your first day, kiddo?" Izuku nods, moving to help set the table. By the time he's finished, Hisashi's put the food out and Aizawa comes out of the bedroom, also in his hero costume and looking as if he hasn't slept in weeks. Dad, Izuku sighs when he sees him, "Did you sleep at all last night?" Aizawa just grunts, heading into the kitchen and pouring an absurdly large cup of coffee for himself before sitting down at the table. Hisashi reaches over, squeezing his husband's arm. "Come on, eat up you too," Hisashi says. "Big day today. Aizu, have you decided what you want them to call you in class?" Izuku nods, finishing chewing before he says, "Yes, I think I'll go with Izuku. I mean, they're going to find out eventually we're related, but I just don't want it to be on my first day. That's too much pressure." Aizawa raises an eyebrow from over his coffee mug. "Pressure? What do you mean?" "I'm already going to stand out like a sore thumb," Izuku says, absent-mindedly scratching the scales on his neck, "and if they know my surname, it'll just be pressure to be at the top of the class. Plus, some people will probably think I'm only in the hero course because of special treatment." Hisashi frowns, "You earned your place. No one will think that. And if they insinuate it, I'll just expel them," Aizawa says, making Hisashi roll his eyes. Izuku grins, knowing his dad is kidding, turning to finish the rest of his food. Once they're done with breakfast and everyone's ready to go, they head over to UA. It's still early, so Izuku's the first student there. Hisashi waves goodbye to them, heading off to his English classroom while Izuku follows Aizawa to 1A. Izuku's been in his dad's classroom multiple times, but never as an enrolled student. It feels different going to class knowing that he's a student here now, part of the school. They enter the giant door to 1A, Izuku heading for his desk. Do you mind putting one of these on each desk? Aizawa asks him, holding out a stack of papers. It's the syllabus. Izuku nods, putting one paper on each desk. He tries not to glance at his reflection in the windows. Izuku's used to not having his face covered in school, but has been with his classmates at Sumi since he was 5. He hasn't had to show his face to a new group of people in a long time, unless he counts the entrance exams. Doing okay? Aizawa asks, and Izuku shoots his head up, blushing in embarrassment. Yeah, Izuku says from the back row where he's finished placing the last paper, just anxious to meet everyone. There's a silence before Aizawa says gently, "It'll be all right, kid. Remember, you're in my class. Do you honestly think I'm going to let anyone pick on you? Plus, Hitoshi's in your class. And Ida. You're not alone, and you'll make new friends." Izuku nods, a small bit of relief coursing through him at his dad's reassurance. They sit in comfortable silence for a while before Aizawa steps out to go get something from the printer. When the door opens next, Izuku's relieved to see Hitoshi walk through. He looks half asleep still, his tie on crooked and bags under his eyes. Izuku smiles fondly, pointing Hitoshi to his desk. "It's so early," Hitoshi groans, dropping his head down on the desk. "Izuku, please tell my mom I love her if your dad kills me for sleeping through homeroom." Grinning, Izuku moves to lean against the desk next to Hitoshi's, smiling at his friend's antics. "You've got to stay awake, Toshi, you know how my dad is on the first day. It's going to be ruthless. Remember what he did that class a while back? You mean when he expelled them all for one day and re-enrolled them to teach them a lesson?" Hitoshi groans, "Yes, I remember that." They chat for a while and slowly but surely their new classmates enter the room. Some seem anxious, like Izuku, and others excited. Izuku recognizes a couple, the girl he had helped in the entrance exams, Ida, and the spiky blonde-haired boy who had an attitude during the practical. Izuku moves away from Hitoshi's desk and back to his own when the class begins to fill up. He sees a few people's gazes linger on him for longer than normal, probably taken aback by his appearance, but no one seems openly hostile. Izuku tries not to stare anyone down for too long, but he can't help it when Sshoto Todoroki walks in. Sshoto looks almost exactly the way Izuku remembers, his red and white hair split down the center. Instead of a bandage on his face, there's a large scar. Izuku's thought about Sshoto now and again over the years, wondering if he still has Izuku's beloved cat plush. Sshoto looks at him, too, and Izuku blushes after an uncomfortable moment, looking away. Sshoto doesn't seem to be hostile or disgusted, more like he recognized Izuku as well. Izuku supposes that they are both distinctive enough to remember, given their looks. The class is full now and Ida is busy yelling at the boy with blonde hair, who has his feet up on his desk. There's a group of girls chatting excitedly together in one corner of the room, and a boy with electricity sparking off of him is laughing loudly. It's sensory overload for Izuku's sharp hearing, and he hunches his shoulders a little, hoping everyone will quiet down soon. His wishes are granted when the front door of the classroom swings open and Aizawa walks through, looking serious. The class immediately quiets down and Izuku feels much more relaxed now that his dad is here. Looking at the other students, it doesn't appear that the feeling is mutual. "I am Sshoto Aizawa, Pro Hero Eraserhead," he says, standing at the front of the room. "I am your homeroom teacher. Today is your first day at UA, where your training in the hero course begins. Now, I want you all to change into your gym uniforms in the locker rooms and meet me on the baseball diamond in 10 minutes. But sir," a girl with an invisibility quirk asks, "what about the entrance ceremony? It starts soon, doesn't it?" Aizawa stares at her for a long moment before he says, "If ceremonies and useless wastes of time are more important to you than your education, by all means, the doors are right there. General Education and Class 1B and 1C still have seats available if that's where you would rather be. In my class, we will use every minute to prepare you for what it's like to be hero. I refuse to waste time. The girl sits down and Izuku sees a few people looking a bit pale. He supposes if he didn't know what a softie his dad was, this would come off as pretty intimidating. What are you waiting for? Aizawa asks, get moving. Baseball diamond. 8 minutes. Everyone gets up and rushes to the locker rooms, talking anxiously. Izuku looks at Hitoshi who smirks back, the two of them used to Aizawa's antics. In the locker rooms, Izuku tries to change in the corner so no one will notice his large swaths of snake skin. When everyone's changed, they head out of the locker rooms to where Aizawa is waiting for them out on the field. There's nothing set up, Aizawa's just standing near home plate, holding a baseball in his hand, standing in a small white circle on the field. Something tells me we're not about to play an inning, a guy with red hair behind Izuku mutters. The whole class stands around Aizawa, who gives them a level look before he begins speaking. Today, we will test the maximum capabilities of your quirks, Aizawa says. It is the most logical way to assess you and see where you are ranked against your classmates. Bakugo, step forward into the circle. The boy with the spiky blonde hair and attitude problem walks towards Aizawa, looking unimpressed. Bakugo here had the highest score of anyone on the practical examination. Aizawa says evenly, holding out the baseball, take this. Use your quirk and throw it as far as you can. Bakugo grins, looking a little bloodthirsty, before he reels his arm back and launching the ball, screaming die. A small explosion repels it forward and the ball shoots into the distance while on fire. Izuku thinks it's a little over the top. Aizawa turns and shows a monitor to everyone, showing Bakugo had thrown the ball over 600 meters. Everyone will take turns throwing, Aizawa says calmly, you may use any means necessary, just stay inside this circle. Izuku watches as his classmates throw. The girl with the gravity quirk, who he learns is called Uraraka, touches the ball and it floats away, Aizawa showing the infinity sign to the class on the monitor. Next to him, Hitoshi grins, clearly already planning something. When Hitoshi's turn comes, he stands in the circle and turns to Uraraka. Hey, Uraraka. Her eyes glaze over before she can finish talking, and Hitoshi grins. Step forward and touch the baseball, Hitoshi says, and Uraraka does, sending the ball to infinity again. Sensei, he didn't throw it himself, someone protests while Uraraka shakes her head, her eyes clearing up. So, Aizawa retorts, may I ask where in the directions I said you couldn't ask each other for help? A silence follows this and Izuku can't help but smile. He's proud of Hitoshi, and of his dad. Hitoshi apologizes to Uraraka for using his quirk without asking, but she tells him it's alright. A few other people go, but still no one asks for help. Todoroki launches the ball with an ice spear, sending it almost the same distance as Bakugo. Ida runs in a circle, charging up his speed and engines before turning and launching the ball an impressive 300 meters. Izuku is one of the last to be called, stepping forward into the circle. He has been developing a plan, looking around the field for an item he can use. Close to where he's standing is an old metal pole, probably used for tetherball at some point. Izuku walks over just before his turn and yanks it out of the ground. He heads into the circle and tosses the ball up in the air, whacking it hard with the metal pole. It doesn't go nearly as far as some of his classmates, but is not in last place at least. Smart kid, Aizawa says under his breath as he passes him. All right, Kirishima, you're up. When the baseball throw is over, Aizawa runs them through obstacle courses, jumps, and other physical exercises. Izuku knows that physical and mental aspects play into heroics, but the physical side is one that not many people have trained. Izuku's slight edge on speed, hearing, and vision gives him an advantage, along with the training he's had with his parents. He ends up placing in the middle of everyone, which is pretty decent if he says so himself. Aizawa had threatened to expel the person who did the worst, but he calls his own bluff at the last minute, to everyone's relief. When the tests are over, it's already lunchtime, and Izuku and Hitoshi change back into their clothes and head to the lunchroom with everyone else. Izuku's picked up a few people's names and quirks, but some stand out to him more than others. Firstly, Shoto Todoroki, who seems just as quiet as Izuku. He's very determined, if his attitude on the tests are anything to go by, but seems stoic and doesn't seem to have any interest in talking to people. Additionally, the girl he remembers seeing hopping at the entrance exam, Tsuyu Asui, who apparently has a frog quirk in the same way Izuku has a snake quirk. He's actually dying to meet her. Another student, Shoji, has a mutation quirk as well, and Izuku is relieved to know he's not alone in class. After he picks up Katsuden from lunch rush, Izuku settles down at a long table with everyone else, sitting across from Hitoshi. Lots of people in his class are shouting and talking over each other, introducing themselves and seeming to be having a good time. Asui sits down to his right, and Izuku feels brave, turning to introduce himself to her. Before he can say anything, she stares at him for a long moment. "So, you're a snake, then?" she asks, making a ribbit sound after her question. Izuku just nods, a little taken aback by the directness of the question. "Cool, I'm a frog. Call me Tsuyu," she says, making that same ribbit noise again. Izuku wonders if she ribbits during all of her sentences and if she can control it. Tsuyu doesn't seem to have too many physical attributes of a frog, beyond her long tongue, but it's still nice to talk to someone who can understand him. Izuku," he says quietly, his first words to one of his new classmates, "I remember you. From the entrance exam." She tilts her head. "I don't usually meet people with animal quirks, apart from my family. Do your parents have snake quirks, too?" He shakes his head, feeling a little more relaxed. Tsuyu is nice, it's hard to feel anxious around her. "This is my best friend, Hitoshi Shinsu," Izuku says quietly, pointing to Hitoshi who waves his hand at Tsuyu. "We went to elementary and middle school together." "Nice to meet you, Shinsu. Call me Tsuyu." The rest of lunch is nice, the three of them talking together and even laughing a little bit. Todoroki, on Hitoshi's other side, keeps glancing at them, but doesn't join the conversation. Izuku makes a mental note to reach out to him. He thinks Todoroki seems nice, just quiet. "Come on, it's time for heroics." Uraraka calls, "We've got class with All Might, can you believe it?" Izuku had honestly forgotten about their heroics class with the number 1 hero. All Might's assignment to UA is a bit strange, all things considered, especially since he's the number 1 hero. Hisashi's been in and out of the top 10, so Izuku knows firsthand how busy they are, but the top 3 heroes are consistently mobbed for attention and time by all sorts of people, not just the villains they are working to apprehend. Izuku finds it strange that someone so busy would choose to teach, an extremely busy job in its own right. In heroics class, All Might bursts through the door and begins talking a mile a minute. Many of his classmates are watching the hero, starry-eyed, but Izuku feels like hunkering down at his desk and hiding. All Might is too loud and it's making his ears hurt. "All right everyone, to ground beta." All Might calls enthusiastically, and everyone heads to change into their hero uniforms. They're spending the afternoon practicing a battle simulation, and will need to be in full gear to do it. Izuku's costume is one he had spent a few years designing with his parents and Hitoshi. He had initially wanted something that would cover all of him, but has discovered his snake skin is actually very durable in comparison to his human skin. His outfit is a simple black jumpsuit, made out of material to emulate his snakeskin. His feet, almost entirely snakeskin now, are left completely uncovered, not needing shoes since he grips better on different surfaces with them. He doesn't have any kind of mask or hood, not wanting to obscure his vision. Around his neck is a capture weapon similar to Aizawa's, and he has a bow staff on his back. Once dressed, Izuku feels comfortable. He's actually trained in prototypes of this outfit a few times before, so it doesn't feel too strange to wear it. Hitoshi is dressed too, wearing a voice changer over the bottom half of his face, goggles that emulate Aizawa's, a capture weapon, and an assortment of knives and other weapons. Izuku's always thought Hitoshi looks like a ninja. Together, they head down to the training grounds. UA has a large collection of them, each themed after a different kind of environment. This one appears to be a cityscape. All Might has them gather in an observation deck with a glass window that looks out across the city. "All right, everyone." All Might booms, clapping his hands together. The noise makes Izuku wince. "Today, we will be having a battle trial. All of you will be split randomly into teams of 2 and assigned either hero or villain status. Villain teams, your job is to protect a nuclear reactor inside one of the buildings, or to capture the heroes within the time limit. Heroes, it will be your job to secure the reactor, or to defeat the villains. Questions. 𝐒𝐿 looks out over the landscape where they will be doing the battle trial. He sees plenty of shadows and places to hide. Besides, 𝐒𝐿 knows he can look really unsettling if he wants to. Alright, up first. Villain team, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Hero team, Shouto Todoroki and Izuku Aizawa. 𝐒𝐿 blanches as the class immediately begins to whisper. No way! Aizawa. Like our teacher, Aizawa. Kaminari asks, sounding shocked. Bro, seriously, the boy with red hair asks, dude, is he really your dad? 𝐒𝐿 feels a little betrayed. Surely his parents told the rest of the staff to keep it a secret. Sighing and knowing he has no choice but to respond, 𝐒𝐿 just nods. Teasage, Bakugo huffs, crossing his arms. 𝐒𝐿 isn't sure why he's annoyed, but he doesn't push it. There's still lots of whispers and stares, and All Might looks a little thrown. Yes, well, teams take to your stations, All Might says, you have 3 minutes to prepare a strategy. 𝐒𝐿 walks over to Todoroki while Bakugo and Ida head inside the building to where the reactor is stored. So, Todoroki says quietly, do you have a plan, Aizawa? Call me 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 says instantly, face hot, yeah, but I don't know if it's the best one. Todoroki looks at him, blinking once before saying, I'd like to hear it. 𝐒𝐿 nods. Well, I don't know much about Bakugo yet, but he seems really angry and prone to strong reactions. I think I could use that to my quirk's advantage. And while I'm distracting him, you could go after the reactor. My guess is Bakugo will have Ida guard it while he comes looking for you. For me. Todoroki asks, why? 𝐒𝐿 shrugs, I don't think he thinks I'm a threat. It's obvious that you're just as strong as he is, if not stronger. I'm getting the feeling he doesn't like that. It's a good plan, Todoroki reasons. All right, let's do that, then. They get into position, waiting for All Might to call start on the exercise. Once he does, Todoroki is off like a shot, heading towards the inside of the building. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐿 sticks to the shadows of the building, heading inside through one of the ground floors. He smells something strange, a kind of sickly sweet smell that turns his stomach at the same time, almost like gasoline. Remembering Bakugo's explosion quirk, 𝐒𝐿 figures that means he's nearby. 𝐒𝐿 stays in the shadows, moving as quietly as a ghost until he spots Bakugo stalking through the hallway, not even trying to hide himself. It's pretty arrogant, and 𝐒𝐿 is annoyed that Bakugo seems to be underestimating them so much. 𝐒𝐿 ups to crouch, slowing down his heart rate to slow down his breathing. He waits until Bakugo gets closer to him, waiting until the very last second to jump out in front of him. He uses the surprise of the moment to pin Bakugo to the ground by his arms, baring his fangs and hissing his face. What the F? Bakugo snarls, trying to wrench up one of his gauntlets to shoot at 𝐒𝐿. Get the F off of me, but... 𝐒𝐿 hisses again, flaring his irises. He knows he looks threatening to other people when he does this, fully using it to his advantage in this situation. Bakugo doesn't look scared, mostly just annoyed, but he can see a little bit of fear in his expression, especially as 𝐒𝐿 leans forward. If you bite me I will kill you, you freak, Bakugo snarls, and that only makes 𝐒𝐿 more determined not to let him up. He doesn't move or say anything, just keeps Baku pinned for another 10 seconds until he hears All Might call the exercise. Shouto Todoroki has made contact with the reactor. Hero team wins. Students, please return to the observation deck for analysis. 𝐒𝐿 instantly leaps off Bakugo, putting his fangs away. Bakugo looks livid, but 𝐒𝐿 hasn't done anything wrong, so he simply turns to head back to the observation deck. Now wait just a goddamn second, Bakugo snarls, putting a hand on 𝐒𝐿's shoulder. Where the hell do you think you're going? Where do you get off, pinning me down with a cheap move like that? 𝐒𝐿 just blinks at him, confused. That was the point of the exercise. To stop you, he says. Bakugo is literally steaming, so 𝐒𝐿 just turns to keep walking back. Bakugo grabs him again, whipping him back around, and Izuku begins to get annoyed. What? Izuku asks, folding his arms, All Might told us to come back. Yeah, well I'm not finished, Bakugo seethes, come on, fight me for real. You're really Eraserhead's kid. Prove it by fighting me, fair and square. Izuku just stares at him, not understanding what the big deal is. Does Bakugo really hate losing that much? He doesn't respond, relieved when Todoroki and Ida both exit the building. Nice work, Todoroki says to Izuku, walking with him back to the class, it was a good plan. Thanks, Izuku says quietly, feeling Bakugo glaring daggers into the back of his head. They head back into the observation area, where All Might begins to analyze their trial. So, does anyone have any comments? All Might asks, clapping his hands together. A few people raise their hands to offer commentary, but Izuku is just trying not to draw attention to himself. He was hoping after the trial, people would forget that All Might had called his last name, but judging by the looks he's receiving, he doubts it. When the last battle trial ends, Bakugo storms past him as Izuku flinches, not liking that someone in class seems to dislike him so much already. Don't worry about him, Todoroki says quietly, he's angry because you outsmarted him. He'll get over it. Izuku's surprised that Todoroki would even bother, but he appreciates it nonetheless. After they change back into their uniforms and start heading to class, Izuku is suddenly surrounded by a few of his classmates. So, is Aizawa-sensei really your dad? A girl, Mina if Izuku remembers right, asks excitedly, that's so crazy. Is he as intense at home as he is in class? Ooh, does that mean Aizawa-sensei is married? Izuku is extremely uncomfortable with the attention, not sure of how much his parents want him to say. Obviously, saying that present MIC is his father too is totally out of the question, they've kept it a secret for years. He decides to be as honest as possible, without revealing the truth. Yes, he's my dad, Izuku says quietly, and he is married. Oh my gosh. Mina squeals, okay. So, who's he married to? Come on, no one knows anything about Eraserhead. Tell us. That's on purpose, Hitoshi says smoothly, and Izuku feels instant relief. Come on, Aizawa is an underground hero. His private life is supposed to be private. All Might wasn't even supposed to read off Izuku's last name. He messed up, that's the only reason why you know. Leave him alone. Geez, we were just wondering, the invisible girl huffs. Come on, Shinsu, don't be such a buzzkill, we just want to get to know everyone better. Izuku is relieved for Hitoshi as his quick-witted friend banters with the girls for a moment, effectively steering the conversation away from him and his dad. Once they get back to class, if Aizawa notices more people staring at him and whispering, he doesn't say anything. He dismisses them all for the day, telling them to get enough sleep. Izuku waits until everyone has left the classroom, even Hitoshi, before he groans and drops his face down on his desk. His dad walks over, leaning against the desk next to Izuku's. Rough first day? Aizawa asks him and Izuku nods. All Might accidentally said my last name, Izuku mumbles, and Bakugo hates me. Aizawa sighs, sounding as exhausted as Izuku feels. Well, that's unfortunate. I think Bakugo hates most of you all right now, if that helps. He'll work on it. Come on, kid. Let's get your dad and go home. The first week at UA is more eventful than Izuku was expecting. After the excitement of the battle trial, he had expected a few slower days, but Izuku was proven wrong. Currently, he's sitting in the lunchroom covering his ears while people scream and shout in panicked voices around him. It had been a normal day up until lunch. Class 1A had all sat down with their food when an alarm had started blaring, and announcement came over the PA about an intruder alert. Most of the students had started panicking, all running for the exit. The sound had overwhelmed Izuku, who had instantly covered his ears. He saw Jiru, the girl from his class with the earphone jack quirk, doing the same thing down the table. Hitoshi put a steady hand on Izuku's shoulder, but the noise is overwhelming. Just as he begins to screw his eyes shut, Izuku is distracted to see Ida floating above everyone, using Uraraka's quirk to levitate. Everyone, remain calm. Ida calls, please, we are UA students. I know we can think rationally. Calm down and exit in an orderly fashion. Shockingly, the speech works, and the noise in the cafeteria calms down. When the horde of rampaging students stops running, Izuku and the others file out after them, everyone exiting the building. A short while later, a few teachers tell them the threat is over, and to come back inside, but no other explanation is given. Once in their homeroom, 1A decides unanimously to elect Ida as class president, given how well he handled the situation earlier. Once everything has settled down from the intruder alert, 1A is settled in their seats for homeroom. Aizawa walks in and Izuku winces, able to tell immediately that his dad is worried. His appearance doesn't change much, and it's probably undetectable to those who don't know him well, but Izuku can see it in the tension in his shoulders and his furrowed brow. "All right, settle down," Aizawa says. "I know it's been an eventful afternoon, but Sensei. What happened? What triggered the alarm?" Kaminari interrupts. "Yeah, we're dying to know, sir." Aizawa raises an eyebrow, obviously unimpressed with the interruption. "It is nothing you need to worry about. The situation has been handled." The next person who interrupts with an off-topic question gets detention. Silence follows this as the class calms down. Aizawa sighs, pointing his remote at the projector and bringing up some images on the board. "This is the USJ, or Unforeseen Simulation Joint," he says, showing pictures of the building. "It's a training facility for rescue operations. Later this week, we will be attending a field trip there with the Rescue Hero 13. This is an invaluable opportunity, and I expect that you will be on your best behavior and represent UA to the best of your ability." A clamor of questions arises and Izuku turns to share an excited look with Hitoshi. The USJ is a place he's never seen before, but one that he's read a lot about. It's essentially like a massive theme park for heroics practice and it's state-of-the-art. All thoughts of what happened at lunch out of his mind, Izuku can't wait to see the USJ in person. The morning of the field trip arrives and Izuku is currently on a bus with the rest of 1A. Everyone's in their hero costumes and Izuku's sitting next to Hitoshi on the bus, taking the short ride to the USJ. The class is loud, excited to see the facility for themselves. "What do you think about being a rescue hero?" Hitoshi asks Izuku, "Like, disaster relief and stuff?" Izuku thinks about it, but all he sees is a flash of the first time he saw his parents' faces, when they saved him in the streets. "I think you'd be good at it, Hitoshi. Your quirk is perfect for it. You could help with hostage negotiations and stuff, too." "Yeah, I guess," Hitoshi yawns, resting his head on the window. "You'd be good at it too, you know." Izuku shrugs, not sure of how to voice what he's thinking. A little shiver runs up his back, which Hitoshi notices, glancing at Izuku's costume with worry. "They should have installed some thermal conductors in your suit," Hitoshi murmurs, slinging an arm over Izuku's shoulders. "Do you want me to ask them to turn down the AC?" Izuku shakes his head, feeling a little sleepy. "No, I might nap a bit though." "Go for it," Hitoshi says. "I'll wake you up when we get there." When Izuku becomes aware of himself. Again, Hitoshi's shaking his shoulder. The bus isn't moving and they're right outside the USJ, the Rescue Hero 13 outside waving at them from the pavement. "You slept for about 15 minutes, Hitoshi says, stretching. "We're about to get off. You good?" Izuku nods, standing and following Hitoshi off of the bus. They file off, heading around 13 who waves at them with a cheerful expression. "Hi, welcome to the USJ. 13 says, "Come on in, I'll give you the tour." Izuku's eyes widen when they head through the doors, staring at the expanse of the USJ in front of them. He can see each area of the facility, the abandoned city, the desert, the water zone. It's like an amusement park, except without the rides. "As you can see, we're equipped to practice any kind of rescue operation," 13 says. "From forest fires and earthquakes to hurricanes and tsunamis, we can simulate anything here. Today, we'll start with working on rescue operations in the water. Eraserhead and I will split you up into 2 groups. We'll have some of you act as those in need of rescue, while the others," 13 keeps explaining, but Izuku tunes the words out. Something is making the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He can see a few of his classmates tensing as well, looking unsettled. Aizawa and 13 seem fine. but Izuku senses something off. It lasts a few seconds, but he finally sees the cause of his unease in the distance. A strange black and purple swirling mist appears, and 3 figures step through a kind of portal. First comes a person who looks like they're made out of the mist themselves, wearing what looks like a 3-piece suit and staring at them with glowing yellow eyes. Next to him is a hulking creature on all 4s, with its brain exposed. The third figure catches Izuku's attention the most, an oddly casual, thin figure covered in what looked disturbingly like severed hands, with their hands in their pockets. "Everyone, stay back," Aizawa says calmly, sliding down his goggles over his eyes. Izuku watches with a sinking feeling in his stomach as more of the strange portals appear all over the USJ. Dozens of people begin to pour through, and it becomes abundantly clear that this is no training exercise. "Get behind 13, Aizawa continues, "these are real villains. Do not engage. I will protect you until help arrives." "We can't call for help, there's no signal," Kaminari says, looking at his phone in a panic. "What do we do?" "Ida, go," Aizawa says, voice tight as more and more villains, hundreds now, pour into the USJ. "Get to UA as fast as you can." "But Sensei-now, Ida!" Aizawa shouts, and Ida turns, running through the doors behind him. Not a moment later, the doors slam shut. Kirishima slams into them, using his hardening quirk to try and bash through the doors, but something is bearing them, making it impossible for anyone else to escape. The class is still behind 13, but Izuku's eyes are only on Aizawa. His dad is walking towards the oncoming horde of villains, no fear or tension in his body. Izuku knows his dad is a professional, but has never seen him in action before, and certainly never with such unbalanced numbers. As an underground hero, Aizawa specializes in undercover missions and usually one-on-one combat. This is nothing like that. "Dad, stop!" Izuku cries, completely forgetting himself. "You can't, there's too many of them. You can't use your quirk like this." He sees a few people look between him and Aizawa with panicked expressions, but Izuku doesn't care what anyone else thinks right now. It's his dad. "Don't worry, kid," Aizawa smiles. "What have I always told you? You can't be a pro hero with only one trick up your sleeve." Izuku watches with anxiety as his dad leaps down into the fray, immediately engaging the villains in battle. His dad is outnumbered, but the villains are clearly outmatched by Aizawa's skill. Izuku is still terrified watching, wincing every time one of the villains gets close to hitting his dad. "He'll be fine," Hitoshi says, voice tense from next to Izuku. "Come on, it's Aizawa. He always comes back, right? He'll be okay." Izuku clenches his fists. He hates standing here, useless, while his dad fights. He makes a move to lunge forward and help, but Hitoshi grabs his arm. "Don't," he says. "Izuku, don't. Your dad can't watch your back with all of them on his tail. We'd be a liability. He can crush those losers, don't worry." Izuku nods, standing behind 13 with the rest of the class, trying to think of a way out. They are backed into a corner, with no way to help or even run for cover. Before Izuku can do anything, the same black and purple mist swirls around all of them, and he feels a strange sensation swoop over him. When the mist clears, he's surprised to see he's in a totally different part of the USJ. He's surrounded by nothing but what look like abandoned buildings, overturned cars. The earthquake simulation zone. It's dark out here, and Izuku uses the opportunity to move quickly through the shadows, his brain working a mile a minute. If they had all been scattered around the USJ, it's likely there's villains everywhere, not just at the center where his dad is fighting. That means that everyone is in danger. Rationalizing that Ida is on the way to UA for help, Izuku considers that they don't have to fend off the villains for long. Sparing a thought for the heart attack Hisashi is going to have when he finds out what's happening, Izuku makes a decision. If he can make it back to the center, he can help his dad. Izuku runs through the shadows, avoiding the villains he sees, using his exceptional vision to pick up the heat signatures of anyone around him. He doesn't run into any of his classmates, but he hopes that everyone is alright. He makes it back to the center of the USJ quickly, running as fast as he can. The sight he arrives at is one that makes his chest tighten. There's dozens of villains laying on the ground in varying states of unconsciousness and injury, and in the middle of them is Aizawa, still standing but in bad shape. Aizawa's goggles have been ripped of his face, one of the lenses shattered, and one of his arms is hanging limply at his side. Izuku can see BLD on Aizawa's stomach, and his leg looks twisted and painful. Izuku tears his eyes from his dad for a second to eye the other villains and their positions. The villain made of mist, the one that Izuku thinks made the portals, is standing still next to the villain covered in severed hands. The creature with an exposed brain is just staring at Aizawa mindlessly. Aizawa knocks out the last villain and the brain creature suddenly lunges at him, slamming into his dad's side. Aizawa cries out, and Izuku sees red. At the same moment, Izuku sees the villain with the severed hands move. Izuku's heart leaps into his throat. This villain seems dangerous. Something about the nonchalant way he's holding himself is enough to terrify Izuku. Izuku leaps forward, rocketing towards the villain, with the desperate thought that he needs to stop him before he touches Aizawa. Aizawa's eyes widen in shock and fear when he sees Izuku jump forward, lunging and trying to grab him. Izuku's too fast though, and he leaps onto the villain's back, bending down and biting his shoulder as hard as he can before the villain can reach his wounded father. He pays no consideration to his venom, pumping through as much as he can. The villain screeches, reaching behind him and grabbing Izuku's shoulder. Blinding agony surges through Izuku's body for a split second and falls to the ground, grabbing his shoulder where he can feel BLD starting to pool. "What the hell did you do to me, brat?" The villain hisses, already beginning to slur his words from Izuku's venom, stumbling a little. "Take me back. End the mission. Now." Izuku, Aizawa chokes out while the villains vanish through portals, the strange creature included. "Are you alright?" Izuku coughs, opening his eyes to see Aizawa bending over him. He looks terrible. Izuku can tell his dad has at bare minimum one broken bone. You're hurt?" Izuku coughs, hissing in pain. What happened?" "That villain, Shigaraki, he can decay things by touching them." Aizawa breathes, sounding like it is taking every effort to stay conscious. "I erased his quirk a split second after he touched you. He still hurt you, your shoulder's a mess." Izuku tries to sit up, but is dizzy, groaning as he lays back down. I bit him, Dad. I had to. He was gonna kill you." Aizawa shushes him, running a shaky hand through Izuku's hair. "It's okay, you were just doing what you had to. Listen, kid, I'm okay, but I think I need to pass out now." Izuku watches in shock as Aizawa goes unconscious, terrified when his dad drops right in front of him. Izuku sits up, ignoring the wave of dizziness that washes over him. Aizawa looks horrible. His entire side where the monster had hit him was smashed and covered in BLD. His arm is broken and is covered in cuts and bruises. His leg, twisted and mangled. Aizawa's breathing is shallow and painful, but at least he is breathing. He's not dying. His dad's not dead. His dad will be fine, he said he was okay. He's not dead, he's not dead. "Izuku, holy SHD, are you okay?" It's Hitoshi. Hitoshi's here, but Izuku can't look up because he has to watch his dad's chest rise and fall. He has to make sure that he won't. Hitoshi curses, skidding down next to them. "Izuku, listen, your dad's breathing, okay? He's alive. Your shoulder, you're bleeding like crazy, let me put pressure on it." Izuku can hear Hitoshi talking, but he can't process the words. His dad is hurt, and where is Ida? Where is everyone? He can feel someone pressing something against his shoulder, but Izuku can only stare down at his dad. He's dizzy, the pain in his shoulder making him feel a little sick to his stomach. Hitoshi is there, and then Izuku hears more panicked shouts. "Shinsu! Is Aizawa-sensei? Guys, 13's hurt really bad. We need help. Ida should be back any second, just hang in there." Izuku tunes this all out, bringing a hand to his forehead as a wave of dizziness passes through him again. He can feel something running down his arm, and he comes to him that it's probably BLD. He sits there until he can't hold himself up anymore, falling to the side. "Whoa, hey!" Hitoshi says, catching Izuku. "Aizu, are you conscious?" Izuku tries to say something but he can't, keeping his eyes locked on his dad until his eyes begin to fall closed, unable to keep them open. He hears shouting, voices, someone calling his name desperately, and Izuku's eyes blink open. He's not leaning against Hitoshi anymore, though, it's Hisashi, holding Izuku with a panicked expression. "Hey, there's those eyes," Hisashi says with a watery smile, "my favorite eyes. Come on, Izuku, I need you to stay awake, buddy. You've lost a lot of BLD. Izuku coughs. "Dad's hurt." "Yeah, why he is," Hisashi stammers, clearly trying to keep his cool. "He's hurt really bad, Izuku. The medics are working on him now, they're going to get him to the ambulance and then you. Can you stay awake with me until then?" Izuku looks up at his dad. He wants to say yes, but is exhausted from the BLD loss and the panic of seeing Aizawa hurt. "Shigaraki was gonna kill Dad." Izuku coughs, "I bit him really hard." Hisashi's eye twitches for a moment before he just sighs, running his fingers through Izuku's hair. "It's okay, sweetheart, everything's okay." "Could have killed him," Izuku says, squeezing Hisashi's hand. Hisashi shakes his head. "Don't think about it, honey. Just focus on staying awake, okay?" Izuku clings to Hisashi until the medics arrive, putting Izuku on a stretcher and taking him to an ambulance. His last thought is of Aizawa, hoping his dad is alright. When Izuku comes back to himself, he can tell he's in the hospital. He sits up, wincing a little at the ache in his shoulder as he looks down, eyes softening when he sees Hisashi's leather jacket from his hero costume spread over him. Hisashi is currently sleeping in a chair next to Izuku's bed, looking absolutely exhausted. On the other side of him is a hospital bed where Aizawa is lying, still unconscious. He's been wrapped nearly head to toe in bandages and looks awful. Izuku doesn't want to wake up either of his parents, so he pulls Hisashi's leather jacket over his head, the smell of home and the feeling of warmth making his eyes droop closed. He's in a half-asleep state, thinking of everything that had just happened at the USJ. After a while of this, Izuku feels a gentle hand on his shoulder. "You awake in there, bud?" Hisashi asks, voice tired. Izuku slides the coat down, noticing how relieved Hisashi looks to see him awake. "Dad's doing okay," Hisashi says, looking over at Aizawa. "Nurses say he just needs to sleep it off. Recovery girl's already been here twice, she healed you up as best as she could. It'll probably take Dad a couple more days. How are you feeling?" Izuku considers. His shoulder aches a little and he's tired, but other than that, he's okay. "I'm fine," he manages to say. "I'm sorry." "Hey, none of that," Hisashi says, reaching over to squeeze Izuku's hand. "You did what you had to do, both of you did. Hitoshi says he saw you jump in between Shigaraki and your dad, and if you hadn't, Shigaraki would have been able to touch your dad's chest, which would have almost certainly killed him. It was incredibly brave of you to do that, Aizu." Izuku shifts, stomach twisting. "I bit him, though. I could have killed him. He might, what if he's not dead, trust me," Hisashi sighs, leaning back on his chair. "Shigaraki is the leader of a group called the League of Villains. The Hero Commission's released a lot of information on him to us since the USJ. If he went down, the villain world would be in chaos, and my work phone would be ringing off the hook. You stopped him, but you didn't kill him." Izuku nods, feeling a little better. Despite the anger he had felt in the moment, he didn't want to be responsible for killing anyone, even someone like Shigaraki. "When will Dad wake up?" Izuku asks, looking over at Aizawa with worried eyes. "Doc thinks later today," Hisashi says, and Izuku can see the exhaustion in his dad's shoulders, "but he'll have to stay here a few days. You know your dad, I'm preparing myself for a fight." "It'll be 2 against 1, Izuku says, keeping his eyes on Aizawa. "He's not going anywhere until he's healed." A few hours pass, both Hisashi and Izuku sleeping on and off. A nurse comes in every hour to check on them and Aizawa, and finally Recovery Girl returns to heal the last bit of Izuku's shoulder and some more of Aizawa's wounds. "Thank you," Izuku tells her when she's done, feeling even better than he had this morning. "It doesn't hurt at all anymore." "Good," she smiles, patting his knee. "I'm afraid to say Eraserhead will need more sessions with me before he can walk out of here. You two should go home, get some rest." "Not until he wakes up," Hisashi says, looking at his still unconscious husband, "I know he'll be okay, but I don't want him waking up without us here." They wait in the hospital room for a few hours, Izuku still in hospital scrubs. His costume is shredded, covered in BLD and grime, so it's in a bag next to Aizawa's to get cleaned and repaired at UA. He and Hisashi have both eaten lunch, waiting for Aizawa to wake up. Eventually, the machines next to Aizawa begin to beep a little faster and he opens his eyes with a groan. "What the hell?" He coughs, Hisashi rushing over next to him. "Love, you're alright," Hisashi says, in a gentle tone he only uses for his husband and Izuku. "You were banged up pretty bad." "Aizu is totally fine, we're both here." Aizawa processes this while Izuku walks over, sitting next to Hisashi by Aizawa's bedside. "Shigaraki?" Aizawa asks, his voice hoarse and weak. "We don't know," Hisashi says quietly, rubbing his thumb across the back of Izuku's hand. "Pretty sure he's still alive, but the villains cleared out when Izuku bit him." Aizawa looks at Izuku, looking as if he wants to reach for him. "Never do something like that again, kid. You scared the SHT out of me." "Sorry, Dad," Izuku says quietly, "but I couldn't let him kill you." They visit together for a while, until Izuku is officially discharged. Nemurai comes to take him back to the apartment and Hisashi stays with Aizawa in the hospital while Izuku goes home. He's old enough to be at home alone for a while, of course, but it still feels strange to be in the apartment without his parents. He's long gotten over his separation anxiety, but he still feels a little pang of uneasiness when he's alone for too long. Izuku takes the time to shower, do the dishes, take out the trash, and get some laundry going. Fortunately, they have enough groceries to last a while, so he focuses on resting once the apartment is cleaned up, and gets caught up on some homework. Hisashi texts him updates throughout the day, letting him know that they should be home in the morning. Izuku's relieved, of course, but he can't stop thinking about the villain he had bitten. Shigaraki. He hopes that the villain hasn't died, or wasn't permanently damaged by Izuku's poison. Shaking off the thought, Izuku pops on the television and texts Hitoshi to drown out his anxious thoughts. Class the next few days is strange. Everyone's tense, on edge after the USJ, and having subs instead of Aizawa there is making everyone antsy. People tiptoe around Izuku, but he can tell they're all reeling at the injuries both he and his dad had received. Additionally, his entire class knows about Hisashi now as well, which makes him the subject of a lot of gossip and whispers. "Izuku, how's Aizawa-sensei doing?" Uraraka asks him anxiously, "We're all so worried." "He's fine," Izuku replies quietly, "he'll be back today, actually." Sure enough, Aizawa walks into the classroom a few minutes later. Most of his bandages are gone, but he's still walking with a limp, and has a nasty cut across his face that's still healing. "Sensei. It's good to have you back, sir." The class is clearly excited to have him back, but Izuku's stomach twists nervously. Aizawa is still healing and his dad isn't at 100% yet. Is he really up to teaching today? "Alright, settle down everyone," Aizawa says. Calmly, "Listen, first of all, let me say that as your homeroom teacher, I am proud of how each of you acted during the incident at the USJ. Not only did you follow instructions and listen, but you defended one another and the majority of you were not injured. It was a fine display of heroism, and you should all be proud of yourselves." Izuku can see some of his classmates looking stunned. It's not like Aizawa to praise them like this. Given the circumstances, UA was seriously considering cancelling this year's sports festival. However, in the spirit of honoring your grit and determination, the decision was made to go forward with the event this year as planned. Cheers follow this statement and Izuku is surprised. The sports festival is a huge event, of course, not just at UA but for the public as well. It's one of the most watched events of the entire year by the public, and the students who do well earn opportunities such as internships and work studies. We have a short time to train, so this week we will mostly be focused on the physical aspects of your quirks. Get rest, eat well, and don't forget that you represent UA's top achieving class. Alright, let's get to work. They train over the next several days and Izuku focuses on mainly his hand-to-hand combat skills and using his support items. He opts for a bow staff and capture weapon, and redesigns part of his costume to have black shoes with shock absorption. He also adds gloves, to help him grip things better. Izuku's a bit concerned about the festival in general. He knows he won't be anyone's favorite in the audience, given his quirk, but he hopes he can make his parents proud. They'll both be announcing the event together, which will be odd enough for Izuku as it is. The day of the festival, Izuku is standing with the other students in the massive arena, a crowd of thousands screaming for them. Izuku is overwhelmed by the noise, wishing he had earplugs so he wouldn't feel the sound of the crowd like an onslaught. The first two events are designed to weed out people not ready for the one-on-one matches, an obstacle course race and a cavalry battle. Izuku does all right in both events, staying in the middle of the pack and advancing to the one-on-one matches. He smiles when he sees that his first opponent is Hitoshi. He knows the lineups are random, but is excited to fight someone else that he's been sparring with for years. Hitoshi knows Izuku won't fall for his brainwashing, so it's going to be hand-to-hand and support weapons for them both. As they step into the arena, Izuku can hear Hisashi going wild on the microphone, clearly unable to hide his glee. Alright everyone, up next we have two from Class 1A. It's Hitoshi Shinsu versus Izuku Aizawa. These two have been best friends since childhood and have been sparring for years. You're in for a good match. Izuku grins at Hitoshi from across the ring, both of them getting into position. Izuku gets into his fighting stance, and Hitoshi matches him. They've done this hundreds of times over the years. Izuku's got this. Ready. And, start. Hitoshi launches at Izuku, who dodges him quickly. They begin with standard martial arts, blocks, kicks, and punches. They know each other's fighting styles so well that they can almost predict each other's movements. It's a good fight, but Izuku knows the audience doesn't like watching the fights without quirks. Izuku does a spin kick, Hitoshi leaping over it and rolling to the side, whipping out his capture weapon and grabbing Izuku's arm, slamming him down. Izuku's up in a second, quickly dodging another strike as he lashes out at Hitoshi's legs with the bow staff. The fight goes on for a long time, until they both begin to tire. Eventually, Izuku manages to get a solid kick to Hitoshi's stomach, knocking him out of the ring. Hitoshi Shinsu has been knocked out of bounds. The winner is Izuku Aizawa. There's cheers, but Izuku ignores them. He runs over to Hitoshi, helping him up. "Hey, that hurt," Hitoshi coughs as Izuku helps him stand. "Good fight though, you've gotten way better." "So have you, that was a lucky hit," Izuku admits, and Hitoshi just grins at him. "Go, kick more butt. You'll have another match soon, right?" Izuku nods. Hitoshi's taken by medics to be checked over while Izuku heads down to the locker rooms. He has a little while before he finds out who he'll be fighting in the next match. When he's almost to the locker room, he's stopped by 𝐿𝐿, who's leaning against the wall and looking exhausted. "Are you okay?" Izuku asks him. He and 𝐿𝐿 haven't talked much, but Izuku's always thought fondly of him since they were children. 𝐿𝐿 sighs, rubbing his arms. "No, not really. You're always kind, you know. You always check on others. You were even like that when we were kids." Izuku blushes. "I didn't know if you remembered." "Of course I do," 𝐿𝐿 says quietly. "It was the worst week of my life when I met you, and you made me smile. You were nice. I never got to thank you for that." Izuku blushes harder, uncomfortable. "Oh, yeah, of course." 𝐿𝐿 just sighs, leaning against the wall again. "Do you know what quirk marriages are?" Izuku freezes, unsure of the sudden change of topic. Yeah. Sort of. My father bought my mother for her quirk," 𝐿𝐿 says, Izuku's mouth falling open in shock, her ice combined with his fire. "He was trying to produce a child with a perfect split between the two. My 3 older siblings were his failed experiments, and he tossed them aside. My oldest brother died when I was 5 from quirk overuse, and Endeavor ignored my other 2 siblings. When I was born, he knew I would be strong, and he started training me the moment my quirk came in. He isolated me from my siblings, my mother. Trained me from sunup to sundown. He took my childhood away from me and my family. My mother was so tortured by him that she poured boiling water on my face because I looked like him. That's how I got my scar. That's what happened the week we met." Izuku is staring in shock as 𝐿𝐿 unloads on him, not sure what to say to make him feel better. It sounds like 𝐿𝐴𝐷 needs to talk. But Izuku isn't sure what he might need to hear. This is so much worse than anything he was expecting. I hate my father, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 says, eyes dark, I hate him. I refuse to use his flames. I refuse to be his tool. I will become a hero without his quirk. Izuku is stunned silent for a moment before he says, but it's not his quirk, Todoroki, it's yours. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 stares at him in shock. What do you mean? It's his fire, I got the flames from him. Well, maybe, but it's still your quirk, Izuku continues. You can do thermal manipulation, right? It's not like you have two separate quirks, they are one and the same. Endeavor doesn't have that. Only you have that. Denying that part of yourself is only going to hurt you in the long run. Don't let him have that kind of power over you. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 stares at him for so long that Izuku blushes, looking down at the floor. He's not sure if he's overstepping here, but he wants to help his friend through his suffering. We're facing each other in the next event, you know, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 says after a long moment. Are you sure you want to encourage me to use my fire so much? Izuku looks up and sees that 𝐿𝐴𝐷 is smiling a little, making him relax. Well, I'd rather fight you at your best. It wouldn't be much of a win if I beat you when you were only using half your power. 𝐿𝐴𝐷's eyes sparkle and Izuku's glad the tension of the past few minutes seems to have broken. Well, I promise to give it my all, then. Thanks, Izuku. Izuku's eyes widen, saying, no problem, 𝐿𝐴𝐷. Izuku's heart lightens a little as they separate, before it dawns on him exactly what 𝐿𝐴𝐷 had just said. He had to fight 𝐿𝐴𝐷. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 is probably the worst quirk matchup to his own that he could possibly have. If 𝐿𝐴𝐷 uses his ice at all, Izuku's finished. Smiling wryly to himself, Izuku prepares himself for the match with 𝐿𝐴𝐷. He really should have taken Hitoshi's advice and had thermal conductors added to his hero costume, but it's too late now. Resolving to himself that he would likely lose this match, Izuku heads back up when it's time for the match, the roar of the crowd once again making him wince. All right, all right. Hisashi calls on the loudspeakers, sounding like he's having the time of his life, announcing, our next match is 𝐿𝐴𝐷 Todoroki vs Izuku Aizawa. Students, take your positions. Izuku does, looking at 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and giving him a small smile. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 returns it, both of them getting into a fighting stance. Ready. And start. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 launches towards Izuku instantly, both halves of his quirk flaring. He looks like some kind of strange demon, half on fire, and half covered in ice. 𝐿𝐴𝐷's using the flames to propel him forward and Izuku leaps out of the way, avoiding his hit. You might be fast, but I'm faster. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 calls, flipping around mid-air, slam his hands into the ground. Izuku gasps when a massive glacier shoots up in the middle of the arena, missing Izuku by inches. His body is shuddering, weakened from the cold already. Trying not to get too sluggish too soon, Izuku climbs up on the ice, wincing at the pain on his scales when they touch the freezing ice. Izuku winces when 𝐿𝐴𝐷 starts making it snow, his body feeling heavy and clumsy. Izuku puts up a good fight for as long as he can, but the cold combined with the snow is lowering his body's defenses. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 gets a well-timed kick in and Izuku skids backwards, rolling out of the ring. It's still freezing, and Izuku shivers as he's covered in snow. Izuku Aizawa is out of bounds. The winner is 𝐿𝐴𝐷 Todoroki. Hisashi doesn't sound as enthusiastic now, but Izuku doesn't pay attention to it, too busy shivering. It was so stupid of him not to consider this when designing his costume. He has such a weakness to cold, he should have compensated for it. Izuku. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 calls, are you okay? Izuku feels himself being shaken and his eyes open, seeing 𝐿𝐴𝐷's worried face above his. Izuku yawns, resting his head against 𝐿𝐴𝐷's warm side. Just tired, Izuku mumbles, cold makes em sleepy. You did good, 𝐿𝐴𝐷. Used your fire. Thanks, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 says quietly, supporting Izuku until the medics arrive. Izuku isn't really injured, but he is tired, so he allows himself to fall asleep, the warmth from 𝐿𝐴𝐷's side keeping him cozy and comfortable. When Izuku wakes next, he's in the medical area underneath the sports festival arena. There's a few other students here, in various states of injury. Izuku sits up with a yawn, looking around. Oh good, you're up, recovery girl says, rushing over. You don't have any injuries, but the cold from Todoroki's quirk put you to sleep. Silly child, why is your suit not heated? Izuku blushes, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, that wasn't very smart of me. Are the matches still going on? No, Todoroki won against Bakugo, although it was a close thing, she says calmly. They're doing the medal ceremony now. When it's over, your parents can meet you outside the locker rooms. Izuku thanks her, heading to change out of his costume and into his street clothes. From the noise of the crowd, it sounds like the medal ceremony has just ended. He tucks his costume back into its carrying case and drops it off before grabbing his things. His mind turns to everything 𝐿𝐴𝐷 had told him. Endeavor, his mother, his dead brother. It's a lot to take in, and Izuku's not sure if he should say anything about it to his parents. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 seems to be okay at UA, but he worries that may not be the case at home. Aizu. Izuku turns, smiling to see Hisashi and Aizawa both walking towards him down the hall. Shaking himself out of his thoughts, he jogs over, beaming at them. Despite losing, Izuku had enjoyed the events overall, and is proud of the showing he gave. Nice job, kid, Aizawa says, smiling with pride. Yeah, you were great. Hisashi adds, I know you probably weren't listening to the announcements or the crowd much, but people were really cheering for you in the last match. Izuku's surprised to hear that, but is pleased. Todoroki fought well, Aizawa says as they walk out together, heading towards home. I was surprised to see him use his fire, he doesn't use it much in class. Izuku tenses. He knows 𝐿𝐴𝐷 told him those things in confidence, but he feels weird hiding things from his parents. He's not sure what to say about it, so he opts to keep it to himself for now. Come on, let's go home, Hisashi yawns. It's been a long day, I'd kill for some pizza. You can't call yourself King Explosion Murder, Bakugo, are you serious? Fine, I'll go with Lord Explos-. Seriously. They're all sitting in class together and Nemurai has given them an assignment to choose their hero names. Izuku's in a small group with 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and Hitoshi, the three of them working together to try and choose their names. Kirishima and Bakugo are arguing a few seats away from where Ida is sitting, hunched over his desk next to a worried-looking Uraraka. Izuku had heard from his parents that Ida's brother had been injured by the hero killer villain, Stain. Stain had already killed 40 heroes, so it was a miracle Ida's brother, the hero Ingenium, had survived at all. But Ingenium would never walk again, and his hero career was likely over. I think I will be 𝐿𝐴𝐷 says seriously, earning a look of disbelief from Hitoshi and pulling Izuku from his thoughts about Ida. Come on, you can be more creative than that, Hitoshi says. You have a fire half and an ice half, there's so many cool names you could come up with for that. Izuku taps his chin, trying to think of his own name. I think Hitoshi's right. There's lots of snake names, too, but a lot of them kind of sound like villain names. Like what? 𝐿𝐴𝐷 asks, and Izuku turns to show them his list. At the top is Black Mamba, the species of snake he is, but there's more underneath, all different variations of snakes and snake abilities. Venom, Fang, Serpiente, Snake Eyes, the list goes on. I like Black Mamba, but it seems kind of a mouthful to say fast. Hitoshi reasons, Venom is cool. There's no mistaking your quirk with a name like that. Doesn't it sound a little villainous? Izuku asks, I mean Venom isn't very heroic sounding. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 shakes his head. I think it's cool. You should use it. Hitoshi, what are you going to pick? I'm going with Hypnotist, Hitoshi says, Hypno for short. 𝐿𝐴𝐷, did you come up with something less lame? 𝐿𝐴𝐷 shrugs, showing them his board where he's written the name Frostfire. Much better, Hitoshi grins, tapping his chin. Venom, Hypno, and Frostfire. Sounds good to me. We could start our own agency after graduation. Izuku's heart lightens. Since the sports festival, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 had started hanging around the two of them and they've become a trio. Izuku hasn't told anyone about what 𝐿𝐴𝐷 told him at the sports festival, but is glad that 𝐿𝐴𝐷 is opening up to others and is pleased to have another friend. All of them had received offers for work studies after the festival, which Izuku is more than looking forward to. Hitoshi wants to be an underground hero, so he's studying with Aizawa while 𝐿𝐴𝐷 has picked his own father. The choice made Izuku wary, but Xiaotou had assured him he's simply using endeavor for his knowledge. Izuku has chosen to work with the rabbit hero, Miruko, and his over the moon. Tsuyu had also chosen her agency, and is more than excited to join them. He looks over at Ida's hunched shoulders, remembering how he had chosen a smaller, understated agency out in Hosu near where his brother is in the hospital, and to where Stain attacked him. Izuku resolves to keep a close eye on him over the next couple of days. On the first morning of his work study with Miruko, Izuku is in his full hero costume with Tsuyu, the two of them saying goodbye to their classmates and taking the train to her agency. "This is so exciting," Tsuyu says, making a small rib-bit noise that Izuku has come to understand means she's in a good mood. "I can't believe we get to train with her for a whole week." Izuku nods in agreement. He's excited, too, but public transportation always makes him nervous. He's in his hero costume, but has had a few adjustments made to it since the sports festival. The suit now has thermal conduction running throughout, so Izuku is always warm, and has had a hood added on the back, which he currently has pulled up. It stops most people from staring, since it hides his eyes. "I've never seen a hero with an animal quirk like us up close," Tsuyu continues, rib-biting happily. "Of course I've seen her and Hawks on television, but it's not quite the same as in person." "Yeah, it's going to be really cool," Izuku agrees, pleased when they're only a few stops away. "I wonder what patrolling with her will be like." When the train comes to a stop they get off, heading in the direction of Miruko's agency. The city is crowded here, and Izuku finds himself looking to Tsuyu for comfort as they walk, finding her presence calming and grounding. Tsuyu is one of the most level-headed people in their class, and always keeps herself calm. Izuku remembers her saying once she had a lot of younger siblings, no doubt the reason for her steady nature. "It's just over here," Tsuyu says, pointing at Miruko's agency with her tongue. As they get closer, Izuku's heart skips a beat when he sees the hero herself standing outside having a conversation with the number 3 hero, Hawks, and Tokyami from their class. "Oh, Rumi, come on," Hawks pleads, grinning, "it'll be fun." "Hawks, we are not taking high school students on an underground raid," Miruko sighs, rolling her eyes, "at least not today." "Oh, there you are. Hey kids, over here." Miruko waves at the two of them as they walk over, Izuku feeling a little self-conscious. He's never been in a group like this, a group where everyone has some sort of animal quirk. It makes him feel a little less lonely, a little less an outsider, but he hopes Hawks and Miruko won't be put off by his face. "Asui and Aizawa, right?" Miruko asks as they nod. "Cool. Call me Rumi." "Aizawa, Tsuyu," Tokoyami says sagely, giving them a little bow. Dark Shadow is curled around his shoulder grinning at them. "Are you all in the same class?" Hawks asks, grinning. Izuku stares at the hero, a little starstruck. Hawks has always seemed larger than life, the youngest hero in history to break the top 10, and he has a dazzling visage. His bright red wings flare out behind him, and he smiles brightly. It kind of reminds Izuku of Hisashi a little bit. "Yes, we're all in 1A, Tsuyu says, excited to be here, sir." Miruko rolls her eyes. "Okay, first rule. Do not call Hawk sir. You, Aizawa. You're Eraser and MIC's kid, right?" Izuku nods, looking up and gently pulling down his hood. Not a single person reacts to his face, and Izuku relaxes a fraction. "Not a big talker, here," she grins, "not exactly what I'd expect from MIC's kid." "Well, he is Eraser's kid, too," Hawks adds playfully. "MIC tries to drag him to those hero banquets, remember New Year's like 3 years ago. I thought he was actually going to kill Mount Lady Dash, down boy." Miruko laughs, and Izuku relaxes more. Hawks and Miruko seem easygoing, not intense like some of the other heroes Izuku has met. "Okay, Tokun, Hawks, we're going to get started," Miruko says, eyeing Tsuyu and Izuku up. "See you later." "Alright, let's get going," Hawk says to Tokoyami, and the two are off in a burst of feathers. When they are gone, Miruko looks the pair of them up and down, crossing her arms and nodding to herself. "Okay, a frog and a snake, yeah," she asks. "Well, as you know, I'm a rabbit. This week, I'm going to help you connect with your animal instincts and use them to the best of your ability. First though, Tell me your code name and a little about your quirk. Tsuyu speaks first, to Izuku's relief. I'm Tsuyu Asui. Please call me Tsuyu. My quirk is frog, and my hero name is Froppy. I can basically do anything a frog can, and I have an extra long versatile tongue. Froppy, got it. Miruko nods, that's cute. And you, Minirazer, what's your name? Izuku swallows hard, already feeling like his words have dried up today. Venom, he manages to say quietly. Miruko raises an eyebrow. And, your quirk? Snake, Izuku continues, trying not to wring his hands together. A black mamba to be specific. I have snake skin, I have sensitive hearing, and I can see heat signatures, and I have lethal venom. Alright, Miruko grins, okay, Venom and Froppy. Today is all about using your instincts. Froppy, I want you to use your tongue to try and sense what's going on around us. Use it to propel yourself, to taste the air, whatever works for you. Venom, focus on your vision today. See how far away you can spot heat signatures. The day goes by quickly and Izuku starts to loosen up. Miruko has a great sense of humor and does a good job at making them feel like they're really on patrol with her, and not just tagging along. Tsuyu is dedicated, and Izuku takes comfort in her strength. He works on focusing his heat vision, and by lunchtime, he's started to have fun. Alright, kiddos, it's time to eat, I'm famished, Miruko says, so, what's on the menu? It's my treat. They end up at a little cafe down the road and Izuku marvels at eating outside in front of people. With Miruko, no one gives him a second glance, everyone is too busy staring at Miruko. He doesn't even put up his hood, he just enjoys listening to Tsuyu and Miruko talk, smiling whenever Miruko cracks a joke. He doesn't interject much beyond when Miruko asks him a direct question. When the end of the first day of training comes, Izuku meets up with his parents back home. Aizawa is exhausted, having worked with Hitoshi all day, but Hisashi is full of energy, making them all dinner. There he is, our favorite hero in training. Hisashi calls when Izuku enters, welcome home, Aizu. Izuku smiles, hey, guys. How was training, kid? Aizawa asks from the kitchen table, a bunch of paperwork spread out in front of him, you get along with Miruko. Izuku nods, yeah, she was really cool and fun. We met Hawks, too. It was nice spending time with Tsuyu as well. Tokuami's working with Hawks, right? Hisashi asks from the kitchen, smiling when Aizawa grunts in confirmation, that's great. So, you got to hang out with lots of other people with animal quirks today then, here. Izuku grins from where he's sitting down at the table. Yeah, it was so cool, Dad. Did you know that Miruko can hear even better than me? And she has such a strong kick, I watched her knock a purse snatcher 3 blocks. And Tsuyu, her tongue is so long, she was able to stop a kid from falling in the street 3 meters away from her. It was so awesome seeing them work together like that. And they talked about such interesting things. All of us have the same kind of animal intuition, like knowing when danger's close by or when something's wrong. It was so interesting. Izuku doesn't think he's ever talked so much in his life, but he's gushing with excitement, noticing his parents smiling at him. That's really great, kid, Aizawa says, sounding a little emotional. Izuku's not sure why. So, are you ready for tomorrow? You guys are working with her a little later into the evening. Yeah, I'm going to finish my homework now so that I can stay out with her as long as I can. Izuku exclaims, pulling out his schoolwork and getting started. Today inspired Izuku's drive. He maybe didn't talk much to Miruko, but he was so inspired by her that he can't wait for patrol tomorrow. We're happy for you, kid, Hisashi beams from the kitchen, and Izuku's heart swells. The next evening, after Izuku had been with Miruko and Tsuyu nearly all day, they start heading back towards her agency. Suddenly, Miruko's ears twitch. She stops, looking up around and wrinkling her nose a little, eyes narrowing. Listen, she says in a serious tone that Izuku hasn't heard her use before, the two of you need to get back to my agency, now. Something's going down a couple blocks from here. Do not follow me. You are expressly forbidden from getting involved. Before they can say anything, Miruko is off like a shot, using every ounce of her speed. Tsuyu and Izuku are left standing there, when the hair on the back of Izuku's neck stands up. Do you feel that? Izuku asks quietly, Tsuyu nodding. Yes, there's danger, Tsuyu replies. As she looks around, we're in Hosu right now, right? Where Stain's been active lately. Izuku shares a horrified look with her. Wait, but Ida's in turning out here. You don't think he would go look for Stain, do you? Tsuyu looks scared, shaking her head. I think he might. Listen, we need to get help. We should get back to the agency and call for backup. If it is Stain out there, Miruko's in trouble, Izuku says, we have to help her. Listen, go get help. I'm going to track her. I'll have my phone out for emergency services just in case she needs backup. Okay, Tsuyu nods, be careful. Tsuyu hops off and Izuku bolts in the direction Miruko had headed a few minutes ago. His instincts are flaring, screaming danger at him, and he begins to feel real panic. If something happens to Miruko, he doesn't let himself think about it. Izuku follows his intuition, slowing down when he comes across a horrifying sight. In an alley a few blocks from where he had been running, Miruko is lying motionless. He can thankfully see her breathing, but she's been struck unconscious. Izuku turns and his stomach sinks in absolute horror when he sees Ida in a similar state at the other end of the alley. Before he can think about what's happening, Izuku pulls out his phone and sends a mass text with his location to his class and his parents, hoping someone will be nearby and show up. It's all he has time to do before the instincts inside of him flare. Another one. A gravelly voice says, I'm attracting them like flies to honey at this point. Who are you, child? Izuku looks up from over Miruko's unconscious body, terror flooding him when he sees the hero killer, Stain, standing in the alley between him and Ida, brandishing a katana. Izuku! Ida cries, don't let him touch you, don't let him taste your BLD. He'll paralyze you. Izuku looks in horror at Miruko and back to Ida, realizing that they've both been struck down by Stain's power. Izuku pulls off his hood, standing in front of Miruko's body and hissing, his eyes flaring. Stain laughs, are you trying to intimidate me, kid? I promise, your little tantrum isn't doing it for me. So, are you one of the false heroes, too? Izuku doesn't answer, standing in front of Miruko and trying to keep an eye on Ida. If he can distract Stain long enough, keep him occupied, then maybe help will come. Him, no answer. Well, I shall first dispose of your classmate, and then I will dispose of that hero behind you. Then, we will see where you stand. Izuku doesn't have time to cry out as Stain turns around, lunging at Ida, brandishing his katana. Izuku doesn't think. He lets go, and just moves. Forgetting himself completely, Izuku launches forward towards Stain, putting every bit of effort and speed into his moves. Stain is moving fast, too fast, and Izuku has no choice. He knows it might get him expelled, but he has to use his quirk. Izuku snaps in front of Stain, the villain pulling back in shock, the katana just grazing Izuku's arm. He hisses, grabbing it while Stain grins, Izuku's BLD on his blade. Stain moves to like it, eyes shifting to Ida. Stain was going to kill Ida. Kill Miruko. Izuku has no choice. He has to move. Before Stain can taste his BLD, Izuku lunges forward, straight at the villain, and Stain throws his arm out, catching Izuku in the stomach. It hurts, but it also gives Izuku an opportunity. Cursing himself, Izuku leans down and bites, hard. Bites as hard as he did at the USJ. Stain howls, pulling back. Izuku knows his venom works fast, but Stain is huge, and it might take more time for the poison to hit his bloodstream. SHT, Stain spits, stumbling a little. He strains to like Izuku's BLD off of his blade, but Izuku watches as the villain's face begins to pale. Stain looks confused, but after a few moments of stumbling, he falls forward. Ida! Izuku cries, running to his friend's side, are you okay? Weiss, Ida stammers, I was so foolish, so undeniably stupid. Thank you. How is Miruko? Unconscious, Izuku says, hauling Ida up, come on, we have to call for help. Just as they've passed Stain and almost reached Miruko, sirens pull up in the alley. Izuku remembers the text he had sent out, and sure enough, he sees Hawks and Tokoyami there, a slew of police and paramedics behind them. Relief floods through him. "Rumi!" Hawks cries, rushing over. "What happened, kid? Is she okay?" Izuku is out of words. He's exhausted and maybe has almost killed a man. Unable to explain, Izuku just points to the back of the alley, where Stain is lying face down. Hawk's expression darkens, turning to shout at the others. "We need medical here. At least 2 down." It's all a blur as Stain and Miruko are taken in separate ambulances. Ida is taken too, and Izuku is left, gripping his bloody arm. "Come on kid, let me see it," Hawk says quietly, Tokoyami an anxious shadow at his side. Izuku holds it out and Hawks winces, pushing down on it with a cloth. "This is nasty, kid. Did Miruko take out Stain? How was he knocked unconscious?" Izuku turns his head away. Stain is probably dead. Another potential body count. Izuku is never sure if any of his bites killed anyone, but there's no way of knowing. If Stain dies, Izuku will be a murderer. "Kid!" Hawks prompts quietly and Izuku looks at him, opening his mouth and showing Hawks his fangs. He can still taste Stain's BLD in his mouth, so he knows Hawks can see it. "Oh," Hawks says quietly, wrapping a bandage around Izuku's arms. "Well, I'm sure it'll be okay, kid. Thank you for saving Rumi. She's my best friend, you know." Izuku looks at Hawks, opening his mouth to say something, but that's when the medics arrive to take him to an ambulance and to the hospital. The ride is bumpy and long, and Izuku's mind is spinning. He wordlessly holds out his arm while an EMT works on cleaning it and rebandaging Hawk's work, telling him he's going to the same hospital as Ida and his parents will meet him there. After a flurry of activity, Izuku is laying in a hospital bed, sharing a room with an unconscious Ida. The ticking of the clock on the wall is driving him insane. After a long while, the door to his room opens and he looks up in relief to see his parents. "Aizu," Hisashi exhales in relief, pulling Izuku into a tight hug. "Honey, God. Are you alright? What happened to your arm?" Aizawa hisses, looking at Izuku's bandage. "Who did this to you? We have no intel at all." Izuku opens his mouth, but the words won't come at all. He just drops his head, horrified at what's going to happen if Stain is really, if is actually. "It was Stain." Ida's weak voice comes from the other side of the room, making all of them look at him. "I foolishly attacked him and Miruko intervened. Izuku was only defending myself and her. It's my fault, senseis." "Stain?" Hisashi asks, looking a little gray in the face. "Jesus. Stain was the one who hurt you." Izuku nods, gripping his arms tightly. He wants to bundle up, to hide. He doesn't want to face this right now. Any minute, they're going to tell him Stain is dead, and that Izuku is going to jail. He's honestly surprised it hasn't happened yet, after Shigaraki. Before his parents can ask more questions, a group of police officers enter the room, all looking extremely grave. "Eraser, good you're already here," one of them says. "Well, it's certainly been an eventful evening. Miruko will recover. Are you 2 boys all right?" "Yes, sir," Ida says politely. Izuku just shrugs, relief flooding him when he hears that Miruko is okay. "Tenya Ida, you are very lucky," the police officer continues. "If you had used your quirk against Stain, you would be expelled right now. Izuku Aizawa, you are another matter." Aizawa and Hisashi look at Izuku with wide eyes as Izuku draws his knees up to his chest. Here it comes. They're going to tell him. Stain nearly died, the officer tells a hunched Izuku, both his parents looking more shocked. "And your file says this isn't the first time you've bitten someone. You're still a minor and you saved the lives of 2 people, otherwise you'd be heading to prison right now. It's only because of the fact that you acted in self-defense that I'm not slapping HNDCFFS on you." Izuku's not proud of it, but he starts to tear up, too scared to look at his parents or at the officers. "You bit Stain?" Aizawa asks quietly and Izuku nods, swallowing hard. "Oh, kiddo," Hisashi whispers, taking Izuku's hand. "I'm so sorry you were put in that position. Officers, you said Stain is alive." "Yes, just," the officer says. "It was lucky we had antivenom here, or he would have died within an hour of the bite." Your son has a very lethal quirk. I understand you were homeless at one point and frequently used your quirk in order to steal and for self-defense, correct? It said in your files you may have bitten up to 10 people before the age of 6. It is unclear what happened to any of them. Izuku hears Ida gasp, but Izuku just tenses, unsure of what to say. He hadn't expected his past to be brought up, not like this. Officer, that's out of line, Aizawa says, voice dangerous. All of the incidents before we adopted him were cleared from his record. That may be, but it doesn't change the fact this is the second time in as many weeks that your son has intentionally used a lethal part of his quirk. This is your last warning. Next time, we will have no choice but to come at you with the full force of the law. Izuku is shaking by the end of the speech, terrified and also relieved that Stain isn't dead. He can tell his parents are seething, but neither of them want to upset the police, especially when they've just issued a warning to Izuku. Now, with that said, both of you are cleared with a warning, the police officer continues, with the caveat that this is to remain an absolute secret. No one outside of this room and those present at the scene are to know that you two engaged with Stain at all. Am I understood? Yes, sir, Ida says. Izuku swallows hard, forcing out a small, "Weiss." Izuku only looks up when the officers leave, his devastated parents looking anxiously at him. Aizu, I'm so sorry, Aizawa says in the most gentle voice Izuku's ever heard from his dad. We'll talk about all of this later, but let's just get you home for now, okay? Ida, do you have someone coming for you? Yes, sensei, my mother will be arriving shortly. Izuku, thank you. Izuku looks over, nodding at Ida and allowing his parents to lead him out of the room. It's a silent ride back to their apartment, and once they're home, Izuku feels the childish urge to bundle under blankets and hide from everything. His parents have him take a shower and change before settling with them on the couch, all of them with mugs of tea. Izuku is cuddled in between his parents, the bandages on his arm covering the cut he got from Stain. Aizu, what you did was extremely dangerous, Aizawa starts softly, running his fingers through Izuku's hair. We know you didn't do it on purpose, you didn't go looking for trouble, but attacking Stain was a suicide mission. I know you have protective feelings for the people you care about, but you can't keep doing this. It's pure luck that your venom stopped the fights with Shigaraki and Stain. Either one of them could have easily killed you. I know, Izuku mumbles, he hurt Miruko. I couldn't, he was going to kill Ida. I didn't know what else to do. It was an impossible situation, Hisashi says quietly, rubbing Izuku's uninjured arm to keep him warm, and I hate that you were put into it, but your dad was right. You sent a text, with your location. But you didn't wait for help. You didn't assess, you threw yourself right into the fight. You're a first-year student, Aizu. Not a hero yet. You can't keep risking your life like this. Your dad and I, we can't imagine the thought of losing you. We just can't. Guilt runs through Izuku and he leans against both of them, wanting to be as close as possible. I'm sorry, I promise, I'll think more clearly, Izuku says, clutching onto Hisashi's sleeve. I'm sorry I got in trouble with the police. I didn't think they'd bring up all that stuff. They shouldn't have, Aizawa says bitterly, it was out of line, especially with Ida in the room. I'm going to have words with the police chief about that. In the meantime, kid, you need to rest up, heal. What the police failed to mention is thanks to you and Ida, we did capture Stain. He's currently in Tartarus in the villain hospital. Without you, he'd still be on the loose. You may have saved dozens of lives tonight. Izuku feels just slightly better at that, grateful for both of his parents. Can I stay home from school tomorrow? Izuku asks quietly, please. We already called you off, Hisashi says softly, your dad has to go in to train Hitoshi, but I'll stay back with you, okay? Okay, Izuku murmurs, thanks, Dad. After the event with Stain, Izuku spends a day holed up at home, bundled in a thick blanket and sleeping. He tucks his head under the covers, his instincts screaming at him to burrow and to hide. He starts shedding scales all over the apartment, leaving a trail of them wherever he goes, as nightmares and stress overwhelm him. Hisashi is good about it, talking him down and making sure he eats and takes care of himself while Aizawa trains Hitoshi. Izuku is currently bundled up on his bed, totally covered by his blankets with the heat lamp over top of him, basking in the warmth. "Aizu, you awake?" Hisashi asks quietly. Izuku shifts a little under the blankets, poking his eyes out to look at his dad. Hisashi smiles at the sight, putting a gentle hand on Izuku's head. "You sure look cozy," Hisashi grins, wiping his brow. "Man, it's toasty in here. You warm enough?" Izuku nods, enjoying the warmth and the sensation of Hisashi running his fingers through Izuku's hair. He's half asleep, but he keeps his eyes on his dad, wondering if he wanted to talk to him about something. "I just got word, your class is going on a field trip next week," Hisashi says softly, making Izuku raise his eyebrows in surprise. "Because the last field trip went so well." Izuku asks, sitting up, "Seriously? Where are we going?" Hisashi sighs, "Training camp. It's on the land the wild pussycats own, far out in the countryside. Totally isolated and off the map. The camp's been planned in total secrecy, there's been nothing posted about it publicly anywhere. It's only announced to 1A and 1B, and the UA staff of course." Training camp, Izuku sighs, wincing a little when he thinks about the word camp, outside. "Yes, outside," Hisashi smiles. "You'll be okay, we'll get you some really warm undershirts and breathes to keep you warm at night. And a thermal sleeping bag. Maybe if you're nice, 𝐿𝐿 can sleep near you and warm up your area." Izuku sighs, rubbing his forehead. "Okay, but we don't own any camping stuff, Dad." As if on cue, Izuku's phone starts to buzz on the end table. No one in his class knows what happened with Stain, not even 𝐿𝐿 or Hitoshi, so they think he's taking a sick day. The text is Uraraka in their class group chat, telling everyone to meet up tomorrow at the mall to go shopping. "Looks like your classmates are on it already." Hisashi smiles before looking a little worried. "I just want you to have a nice time with them. It's been rough for you lately, kiddo. It'll be good for you to have some time with your friends." A nice time isn't exactly how Izuku would describe the crowded mall. There's people everywhere and he's already gotten a few nasty looks and actually seen a mother turn her daughter's head away from Izuku, leading her to the other side of the walkway. "Ignore them," 𝐿𝐿 says to his right, "they're ignorant. You don't have to hide your face, Izuku." Izuku has his hood pulled up, hands in his pockets, but his snakeskin is still visible. The patches seem to be getting larger every month and his hands are almost completely covered now, so there's almost no way that Izuku can hide his quirk from anyone. "Yeah, F them," Hitoshi agrees, slinging an arm over Izuku's shoulders. "Come on, we're at the mall. Let's go buy sugary snacks and have some fun." Izuku smiles in spite of his discomfort, allowing his friends to steer him towards the center of the mall where they are meeting up with the rest of their class. Ida is there, already breaking people up into groups based on what items they need to buy. Izuku smiles to himself, thinking that it's good to see Ida back to his old self again. "I mostly just need clothing," 𝐿𝐿 says calmly, looking at his phone at the packing list they had been sent. "Fortunately, there was old camping gear in storage at our house." "Yeah, my mom had some, too," Hitoshi says. "I need some bug spray and stuff. How about you, Izuku?" Izuku sighs wearily, looking down at the list. "I need almost everything. My parents aren't that big into camping. When they come back from patrol, they usually just want to stay home. I need a lot of heat packs and for nighttime. Otherwise I'll start brewmating." "Oh yeah, good point," Hitoshi says. "Brewmating?" 𝐿𝐿 asks, "What's that?" "It's like hibernation, only not as long or something," Hitoshi answers for him. "When Izuku started reading up on snakes in elementary school, we learned about it. That's why he likes to bury himself under things." Izuku blushes but he appreciates his friends for supporting him so much. They divide up their lists, and Izuku ups to run across to a store to grab a sleeping bag before meeting Hitoshi and 𝐿𝐿 in a nearby outdoor clothing store. "Text us when you're done," Hitoshi calls. "It'll just be 5 minutes," Izuku smiles, waving at them. He can already see a sleeping bag in the window of the store, so it seemed silly to ask his friends to go with him to purchase it, when trying on clothes takes a lot longer. Izuku resolves to grab the sleeping bag and pay for it in under 3 minutes so he can get quickly back to his friends. He's partly to the store when he feels someone drape an arm around his shoulders. "What's a little snake like you doing in a place like this?" The voice hisses in his ear, making Izuku tense. "Doing a little shopping for daddy." "How is Eraserhead, after the beat down I gave him?" Izuku freezes. He may not recognize the voice, but he knows who this is. Tomura Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains. Hisashi was right, he was alive. Izuku is smart enough not to cry out, knowing that Shigaraki would have absolutely no qualms about killing him and any innocent person nearby. "Come on, let's chat," Shigaraki says, pulling Izuku to sit down on a nearby bench. Izuku is frozen and Shigaraki has his hand under Izuku's hood, 4 fingers around his neck, the 5th hovering dangerously close. Remembering Shigaraki's quirk, Izuku stiffens. He knows how painful Shigaraki's touch can be. "You almost killed me, you know, it was very impressive," Shigaraki says. "The arm you bit still isn't back to 100%. If I hadn't had a doctor back at League HQ, it would be game over. You're not just an NPC, are you? You're a mid-level boss, I think. Someone's standing in my way." Shigaraki is insane. Izuku doesn't move, doesn't speak. He kicks himself for going off alone, hoping Hitoshi or 𝐸𝐸 will come and look for him soon and call for help, or that someone will notice that Izuku is literally being strangled in the center of the mall. "What do you want, Shigaraki?" Izuku asks softly, hissing a little at the S in his name. Shigaraki sighs, looking at the ceiling before looking at Izuku again, his pinky finger tapping against his neck. "I want a lot of things. All Might, dead. The world in chaos. The heroes destroyed. But right now, what I think I want most of all, little Izuku Aizawa, Eraserhead's son, is you." Izuku freezes absolutely still, horror creeping into his chest. "Your venom," Shigaraki sighs, still tapping Izuku's throat with one of his 4 fingers, "your delightfully strong venom. What a weapon you would make. We had the doctor draw some of it out and try to create a poison out of it, but it doesn't seem to be lethal unless it's coming from you. Truly annoying." Izuku's heart is pounding a mile a minute. Shigaraki wants his quirk, wants Izuku's venom. He wants him for all the wrong reasons, and Izuku is suddenly terrified that Shigaraki is here to kidnap him, not kill him. "You see, Izuku, I watched you," Shigaraki grins. "With my half-numb arm you destroyed with your fangs, I watched you bite Stain, knowing it would kill him if he couldn't get the antidote in time. That's not very heroic, is it?" Izuku swallows hard, trying not to panic. Shigaraki is squeezing tighter and he can't breathe. "No, not very heroic at all. I think, Izuku, you may be the little puzzle piece I'm looking for to finish our little team." Izuku's eyes are welling with tears now from the pressure on his throat. If Shigaraki doesn't let up soon, Izuku's going to pass out. "It appears our time is cut short," Shigaraki says abruptly, letting go of Izuku. "Goodbye, Izuku. See you soon." Izuku coughs and splutters, trying to look and see where Shigaraki is going, but someone has his hand on his band and he hears a lot of yelling. Looking up he sees Tsuyu, looking terrified. "Aizu, are you okay?" she asks. "I saw Shigaraki, so I called the police and told more security and then I called Aizawa-sensei. I tried to catch Shigaraki with my tongue to trip him, but I missed." "Did he hurt you?" Izuku shakes his head and lets out a raspy, "No, he just threatened me." He catches sight of Hitoshi and 𝐸𝐸, both of whom look terrified, but Izuku is whisked outside to where a dozen police cars are waiting, along with an ambulance. The mall has been locked down, and everyone inside is either leaving the parking lot or standing with confusion or curiosity. An EMT looks him over, pronouncing him fine before a few police officers come forward, looking at Izuku with concern. "Your parents will meet us at the station," an officer tells him, putting Izuku gently in the back of a police car. Izuku is silent the whole drive, his head reeling. Shigaraki found him so easily. It absolutely could not be a coincidence that he was there. How Shigaraki knew where they would be is a mystery. Either Shigaraki is hacking their phones and read their plans, or more terrifyingly, there's a spy somewhere at UA feeding information to the League. Izuku swallows his fears as best he can during the short ride to the police station. He's scrayed inside to the faces of his poor, worried parents who look like they've aged 10 years in as many days. "Why is it always you, kid?" Aizawa asks, pulling Izuku into a hug so tight it's almost painful, Hisashi leaning down to kiss the top of his head. Izuku closes his eyes, relishing in their comfort for a few moments. Eraserhead, present MIC sirs, we need to interview Izuku now. Detective Tsukochi is waiting. Izuku is led to a room filled with cubicles and desks and sits down across from a man in a suit looking at Izuku with a pleasant smile. Hisashi sits down next to him and Aizawa stands behind them, reaching down to squeeze Izuku's shoulder. Izuku, it's a pleasure to meet you, the detective says. My name is Tsukochi and I'm here to interview you. I've known your parents for a very long time. Izuku nods, just wanting to get this all over with so he can go home. He hadn't even gotten to buy his sleeping bag. My quirk allows me to detect if someone is being truthful, so it's the fastest way to interview people, Tsukochi explains. Izuku looks up curiously, wondering about the legalities of that. How do people know you're being truthful about what you hear? Tsukochi grins brilliantly, looking at Izuku's parents. Smart one you've got there. I'd expect nothing less from your son. To answer your question, I have proven my credibility a number of times through my years of detective work, but I also go through lie detector tests myself to ensure everything is on the up and up. So, shall we get started? Izuku nods. Tsukochi asks him about everything, about any detail he could remember about Shigaraki and what he said. He seems very concerned about the discussion of the venom, sharing a worried look with Izuku's parents. He made a verbal threat that he would see you again. Tsukochi asks and Izuku nods. Why, it's the last thing he said, see you soon. He also said he wanted me, since he couldn't use my venom without me. Hisashi tenses next to him and he feels Aizawa grip his shoulder a little harder, hating that he's doing this to his parents again. After a few more questions, Tsukochi lets him go and they head back home together. In the car, Hisashi grips the steering wheel so tightly Izuku can see his knuckles turn white. Aizawa is next to him, glancing in the rearview mirror to look at Izuku every few minutes, as if to reassure himself his son is there. It's a silent ride, but Izuku doesn't mind. Hisashi turns up the heat and Izuku feels pleasantly warm, drifting off in the back seat. When he wakes up again, he's embarrassed to find himself being carried like a little kid through their apartment door by Aizawa. Sleepy snake, Hisashi says softly, kissing Izuku's forehead, just like the little noodle we found years ago. You awake, honey? Izuku blinks as Aizawa sets him carefully on the couch, nodding. Yeah, I'm sorry, Izuku murmurs, looking down at his hands. I know I've put you both through so much lately. But I thought going out with my friends would be nice. I didn't expect this to happen. Of course you didn't, kid, Aizawa replies gently. You didn't have any control over this and you staying quiet while he spoke to you saved the lives of you, the people around you, and your classmates. You also got information we can use about him. You did great. Izuku sighs, leaning back into the couch, feeling anxious and upset. I just didn't expect UA to be like this. I didn't want to feel like this again. Feel like what? Hisashi asks calmly, rubbing his thumb gently over the scales on Izuku's hand. Izuku swallows hard. He doesn't talk about his life before they found him often. He doesn't remember a lot of it, just that it was terrifying and lonely, but he'll never forget the desperation he felt as a child. Like, something bad will happen any second, Izuku says quietly, like I'm not safe anymore. I've always been safe with you. I don't want something bad to happen to us. Aizawa leans over to hug Izuku, rubbing his back and speaking quietly. Kid, listen. We didn't want this for you, either. But it's a situation we have to deal with now and your dad and I will have your back every single step of the way. So will your class, your friends, Miruko and Hawks. You've got a lot of people on your side and you're not in this alone. And your dad and I would gladly lose everything, our jobs, licenses, this apartment, everything if it meant keeping you safe. We won't let Shigaraki take you, Aizu. I promise. Izuku relaxes into Aizawa's grip, surrounded by the warmth of both of his parents. He knows there's a big storm coming their way eventually, but surrounded in their arms like this, he feels brave enough to face it when it does. Izuku's exhausted. They just managed to make their way to the training base camp after their instructors had surprised them, making them fight monsters created by the quirk of one of the wild pussycats. As Class 1A and 1B trudge up towards training camp, 𝐒𝐿 sees his parents there along with Class 1B's homeroom teacher, Vlad King. Next to them are the pussycats and someone 𝐒𝐿 wasn't expecting. "Yo, Venom, Froppy." Miruko calls, waving the two of them over, "Nice to see you." "You too, we didn't expect you," Tsuyu says. "Are you here for the whole week?" Miruko nods, turning to 𝐒𝐿. "You didn't think I'd leave you hanging after what you did for me, right, kid?" She grins before her face turns serious, lowering her voice. "I heard the police gave you a hard time. I want to formally thank you for saving my life. Hawks told me if you hadn't been there, I would have been toast." 𝐒𝐿 blushes, unsure of what to say. Miruko just claps a hand on his shoulder and tells the two of them to go eat. They turn to head to their classmates, most of whom are collapsed sitting all around the camp and shoveling food into their mouths, clearly starving. "Come on, let's eat," Tsuyu says quietly. 𝐒𝐿 nods, heading over to get something from the long table where everything's been set up. Once he has his food, 𝐒𝐿 makes his way over to Hitoshi and Xiaoto, both of whom look as exhausted as he feels. Man, I'm dying," Hitoshi groans, laying back on the ground and putting a hand over his face. "I know we should have probably suspected they'd thrash us right at the start, but I forgot how sadistic Aizawa can be." "No offense, 𝐒𝐿." "None taken," 𝐒𝐿 grins, sitting down next to them. "I mean, we all know he can be tough." "You okay, Xiaoto?" Xiaoto nods, looking like he's about to fall asleep. "I thought training with Endeavor was bad, but that could have given it a run for its money. I could sleep for a week." They talk together until it's time to wash their dishes, heading over to the outdoor sinks at the center of camp. Once the dishes are clean and dry, the teachers tell them all to get their sleeping bags and other gear set up inside. The building isn't fancy, mostly just a few large rooms and 2 communal bathroom and shower areas. The 1A boys are staying in a room off to the left, and 𝐒𝐿 follows his friends as they get everything set up for the night. After a quick shower and brushing their teeth, everyone's exhausted enough to go straight to sleep. To 𝐒𝐿's dismay, the building is cold. There's heating and cooling, but since it's summer, they're not running the heat. Everyone else seems warm, in t-shirts and shorts, but 𝐒𝐿 is still wearing his hoodie and joggers. Now that the sun has set, 𝐒𝐿 knows he's going to be absolutely freezing tonight. He unrolls his sleeping bag in between Xiaoto and Hitoshi, tucking himself up almost completely inside, balling up under the bag so not even his face is visible. He already feels the pull of sleep, eyes heavy and body sluggish. "You okay, 𝐒𝐿?" Hitoshi asks, but 𝐒𝐿 is already falling asleep, enjoying the warm cocoon he's made for himself. When 𝐒𝐿 wakes again, he feels someone shaking him. "Dude, get up," someone is saying. "We've been trying for like 10 minutes to get you out of there. Is this some weird snake thing?" 𝐒𝐿 narrows his eyes in annoyance under the sleeping bag, curling tighter into a ball. He doesn't know who's talking to him, but he wants them to leave him alone. It's cold outside, and he's warm in here. Maybe we should just rip the sleeping bag off of him. "I really wouldn't do that. Good morning, 𝐒𝐿. Time to rise and shine." 𝐒𝐿 feels a sudden rush of cold air hit him unpleasantly as the top layer of his sleeping bag is yanked off of him. His eyes narrow as he hisses loudly, crouching to stare at whoever dared interrupt his sleep. It's Kirishima, looking half wary and half amused at 𝐒𝐿's defensive state. "Come on, dude, you're going to miss breakfast. I know it's all cozy in there, but you want to eat, right?" Kirishima asks, patting 𝐒𝐿's shoulder. 𝐒𝐿 just blinks, looking around to see that most of the boys are gone, and it's just Xiaoto, Hitoshi, Kirishima, and Tokoyami left, all looking at 𝐒�. "Breakfast?" 𝐒� asks, still feeling sleepy. "MK." 𝐒� struggles for a moment to pull on his socks and shoes, not even bothering to change since he fell asleep in his clothes. When he's finally dressed, he follows the others out, eyes half-lidded. "He always like this in the morning?" Kirishima asks. "Only when it's cold," Hitoshi says, tugging 𝐒� along by the shirt sleeve. "He'll wake up more once we start training." After breakfast, 𝐒� is feeling a lot more awake. The students had cooked so breakfast was odd, to say the least, and the unpleasant taste of burned fish and too hard rice lingers in his mouth. Training that morning is hard, a lot of working on his hand-to-hand combat. Miruko helps him, walking him through exercises to help him hone his instincts. They train straight through to lunch and then another few hours before they take a break for dinner. Izuku notices a lot of the 1B students staring at him on and off, making him feel uncomfortable, so he starts putting his hood up. He doesn't want to be ridiculed out here, or stared at. His snakeskin patches are becoming large, impossible to hide or ignore now. It's closer to half of his body covered in the black scales, and the itch is starting to feel tells him he'll be shedding some of them at camp this week. When night arrives, Vlad King and Aizawa gather up 1A and 1B to tell them about the activity planned for the evening. Tonight, it's 1A's turn to take the test of courage, Aizawa says calmly. 1B students will be hiding in the forest, using their quirks or other means to scare or frighten 1A. No physical contact is allowed during this exercise. Additionally, 1A students, you will need to walk to the center of the forest and meet Miruko and present MIC, both of whom will be holding cards with your names on them. Once you take your card and exit the forest, you pass the test. We'll be sending you in teams of 2, Vlad King says gruffly. 1B, go get into position. 1A, pair off. Aizawa assigns them pairs and Izuku is pleased when he's placed with Tsuyu. Ever since working with her and Miruko, Izuku's come to really respect and admire his classmate. Tsuyu seems wholly unbothered by her quirk and has absolutely no qualms about acting like a frog in public. She's so kind and honest that everyone warms up to her quickly, and he appreciates her steadfastness. This doesn't seem too bad yet, Tsuyu observes. 1B students have tried jumping out at them, or using their quirks to make eerie sounds. While Izuku is unsettled, it's nothing compared to the villains they've had to face this year. After the USJ, this all seems kind of silly, Izuku replies, using his vision to catch the heat signatures of the 1B students, another one, 10 yards in front of us. They continue deeper into the forest when Izuku feels a sudden lurch in his stomach. He can tell Tsuyu feels it, too, as they both stop, looking around them. Nothing appears amiss, but the hairs on Izuku's neck are standing up. Something's wrong, Tsuyu says, and Izuku nods in agreement. They move to crouch down in some nearby bushes, both of them understanding that something out here isn't right. Izuku's heart sinks when he spots portals, just like at the USJ, beginning to open up around the forest. He hears some people start screaming and sees a shockingly hot, bright blue fire start to ring the woods. It's the League, Izuku says, remembering with a sinking stomach that his dad is out here too, with them. Come on, we need to warn them back at camp. They start to run, but get separated when blue fire blasts between them. Izuku shouts at Tsuyu to go, and she does, looking back at him a little desperately before heading quickly back to base camp. Satisfied that she'll be all right, Izuku flattens himself in some brush and tries to slow his heart rate down so as not to be spotted. Here, little snaky snake, a girl's voice calls teasingly through the woods, come out, wherever you are, Izuku. Shigi wants to see you. It's in a sing-song voice, but the words send fear through him. They're here to kidnap him. Shigaraki sent people to find him. How they found out about the camp is a mystery, but Izuku doesn't have time to think about that right now. Instead, he begins to move quietly, trying not to make himself visible. The blue fire is all around him, but the heat helps him feel energized and more aware. Boo! Someone says behind him and Izuku freezes. He turns in fear to see a villain covered in scars grinning behind him. Izuku hisses, baring his fangs, and is surprised when the villain backs up. Don't you dare bite me, the guy says, I don't want to die today. Yo, compress, hurry it up. Izuku tries to run but a strange sensation comes over his body, almost freezing him in place. Everything fades away around him and turns to a kind of milky white color. He has the sense to realize that he's been trapped by some kind of quirk, losing all sense of time. Suddenly, a rush of cool air bursts around him as Izuku lands on a hard surface. He feels someone grab him, feels his arms bound behind his back as is pulled into a sitting position. He hisses all the while in warning, but soon enough the hands are off of him and he looks up. He's no longer in the woods, but in what looks like a dingy bar. The warp villain from the USJ is standing behind the bar calmly cleaning some glasses. On a bar stool in front of Izuku is the villain covered in scars and one wearing a top hat. There's a few others scattered around the room, but Izuku can't turn enough to see them. "So, you're awake," Shigaraki says, stepping from the side. Izuku hadn't gotten a good look at him at the mall, but it's the first time he's seen the villain face to face without his body being covered in severed hands. Izuku notices one of Shigaraki's arms appears to hang limply at his side, not moving much. He wonders if that's because of his own venom. "Sorry for the rough reception, we had compress tuck you away for a few hours," Shigaraki continues. "I told you I'd see you soon, little Izuku." Izuku bares his fangs, hissing again and trying to look threatening. He's betrayed when he notices his scales beginning to shed, falling off every time he shifts, a sure sign of his stress. Izuku tries to stop it, but he can't, and the little scales begin to fall off, one by one. "That's interesting," Shigaraki observes. "Spinner, what do you think?" Izuku is terrified, fear and guilt churning in his stomach at what his poor parents and friends must be going through right now, but everything goes out the window when a new villain steps in front of him. It's someone like him. The villain, Spinner, is covered head to toe in green lizard skin. He even has a reptilian face, and eyes like Izuku's. In his whole life, Izuku has never seen someone who looked more like him than this person, and his shock and curiosity overwhelm his fear. His stress shedding, Spinner says quietly, "Kid, if I let you out of this chair, I need you to swear to me you won't bite anyone. I know your scales are uncomfortable, I just want to help you." Izuku nods. He'd be killed in a second if he tried to bite someone, he's sure of it. Spinner reaches over and unties him, grabbing onto Izuku's hand and turning it over, looking at his scales. "Hey," Spinner says, looking him up and down, "world's not been nice to you, have they, kid?" Izuku doesn't know what to say. It's a bizarre situation, truly, but he feels nothing from Spinner that is threatening. The villain seems to be as surprised as Izuku, seeing someone else with a similar quirk. Izuku ignores everyone else around them and just focuses on Spinner, who started to massage Izuku's arm in an odd way. "Has no one shown you how to do this?" Spinner asks. Izuku shakes his head. He has no idea what the villain is doing. "This will help coax the scales off," Spinner mutters, "in a way that won't hurt. How much of your body is snakeskin, anyways?" Izuku swallows hard, feeling like he's stuck in a strange dream as he answers, "Half." "Half," Spinner sighs, looking Izuku up and down. "You know, it'll cover all of you someday. Whenever you shed, do you notice the patches getting bigger? Your human skin is shedding, too. You'll be all snakes soon, kid." Izuku blanches. He'd been afraid of that, but he figured it was possible, especially given how much his snakeskin patches had grown over the years. But it means more hiding, more ridicule. People avoiding him in the street. Strangers, even friends, would be wary of him. "I understand you, you know," Spinner says quietly, still helping Izuku with his scales, "what it's like to be treated as less than human. We all do. But those of us with mutant quirks understand just a little better, don't you think?" Izuku looks into Spinner's eyes and he almost forgets for a moment that he's being held hostage here, that they may have hurt his family and friends. He's found someone like him. Izuku knows this isn't the ideal time, but he has to take advantage of it. He might never meet someone like Spinner again. "Were you ever homeless?" Izuku asks him quietly, missing the other league members listening to the conversation intently. "For a time," Spinner says calmly, "and you? You are the son of 2 pro heroes, correct?" Izuku nods, watching as Spinner moves to work on the scales on his hands. "Yes, but they found me. In an alley. I was alone when I was a kid. The shelters turned me away." Spinner blanches. "Yeah, I understand what that's like. So what, MIC and Eraser just found you and took you in, just like that?" Izuku nods, watching as his new scales are revealed, the old ones falling to the ground in a little pile. "Well, I guess Stain was right and there are some real heroes out there." Spinner sighs to himself, "Look, kid, we get you, here. I know things have been rough on your class, your family, but we understand, I understand what you've been through. You've experienced things no one else at UA could ever understand. We want you to stay with us. We'd have your back. The words are pretty, but Izuku's not convinced. The League doesn't know his classmates, his friends. Doesn't know the struggles that so many of them are going through, the pain his parents have been through. I want to go home, Izuku says quietly, please. We can't do that, Shigaraki scoffs from the bar. Come on, brat. You can have your lizard session over there all you want and sing Kumbaya, but you know why you're here. I want your venom, and I'm using it whether you like it or not. Izuku winces, clapping his mouth shut. He doesn't want to be here, doesn't want to be used. Spinner hasn't stopped working on his scales and Izuku's soothed by it. It's cold in the bar though, and soon a little shiver runs through him. Sensitive to cold. Spinner asks quietly, and Izuku nods. Spinner turns around and says, Darby, warm the kid up, will you? The scarred villain rolls his eyes but he walks over, holding out a handful of blue flames, like the ones Izuku had seen in the woods. The intense heat from the fire soothes Izuku and he feels a lot better and able to think more clearly. I won't help you, Izuku tells Shigaraki. I'm not a murderer, and I won't work for you. Shigaraki laughs, slapping the bar. Kid, you nearly killed me because I hurt your precious Eraserhead. And we heard you nearly killed Stain, too. You clearly have no qualms about biting people when you have to. No one died, Izuku says, pulling his arms away from Spinner and wrapping them around his stomach. Nothing you can say will convince me. I want to go home to my parents. Shigaraki sighs, looking over at a television screen in the corner before rubbing his forehead. Fine. We'll have to do this the hard way, then. Spinner, put him in the spare room. Toga, call Giton. Don't hurt the kid, just put him to sleep. Tell him to get his butt over here and ice the brat. Izuku opens his mouth in protest, but Spinner's already moving him down a hallway and into a side room. The room is all but empty save for a futon in the corner. I'm sorry, Spinner says, sounding truly apologetic. If you do decide to join us, I'd be happy to train you. It's not often I meet someone like me. Just think about it, okay? Spinner leaves, closing and locking the door behind him, and Izuku's head spins. He's sitting on the futon for a while when the door opens again. Izuku doesn't even have time to make out who's on the other side of it when an intense cold floods into the room. He tries, but he can't keep his eyes open as he falls forward, his body shutting down from the cold. Oi, get the F up. Izuku's limbs feel heavy as lead, numb and immobile. He's cold, so cold, and his eyelids hurt. He doesn't want to move. He can't stand, it's too cold in here, he's shaking, he's frozen. Someone is poking him, prodding him. He can't even blink. God damn it, Izuku, move. Izuku hears the voice again but he can't say anything. His mind is muddled. He thinks of snow, footprints, cardboard boxes. Hizashi's terrified face seeing Izuku laying there like he was dead. Do not make me Detroit smash you in the mouth, the voice says again. Oh, Izuku knows that voice. Who is it again? His eyes hurt but he thinks he can manage opening them. He cracks his eyes open and meets the bright red eyes of his classmate. Bakugo is holding him up and the room around them is glittery and white, covered in ice. Izuku can't feel his legs. What's happening? Where is he? Where did Spinner go? Why, here? Izuku asks, his tongue feeling too big for his mouth as the question spills out. We're here to rescue you, you absolute thing moron, Bakugo spits out, so these two idiots sneaking out of UA and figured they could use some firepower. SHT, your thing freezing. Icy hot, get over here before this idiot dies of hypothermia. Izuku's even more confused when 𝐿𝐼 appears, looking at Izuku in alarm. 𝐿𝐼 flares his flames, using them to gently melt the ice around the room, getting as close to Izuku as he can without burning him or Bakugo. Is he conscious? Another voice calls and Hitoshi rushes over. Izu. Don't let go of him, Bakugo. He needs to warm up. Assholes took off his shoes and everything. No SHT, Bakugo scoffs. Izuku takes this in, confused. Is he dreaming? Wasn't he with the League? Izuku just sighs as 𝐿𝐼's flames warm the room, feeling a little bit better with the warmth around him. Izuku's eyes flutter open again, taking in everything around him now that his head is slightly clearer. He's still in the League headquarters, but his friends are there. Could this be some kind of trick? Why here? Izuku asks again, face half smashed against Bakugo's gauntlet. What's going on? The heroes are here to find you, 𝐻𝐿 explains evenly, but they were taking too long. The three of us broke out of UA to come and rescue you. Izuku blinks, trying to take this in. League, he asks quietly, shivering violently from the cold. 𝐻𝐿 reaches over and rubs his arm, Baku still helping him sit upright. They scattered, Hitoshi says, heroes captured that warp guy and they all vanished. All Might's engaging one of them now outside. The heroes are still looking for you, but we found you first. Izuku is too cold to think rationally, so he just nods, his eyes closing as he tries not to tremble. Spinner had helped him with his scales and it felt nice. Shigaraki didn't give him much of a chance. He wonders why. Icing Izuku seemed a little extreme. Maybe they were scared of him. We're going to have to carry him out, Bakugo says sharply, Effa can't even stay awake. What did they do to him? Cold is his biggest weakness, Hitoshi replies, it shuts his body down. The League, there was that guy shooting off ice outside. I bet they had him put Izuku to sleep. There's a scoff and then, they could have killed him. He needs an ambulance. Come on. Let's get him outside somewhere safe and scatter. The heroes will find him and no one gets expelled, right? We can't just leave him alone like this. Use your head, brain freak, we'll hide and keep an eye on him until help arrives. Come on, hurry up. Icy hot, grab him, keep him warm. Izuku feels himself being carried and the sensation of running. He's still cold and very tired, but he tries to open his eyes and see where they are going. 𝐻𝐿 is carrying him now and Izuku presses against his warm side, eager to get to the heat. This way. Hitoshi calls and Izuku watches as they run through hallways, down a staircase, and out into a back alley. We can't just leave him here, 𝐻𝐿 says as they all lean against the wall of the building, Izuku half held up by 𝐻𝐿, I don't care if I get expelled. Me either, Hitoshi says passionately, Bakugo, you should go, we'll stay with him. Bakugo rolls his eyes. You two are dumber than I thought if you think I'm going to run now after risking my butt to come out here. Icy hot, keep Izuku warm. Brain freak, you and I are on guard duty. Someone text Aizawa-sensei and tell him to get his butt back here. 𝐻𝐿 slides down against the wall, Izuku clutched against him as he pulls out his phone to send a text. Izuku's a little more aware now, but is still shaking, not fully warmed up from the room of ice. He's not sure how long they sit there, but he begins to drift off again, shaking as 𝐻𝐿 tries to rub his arms and warm him up. After a while, there's a worried shout at the end of the alley and the sound of running footsteps. Izuku! Izuku opens his eyes, blinking blearily when he sees his parents, both running towards him in absolute desperation. Hisashi is already calling for an ambulance while Aizawa reaches down and puts his hand on Izuku's forehead. Aizu, are you with me? Aizawa asks, completely ignoring his students around his son. Come on sweetheart, open your eyes for me. Bakugo looks uncomfortable at the emotional scene and seeing Aizawa so gentle, clenching his jaw and looking away. Hisashi has finished calling for help and is kneeling down next to them, Hitoshi at his side. 𝐻𝐿 is still holding Izuku, trying to warm him up. They were keeping him in a room full of ice, 𝐻𝐿 explains to Aizawa, he's freezing, I'm trying to keep him as warm as I can. Aizawa nods, clutching Izuku's hand. Izuku finally opens his eyes, looking up in confusion. His parents are here now, but Izuku is still so cold. Was all of that a dream, before? Had he really talked with Spinner? Dad? Izuku says through chattering teeth, sorry. Don't apologize, Hisashi says, sounding stressed and anxious, honey, we're so happy you're alive. Help is coming soon, just stay calm, alright. Aizawa seems to get his bearings, looking at his students with narrowed eyes, as if just noticing the three of them there. What are you doing here? Aizawa hisses. Saving your son's life, Bakugo says from where he's leaning against the wall. If we had been a few minutes later, I don't think Izuku would be conscious. Hisashi blanches and Aizawa's jaw tightens, neither of them saying anything further. Soon, the blaring sound of an ambulance siren can be heard and Aizawa scoops Izuku up without a word. Hisashi turns to the students, seemingly making a decision. "Get back to you," Hisashi says quietly, "and please, stay out of trouble. We'll let you know how Izuku is doing when we can." Hitoshi and Shouto both look like they want to argue, but Bakugo tugs their sleeves, leading them down the opposite end of the alley. Hisashi watches them for a moment before turning to catch up with his husband and son. "Hawks, can you hear me?" Hisashi says quietly into his comms. "Loud and clear, MIC. How's the kid?" Hawk's voice comes through his earpiece. "He'll live," Hisashi says, swallowing hard. "Listen, there's 3 UA students out here. I sent them back to the school, but I want you to tail them, make sure they're safe and don't let them run into any trouble." "No problem, I'm on it." Satisfied that Hawks will make sure the others get back to UA all right, Hisashi climbs into the ambulance where the medics are working on Izuku. Izuku himself is still shaking as they warm him up, feeling an odd sense of déjà vu as he looks up at his parents, reminded strongly of the night he had first met them. The medics are putting an electric blanket over top of Izuku now, and the warmth instantly makes him feel a little better, able to open his eyes and look a little more coherently at his parents. "I'm okay," Izuku mumbles, eyes still half-lidded. "Spinner helped my scales and Shigaraki just iced me over. It's fine." "Kid, it is definitely not fine," Aizawa says, reaching over to squeeze his hand. "We're nearly to the hospital, we'll catch you up on everything there. Please, Aizu, just sleep. We'll watch out for you now." Izuku's eyes close, resting his head on the cot. The ambulance isn't a smooth ride, but the heat from the blankets makes him feel a little better. He can hear his parents talking as he lays in his half-asleep state. "Goddammit," Hisashi curses, "we said we'd keep him safe, we promised him, Shouter." "I know," Aizawa says, sounding more broken than Izuku's ever heard him, "I know. But we have to keep it together. He's alive, and so are the other students. All for One and Kurogiri are heading to Tartarus. Shigaraki's next. Izuku will be fine." It sounds like he's trying to convince himself and Izuku feels guilt burn through him. He's put his parents through so much this year. How many times will they have to ride with him in an ambulance like this, to take care of him? By the time they get to the hospital, Izuku has warmed up enough that he's a little more conscious. He's checked into a room and nurses work on him for a few minutes to warm him up. When he's pronounced not in immediate danger, Izuku's left alone with his parents. Neither of them look like they've slept in days, both ragged. They're still in their hero costumes and Izuku has a sinking feeling they haven't changed since the training camp, unsure of how many days it's been since he had been captured. He has a dozen questions, but he knows he'll probably have to talk to the police soon and give them his side of the story. "Hi," Izuku says quietly, both of them snapping up when they realize he's awake. "Oh, thank God," Hisashi chokes out, reaching over to squeeze his hand. "How are you feeling, sweetheart?" Izuku takes stock of his body. Still a little cold, but better. Aizawa sighs, rubbing his forehead, looking like something is bothering him immensely. "Izuku, I'm so sorry. I promised you that we'd be there for you, that we wouldn't let Shigaraki take you, and in less than a week, that promise was broken. I wish we could have been there to stop them. I'm so sorry." Izuku sits up, feeling dizzy for a moment before he shakes his head a little. "It's not your fault, Dad. Either of you. It's only Shigaraki's." "Did he hurt you?" Hisashi asks, "Any of them?" Izuku shakes his head. "No, actually, one of them helped me a lot. He's called Spinner, he has some kind of lizard quirk. He showed me a way to take care of my scales. It was only when I told Shigaraki I wouldn't join him that he put me to sleep with the ice." Aizawa and Hisashi both look disturbed still, exhausted, and Izuku feels so guilty. His parents deserve rest, and a break. But before he allows them that, he thinks back to his friends who saved him. "Please don't expel Hitoshi and the others," Izuku says quietly, gripping the blanket. "They got me out of there. They saved my life." "We won't," Aizawa reassures him. "They're going to have cleaning duty in the dorms for a month, but I'm not expelling the students who saved my son's life." Izuku nods, relieved before he remembers. something his dad said. Wait, dorms. Yeah, 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 has been building them all weekend. After the attack on the camp, Nezu decided that it would be safer to have students live on campus. Everyone's moving in next week, including the teachers. Izuku digests this for a minute, pulling the heated blanket up over himself. But, our apartment, sorry, kid, Hisashi soothes, squeezing Izuku's hand, we've got to move. There's a staff apartment building on campus now, and we've got to move in there. You'll have a bedroom there for the summer, and dorms for the school year. Izuku takes this all in for a moment before he says, it's okay, I understand. Will I get to see the old place again before we move out? Depends on what the doctors say, and the police, Aizawa says, but for now, it's time for you to rest. Get warmed up. Everyone is okay, no one else was hurt. The only thing you need to focus on is healing. Heights Alliance, the new UA dorms, are bigger than Izuku was expecting. After he had healed up at the hospital, he had gotten a chance to say goodbye to his childhood home, his parents calling a moving service to pack up and send their things to UA. 𝐶𝐼𝐼𝐼 had sent his parents photos of the completed apartment, so they would know what to expect. They come fully furnished, so they are able to sell a lot of their old furniture and things instead of bothering to pack it up. The new apartment is bigger than their old one, light and airy, with windows on both sides. The floors are a light wood and the walls are a calming shade of white, and the overall effect is a comfortable place. The furniture is nicer than what they used to have, and the kitchen has a full-size oven and stove. Izuku's touched to see 𝐶𝐼𝐼𝐼 even had a heat lamp pre-installed in his room. Most of Izuku's things are being sent to his new dorm room, but he plans on spending some nights here with his parents, along with school breaks and summers, so he wants his room to feel cozy. He makes up the bed and puts away some spare clothes in the closet, putting some childhood books and toys on a shelf. The packing and unpacking give Izuku something to focus on that isn't Shigaraki and the League, but the brief conversation he had with Spinner keeps rocking around in his head. About his scales, his body changing to be more snake-like, and Spinner's offer to train him. Izuku had no longing to train with a villain, but at the same time, Izuku's never met anyone that looked so much like him before. While his parents stay busy unpacking the rest of the apartment, Izuku takes his brooding thoughts to his new dorm. Here's where he has most of his things, his books and clothes, favorite sheets, and his old heat lamp. He turns it on, pushing up the thermostat in his room until it's toasty and warm inside. Izuku shares a hallway with Xiaoto, Kirishima, and Tokoyami, near one of the top floors of the dorms. Everyone's arrived and is unpacking, and Izuku can hear loud music blasting from all areas of the hall. He doesn't have much to unpack, already having finished most of it, so instead he burrows under his sheets, the heat lamp pointed over him. Completely tucking the sheets over his head, Izuku sighs with contentment, opting to take a nice, warm nap under here. Having his own thermostat in his room is a treat Izuku's never experienced, almost no one wanting the indoors to ever be as hot as he does. He's bundled into a small ball, piles of blankets over him as he allows himself to drift off to sleep. A while later, some light knocking on his door makes Izuku peek his head up in annoyance. He hated leaving his warm spot once he had bundled up. Izuku, you in there? Hitoshi's voice calls through the door and Izuku relaxes. Yeah, come in, he yawns as the door opens. Hitoshi heads in, wincing at the feeling of the room. SHT, it's hot in here. Sorry, did I interrupt your beauty sleep? Izuku rolls his eyes, curling up back under the blankets. No, I just wanted to be warm. Sorry if it's too hot for you. Hitoshi sits on the edge of Izuku's bed, leaning against the wall with a sigh before looking down at his friend. How are you doing? You've been kind of quiet since everything happened. Well, quieter than usual, I mean. Izuku stays silent for a moment before he pushes the blankets down, shifting to lean up against the wall, directly under his heat lamp. Yeah, it's just been a lot, Izuku says honestly, wrapping his arms around his legs. After I had my police interview at the hospital, it was just too much to try and explain again. I'm just glad the three of you didn't get in trouble for rescuing me. Hitoshi smirks. No trouble, but Bakugo was said he had garbage duty for 3 weeks. Xiaoto and I got stuck with cleaning the bathrooms, so I'm not sure which is worse, honestly. Worth it, though. Your parents could have totally had us expelled. They wouldn't do that, Izuku replies. You did save my life after all. I was kind of surprised Bakugo showed up. I haven't gotten a chance to thank him yet. Hitoshi sighs, stretching out. He heard Xiaoto and I whispering about our plan on the way out of UA and told us we were being f***ing idiots and that he was coming to because we were incompetent. Izuku smiles, huffing out a laugh. Well, I don't think I agree with his sentiments, but I appreciate his help. It was all kind of a blur, with the League. They didn't hurt you, right? Hitoshi asks quietly, looking at Izuku with concern. I mean, besides the ice room. Izuku shakes his head. No, they didn't. Actually, there was one of them who was a lot like me. He showed me how to take care of my scales and talked to me about what it was like to have mutant quirks. I'm glad you got to meet someone like that, even if they are a villain, Hitoshi says before looking down at his phone. Hey, Xiaoto's here, want to go say hello? Izuku doesn't want to leave his nest of warmth, but he wants to see his friends. Knowing that the rest of the dorms will be much colder than his room, Izuku bundles up in a sweatshirt, joggers, and fuzzy socks before following Hitoshi out the door. Xiaoto's just a few doors down, so it's a short walk. The door is half open already and Hitoshi pushes it the rest of the way. Xiaoto's already unpacked as well, and his room is really nice. Very Japanese, complete with tatami mats and plants. It's cozy, but the pretty decor takes a backseat to something else, something that catches Izuku's eye. On Xiaoto's desk, right next to his computer, is a very familiar old, stuffed cat. Izuku is surprised by the welling up of emotion he feels when he sees it. It looks well-loved, even more than when Izuku had it, and it's sitting pride of place in Xiaoto's room. Wow, this looks awesome, Hitoshi says looking around the room. Did you do all this yourself, Sho? Yes, it took most of the day, Xiaoto replies, noticing Izuku staring at the cat toy. He blushes, standing up and walking over, picking up the little toy and handing it to Izuku, who holds it reverently, like it's something precious. Cat, Izuku says quietly, looking at the toy with immense fondness, you still have it, after all this time. Xiaoto nods, blushing a little harder. It's the only toy I ever had. I played with it a lot. And slept with it every night. I never got to thank you for how much it meant to me when we were kids. It was the first toy my parents gave me, Izuku says quietly, before setting the toy back down on the desk. I just knew someone else needed it, more than I did. I'm glad you still have it. Hitoshi watches the interaction with interest, sitting down on Xiaoto's bed. So, you two knew each other as kids? I didn't know that. Not really, we just ran into each other once, Xiaoto says, and Izuku gave this to me. It was the same week I had got my scar and my mother had left, so I was especially vulnerable. I think he picked up on it. Izuku smiles softly. I was a wreck, too. I'd never spoken to someone my own age before without them running away or looking at me like I was disgusting, so that interaction meant a lot to me, too. The three of them talk for a while, about everything and nothing, until Kirishima knocks on Xiaoto's door and tells them that the entire class is meeting downstairs. They stand up and head down to the common area together where the whole class is gathering. Most of them haven't seen Izuku since training camp, and is shocked when multiple people hug him. Izuku, we were so worried about you. Uraraka cries, throwing her arms around him, I'm so glad you're okay. Me too, Tsuyu says, a soft rib bit at the end of her sentence as she pats Izuku's shoulder. Good to have you back. Izuku isn't used to all the attention, blushing as everyone welcomes him back. Bakugo shows up last, looking at Izuku with a scoff. He walks over, a little unsure of what to say to him. Thank you, Izuku tells him quietly. I don't remember a lot, but thank you for what you did. Don't ever mention it again, Bakugo snaps, like, literally. I'm just glad the League of Dumbass didn't get away with you. Bakugo storms away from him and goes to talk to Kirishima, and Izuku's left a little befuddled. He stands there for a moment before heading back to Hitoshi and Xiaoto. The whole class is downstairs, talking and laughing, excitedly checking over the common areas. Hagekyo claps her hands together excitedly from the couch and jumps up with a squeal. I have the best idea. Dorm room tours. Let's see who has the coolest room, come on. The tours are interesting. Izuku could never have suspected some of his classmates' decoration choices. Some make sense, like Tokoyami's dark room and Ida's room that's more like a library. Others are a surprise, like Jiru having a room full of musical instruments. When they get to Izuku's room, he opens the door a little shyly. His room is pretty plain, just the standard dorm furniture, but he's got piles of cozy blankets and his heat lamp, so the room is still hot. Phew, it's like a jungle in here, Kaminari says, wiping his brow. Dude, how can you sleep when it's this hot? Izuku blushes. I like to burrow. So, I like it being warm. It's a snake thing. Kaminari just looks up at Izuku and grins. Cool. A few weeks pass as they settle into living together. It's strange at first, living in the dorms. Izuku isn't used to being around this many people, especially people who like him. They have their own bathrooms in the dorms, but the baths are communal. Izuku's never dared to bathe in a public space, given his quirk, but his classmates accept him. Spinner seemed to be right about his scales. Each time he sheds new scales, Izuku notices his patches of snakeskin enlarging. It probably will be under a year before any human skin he had is gone. It's a strange thought, but he tries not to let it bother him, especially when so many of his classmates seem to actually be interested in his quirk. What are you doing? Tsuyu asks kindly one afternoon. Izuku's sitting on the floor, gently massaging his scales the way that Spinner showed him. He's going through a big shed, so he knows it'll be better if he can get them off more healthily. Oh, my skin's shedding, Izuku tells her, so I have to get the old scales off. He points to a small pile of black scales and snakeskin on the ground, where they've been piling up over the last few minutes. It's a little gross, I probably should have just done this in my dorm room. He blushes, feeling a bit rude for doing this out here. It's not gross, Tsuyu says. What do you do with the old snakeskin? Izuku just stares at her before he says, I just, throw it out. You should totally sell it to those people who like fancy purses and stuff, Kirishima says, coming up behind them. I mean, you'd be a lifetime unlimited supplier, you'd make bank. You could go into fashion. Izuku just blushes again, but he feels oddly relieved, never having people make light of his quirk before. It's another reminder that his class accepts him, and no one is disgusted by or scared of him here. Every night there are impromptu study sessions or movie nights, and people take turns cooking dinner together. Izuku gets to know his classmates on a deeper level, and it really begins to feel like a family. On the weekends, Izuku ups to spend at least one night with his parents at the new apartment, enjoying the space with them and trying to have some family time after the stressful year they've all had. His parents' work schedules are even more overloaded than usual, so Izuku tries to ground them by having at least one family dinner night per week. 1A studies hard together for the next few weeks to prepare for provisional licensing exams. Passing these allows for hero students like them to use their quirks in public when necessary. Fortunately, due to everyone working hard, the entire class passes on the same exam day. We did it! Mina squeals in the common room, holding up her new provisional hero license. Congratulations everyone. The dorms have been decked out, likely by Mina, Hagekyo, and Emma, with streamers and balloons. There's pizza and soda, and loud music playing. Everyone's taking the night off of homework, studying, and training, just to hang out together. It's nice. Izuku, do you mind if we invite Aizawa-sensei? Hagekyo asks him. Confused, Izuku asks, why would I mind? Most teenagers don't like hanging out with their parents that much, you know. Shiro laughs from the corner. Most people's parents aren't as cool as Aizawa. Hitoshi grins. You better invite him too, or he'll be like a kicked puppy, right Izuku? Izuku nods with a smile, texting his parents to invite them both to the dorms. The celebration is well underway, and when his parents arrive, Izuku can't help but smile as half a dozen of his classmates rush to them to show them their new licenses. Aizawa's jaw is twitching, a sure sign he's about to smile, while Hisashi beams, patting them on the back and telling them well done. It's the first real party Izuku remembers ever going to, not being one for big birthday parties. It's nice. Here, in the dorms with his parents and his friends, he can almost forget about the danger outside of UA's walls. Although, from the exhaustion in his parents' eyes, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 knows that there must be a lot going on outside of the school, with the villains and what remains of the league. After receiving their provisional licenses, 1A students are allowed to do internships with pro-hero agencies. Most of 𝐒𝐿𝐿's classmates are interning with the same heroes that they did their work studies with earlier in the year, and he's the same. Both he and Tsuyu have chosen Miruko, excited for a full month of working with her. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 gets to know Hawks and Tokoyami better, too, as Hawks and Miruko work together often. Miruko is against hero teams, and seems to not like many of the pro-heroes, but she and Hawks are obviously close. Rumi, Hawks whines, "We've been patrolling with the kids for hours and run into nothing. Come on, I'm bored to death. Let's have some fun." They are walking together as a group on top of the high-rise where Hawks' agency is located, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 and Tsuyu with Miruko and Tokoyami with Hawks, all in their hero costumes. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 has his hood down, enjoying the breeze on his face. It's a warm night, despite being up so high, so he doesn't mind it. "The last time you said we should have fun, I broke my leg and you got a concussion," Miruko deadpans. "What are you thinking this time?" Hawks grins, pointing down at the ground below. "Flight practice. All right, who wants to dive with me?" Everyone stares at Hawks for a long moment until his wings deflate a little. "Come on, guys, anyone?" "We're over 100 stories up," Miruko comments patiently, as if she expected something like this, "and we can't fly." Hawks simply points to his flight suit, where 𝐒𝐿𝐿 notices some new straps and clasps that have been placed there that weren't there the day before. "Had my suit adapted in case I needed to carry anyone out from a rescue op," Hawks exclaims. "I know it's safe to use, but I haven't had a chance to test it from this height yet. So, does anyone want to be my guinea pig?" 𝐒𝐿𝐿 looks out over the city and feels a rush of adrenaline, looking at Hawks and saying, "I do." Miruko and the others look at 𝐒𝐿𝐿 in shock, but Hawks looks gleeful, tugging 𝐒𝐿𝐿 over and strapping the safety belts around his torso, getting them to the edge of the building. "Ready, kid?" Hawks asks. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 can only nod, terrified as he looks down at the dizzying drop. "Rumi, film this for me, will you?" Before 𝐒𝐿𝐿 can say anything, Hawks leaps off the edge of the building and dives. It's like the wildest roller coaster 𝐒𝐿𝐿 could imagine. He knows he's safe, but the rush of flight, and the speed at which they are falling, is enough to terrify anyone. The world zooms past his eyes in a stream of light and color, and 𝐒𝐿𝐿 has the urge to laugh and scream at the same time. Hawks levels out about 30 stories down, his wings flaring out, slowly descending. The world is suddenly peaceful, appealing, the wind the only sound he can hear. The city is laid out beneath them, the lights sparkling for miles. It looks so big and so small at the same time, and 𝐒𝐿𝐿 feels free. "Doing okay?" Hawks shouts in his ear and 𝐒𝐿𝐿 nods. This freedom is incredible, and he wishes he had a quirk like this that would allow him to fly. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 realizes then that he's smiling. Hawks grins too, shooting off and gently swirling them down to the ground in the back part of his building. When they hit the ground, 𝐒𝐿𝐿's legs are shaking, but he's never had so much fun in his life. Hawks unbuckles him while Miruko and the others rush over to them from the building. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 looks at Hawks with a huge smile. "Can we do that again?" 𝐒𝐿𝐿 asks, and Hawks bursts into a brilliant grin. "Knew there was some of present MIC in you." Hawks laughs, ruffling 𝐒𝐿𝐿's hair. "You're definitely the perfect mix of both your parents, kid." "Hey, what's that?" 𝐒𝐿𝐿 looks where Hawks is pointing towards his face and reaches up, feeling a large patch of skin starting to peel. The others are looking at him a bit oddly, so he figures it's maybe more than usual. Oh, my skin's shedding," 𝐒𝐿𝐿 says, still riding on a high from the adrenaline from the fight. "The wind might have exacerbated it." Hawks looks concerned, pushing up his goggles. "It doesn't hurt, right?" 𝐒𝐿𝐿 shakes his head. "No, but I need some time to deal with it." "Use the bathroom in the staff lounge," Hawks tells him, eyes worried. 𝐒𝐿𝐿's not sure what's wrong exactly, but he thanks him, pulling up his hood and heading into the building. He heads to the lounge and into the single-stall bathroom, closing and locking the door behind him before looking in the mirror. His jaw drops in shock. He's not sure if it's from the force of the wind or the speed they were falling, but he has patches peeling off everywhere. Instead of his scales peeling though, His other skin has shed and his face is now almost entirely snakeskin. 𝐒𝐿 swallows hard, gently removing the old skin and loose scales, staring into his now almost completely reptilian face. Just like Spinner had warned him about. 𝐒𝐿 looks down, patches of his arms and leg scales peeling too. He handles what he can, before pulling his hood high up and over his head so no one will stare at him in the lobby. When he heads back outside to the others, 𝐒𝐿 keeps his face hidden, knowing there's absolutely no way he can hide in public, not anymore, and not ever again. Miruko walks up to him and gently pulls off his hood, cupping his face with her hand. "Don't hide, kid," she says gently, "there's nothing wrong with the way you look. Come on, didn't you want to take another flight?" When 𝐒𝐿 arrives back to UA that evening, he's anxious about what people are going to say about his face. Tsuyu and Tokoyami keep reassuring him as they walk, but 𝐒𝐿 isn't even sure what his parents are going to say. He hasn't been able to get in touch with them today, since they are both on patrol. If anyone says anything rude, just sick hawks on them, Tsuyu jokes, making 𝐒𝐿 smile. They've just reached Heights Alliance and headed inside when the first person notices. "Whoa, man, wild." Zero asks, his eyes boggling, "Dude, you're like all snake." 𝐒𝐿 feels like he's blushing, but he knows it won't show on through his scales. Yeah, my skin shed off when I went flying with hawks." Zero gapes at him, but 𝐒� just heads to his room, wanting some quiet. The flights with hawks tonight were fun and 𝐒� enjoys the spirited side of himself that comes out when he's around hawks and Miruko. 𝐒� collects some fresh clothes and a towel before heading down to the baths, managing to avoid his classmates. He gets into the shower and cleans off the last remaining loose scales that are clinging to him. Once he gets clean and dries off, 𝐒� puts on his comfy clothes and heads out into the dorms, his face out for everyone to see. "Looking good, man." Kirishima calls to him, "Love the new face." It's not sarcastic at all, and 𝐒� looks up in surprise at him. His classmates in the dorms don't look disgusted or upset, in fact everyone just looks totally normal. Of course, it's a change in his appearance, so people notice it, but there are no rude comments at least. Thanks," 𝐒� says quietly, marveling at their support. "I'm going to my parents for a bit, I'll see you guys later." Once he reaches his parents' apartment, he uses his keycard to scan in and smiles fondly when he sees Hisashi sprawled out on the couch, snoring like a train, still in his hero costume. Aizawa's nowhere in sight, so 𝐒� goes over, shaking Hisashi's shoulder. "Dad, come on, you should at least change," 𝐒� murmurs, watching Hisashi's eyes flutter open. He looks at 𝐒� for a moment before grinning. "I like the new look, kid. How was your internship today?" "Good," 𝐒� says as Hisashi sits up. "Hawks took me flying, it was incredible. How about you, anything happen?" Hisashi sighs, running an exhausted hand through his hair. "Yeah, Major. Your dad's still handling it. I can't tell you most of the details, but Hitoshi and your dad ran into one of the Yakuza bosses today. They are both totally fine, thanks to Hitoshi's brainwashing quirk, but they ended up saving a little girl. She's got an unstable quirk, so your dad is staying with her and recovery girl right now. Hitoshi's there, too." 𝐒� digests this for a moment before he nods and says, "Okay. Have they had dinner or anything? Should we bring them something?" Hisashi sighs again. "Your dad said not to come over. Her quirk is really dangerous, and she's terrified. He thinks it's better if he stays with her tonight. Lunch rush'll feed them, he's on it." "Well, do you want some ramen, then?" 𝐒� asks. "I'm happy to cook." "Ramen sounds great, thanks kid." 𝐒� ends up sleeping at his parents' place that night, waking up only in the morning when Aizawa walks in at about 5:30, still in his hero uniform. 𝐒� shifts awake, sitting up with a yawn under his heat lamp. He rubs his eyes and heads out to the living room, wincing when he sees how tired Aizawa looks. "Dad, did you get any sleep?" 𝐒� asks, stepping into the living room. Aizawa's eyes widen when he sees 𝐒�'s face, before smiling softly at him. "No, but that's why I came home," Aizawa yawns. The girl we rescued, poor thing, cried half the night. Hitoshi stayed with her until I kicked him out. Recovery girl sent me home once she was asleep." 𝐒� nods. already heading to the kitchen to make his dad some food. Take a shower, Dad, I'll get breakfast going. Then you can sleep. Izuku makes eggs for all of them, Hisashi waking up to the smell of it, and the three of them have breakfast together. Izuku's missed eating with his parents, living in the dorms, and is pleased to have time together as a family again. Hawk sent me a very interesting video last night, Hisashi says halfway through breakfast with a grin. If I hadn't seen you already last night, Aizu, it would have given me a heart attack. What happened? Aizawa asks with a tired groan. What did Hawks do this time? Hisashi turns his phone around and Izuku winces, watching Hawks leap off the high-rise with Izuku attached to him. Aizawa hisses, grabbing the phone as he watches Izuku fall with Hawks through the air. Thing hell, Aizawa sighs. Well, was it fun at least? Izuku nods, grinning. Yeah, it was great. He actually took me twice. I think that's why so much of my skin shed last night, from the airspeed. It brought out my scales sooner than they would have come otherwise. It looks good, kid, Aizawa says, handing the phone back to Hisashi, but I'd prefer you don't leap off any more high rises for the time being. The rest of the morning passes peacefully, and Izuku is stretched lazily out on the couch when his phone starts vibrating. He picks it up, wondering why 𝐶𝐲𝐸 is calling him instead of texting. Hello, he says, but he sits up when he hears what sounds like chaos over the line. There's villains in the dorms. 𝐶𝐲𝐸 shouts over the phone, all over campus. They've disabled the alarms. Get your parents, 𝐻 the call cuts off and Izuku runs over to the window, heart sinking when he sees a few of the new dorm buildings on fire and panicked students running from villains. Izuku doesn't wait any longer, he rushes into his parents' room. They're curled up, both asleep, and Izuku hates to wake them, but he has no choice. Dad, Dad. Izuku cries, shaking Hisashi's shoulder, Aizawa jolting up at the sound of Izuku's panicked voice. Villains on campus. They're attacking UA. It's a credit to his parents' professionalism that they don't even flinch. There's no time to get on hero costumes, so Aizawa grabs his capture weapon and goggles, just managing to put on shoes before he flies out the door in sweatpants and a sweatshirt, Hisashi following behind him in a similar state. Izuku races after them too, in nothing but his pajamas, desperately hoping that his friends are all right. Izuku bursts out of his parents' apartment building into a nightmare. The main UA building looks like it's been locked down in time. The windows shut with steel shutters and the doors all appear locked. The dorms are another matter, with several of them on fire and some even collapsed. Izuku looks in horror to see that UA's main gate has been demolished by either a person with some kind of gigantism quirk or an actual monster. It's huge, the size of a skyrise, and it's clear it's destroyed half the street before busting through UA. Hisashi, go. Aizawa says, voice shaking a little as he surveys the destruction. Use voice on it, I have to get to the dorms. Hisashi swallows hard, standing tall before he says, I love you. Both of you. Come back safe. Always, Aizawa says. Izuku, don't do anything rash. Please. Find your friends, protect who you can, but don't get hurt. Izuku nods, watching with horror as Hisashi runs straight for the gigantic creature and Aizawa bolts towards Heights Alliance. Izuku follows Aizawa, wanting to find 𝐶𝐲𝐸 and the others. He has no weapons, not even shoes, and Izuku has nothing with which to defend himself if not his venom. Izuku just runs, dodging debris as he launches towards Heights Alliance. His heart sinks when he sees the top floor blown half off and sees his classmates all fighting. Kaminari has blown out the electricity in the dorms, using the reserve power to shock two villains Izuku doesn't recognize. It becomes abundantly clear that some of the damage is from Bakugo, who's having an intense fight with Toga, shooting explosions at her. He can't see Hitoshi anywhere, but he spots 𝐶𝐲𝐸, also in pajamas, as he freezes multiple villains to the ground. Izuku jumps and kicks one of them down before they can hit 𝐶𝐲𝐸, not wanting to resort to biting unless he has to. Izuku! 𝐶𝐲𝐸 calls, running over to him. His face is covered in grime and a little BLD, looking exhausted. They came so fast, they're everywhere. Where's Hitoshi? Izuku asks, looking around. He's spotted most of his classmates, but he's worried for his friend. He's still in the UA building, 𝐿𝐿 says, he was staying with that girl, when the villains busted in. The main building is secure, but all the other security protocols got shot down when that giant thing busted inside. Izuku's relieved that Hitoshi's safe, glad that he doesn't have to worry about him on top of everyone else. The situation is dire out here, and Izuku can hear screams and cries of pain all around him. Somewhere, a water pipe has burst and is flooding everything, making Kaminari's quirk extremely dangerous. Izuku looks over, wincing when he hears the echo of Hisashi's voice quirk coming across campus. The creature roars, stomping on some of the buildings. All of the teachers are out fighting, and Izuku can see police, military, and on-call heroes pouring in through UA's gate. It's a literal war unfolding in front of his eyes, and Izuku is horrified. He tries not to think about the fact that people may have died already, that his friends might be buried under the rubble of some of these destroyed buildings. Let's go, Izuku tells 𝐿𝐿, heart lightening when he spots Hawks dive bombing a group of villains. Look, they called in reinforcements. Izuku and 𝐿𝐿 take off running towards the battle, doing whatever they can to help. Izuku doesn't want to bite anyone, but he keeps his fangs out just in case. From what Izuku can tell, the entire League of Villains is here, and a large number of villains he doesn't know. There's a blue ring of fire around one of the buildings and he spots Shigaraki standing on top of one of the gym buildings. Fear pumps through Izuku as he tries not to think about the status of his parents, his friends. He has to keep his worries out of his head so he can focus on what's happening. He spots a blonde third-year student he doesn't know soar through the sky in full hero costume, doing a punch that would impress All Might to stop a team of villains from destroying another dorm. "Oh, look, it's my favorite prisoner," Shigaraki calls, looking down at Izuku. Izuku feels a cold, sick feeling creep down his spine as the villain grins, sliding down the building and landing right in front of them. "Hello, Izuku Aizawa," Shigaraki grins. 𝐿𝐿 growls, getting in a fighting stance but is distracted when the scarred villain with the blue flames shoots a blast at him, pulling 𝐿𝐿 into a battle. "Don't worry about them, they'll work it out," Shigaraki grins, walking close to Izuku as chaos reigns around them. "I only want to talk to you, anyways. I like the new face, you look even more like a villain now." Izuku just stares, feeling like he's having an out-of-body experience as the villain stares him down. "Why are you doing this?" Izuku asks, "How did you even get into UA?" Just then, the giant creature his parents are fighting at the gate roars so loudly that it shakes the ground, and Shigaraki just raises an eyebrow. "I should think that part was kind of obvious," Shigaraki grins. "𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐴, he's the one that busted through the gate. Oh, and if you're wondering why the security is so lax, we have you to thank for that." Izuku freezes, his heart dropping as he swallows hard. "What do you mean?" "Toga drank your BLD, Shigaraki continues conversationally. "She turned into you and walked right through the UA gates. She was able to disable the security protocols in a single night. It's all thanks to you, really, otherwise we never would have been able to get in. Good thing your quirk has such a major weakness, the cold. Since we couldn't steal your venom, we figured stealing your face was good enough." Izuku clenches his fists, shaking with anger, partially at himself, but mostly at the villains for doing this to his friends, his family, his home. A rage like his never felt surges through him and Izuku lunges. Shigaraki just laughs, and the dance begins. Izuku knows he's a breath from death's door each time Shigaraki's hands get close to touching him. He's dodging, not trying to actually hit Shigaraki at all, just to keep his attention until someone, anyone, can stop him. There's battles happening all around them, the sounds of screaming, of quirk usage. Izuku sees Endeavor and 𝐿𝐿 battle a villain together. Ida rushes, charging at Mr. Compress. Uraraka levitates a piece of rubble off a general studies student so they can run. Midnight, her face bleeding, fighting in close combat with the ice villain. It's too much, so much, and on top of all of it, the villain Shigaraki had called 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐴 is still rampaging and it's all Izuku's fault. He has to stop this, he has to do something. His parents, his friends, everyone could die if he hesitates here. He resolves that if biting Shigaraki again is the only thing he can do to save everyone, he may have to intentionally take an action he knows in this scenario will very likely kill someone. "You're fast," Shigaraki laughs, lunging for Izuku again. You know, maybe I'll just separate your head from your shoulders. I can still use just your fangs even if the rest of you isn't attached. Izuku tries to duck, but Shigaraki has him pressed to a corner, his back pushed against a half-demolished building. He can't move, there's rubble on either side of him. Izuku looks at Shigaraki and understands this might be the last moment of his life. Shigaraki seems to be coming at him in slow motion, lunging forward with his eyes wild, inches from Izuku when a green blur surges between them. It happens so fast that Izuku can't even make heads or tails of it, but when his brain catches up to his eyes, he sees Spinner with his jaws clamped around Shigaraki's middle. Shigaraki is howling like a wounded animal while Spinner holds on, BLD pooling on Shigaraki's side. Spinner yanks his face up, staring at Izuku for a moment before he nods once. Run, kid. Izuku doesn't second-guess it. He can hear Shigaraki and Spinner fighting behind him, but he runs, running towards Gigantomachia, knowing that's where his parents will be. There's fighting all around him, but the heroes are still standing tall, the police are scooting villains to safety, and Izuku is charging at a massive villain in his pajamas. He sees red when he spots Hisashi in a heap on the ground, trying to stand back up but clearly wounded. Izuku makes his way towards his dad, but is stopped by an even more terrifying sight. Aizawa is hovering in front of Gigantomachia's head, using his capture weapon to swing in front of his eyes. His quirk is flaring, but it's doing nothing, and Izuku wonders what his dad is trying to accomplish. He sees Miruko rush over to Hisashi and pull him out of the line of fire, so Izuku focuses back on Aizawa. Hawks dive bombs in front of Gigantomachia while Aizawa swings, the villain's head going back and forth. Izuku has a flashback to being a child and playing Godzilla with Hitoshi, the sight of a giant creature wreaking havoc on a city. It comes to him at that moment that Aizawa is trying to make the villain dizzy. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Gigantomachia stumbles, and a dozen police officers point weapons at him, firing simultaneously. The effect is instantaneous. When the bullets strike him, Gigantomachia's giant form vanishes. Aizawa falls, but Hawks catches him midair, landing him safely on the ground. Izuku watches as officers slap cuffs on the now human-sized Gigantomachia, and watches as the villains start to surrender. Izuku tries not to look and see if any of the bodies on the ground are people he knows. He has to get to his parents, he has to find his parents. Izuku has no idea what state he's in, but he must look terrible, because Hawks winces when he spots him and Aizawa's face turns ashen. Hisashi is sitting on the ground next to Miruko, not noticing Izuku's approach yet. Izuku, Aizawa says, running over and looking at him anxiously. Are you, sweetheart? You're covered in BLD. Izuku looks down and sees he is, feeling it on his face and hands. It's Shigaraki's, Izuku says, his voice sounding detached. He was going to kill me and Spinner saved my life. Aizawa pulls Izuku into a tight hug before pulling him over to Hisashi, who appears to have a leg wound. Izuku hugs Hisashi hard, all of them not caring that they are covered in BLD, dirt, and grime. Hawks looks more serious than Izuku's ever seen, looking across the scene of horror and appearing much older than his 20-something years. They are surrendering, Hawks says, it's time to round them up. Does anyone know how the 𝐒𝐻𝐻 got in? Izuku chokes out a sob, making them all look at him. He hadn't meant to get emotional, but stepping out into a war zone wasn't something Izuku was ready for. He's scared like he used to be when he was a child and everything was wrong. Aizu, did Shigaraki say something? Hisashi asks before he starts hissing in pain, gripping his leg. Izuku nods, his words gone, used up in the BLD of everyone spilled today because he let himself be captured, because he wasn't strong enough, their lives, the property damage, the destruction is all on him. Izuku starts breathing faster, clutching his chest. He can't deal with this, it's too much. Izuku Aizawa, Miruko's sharp voice cuts through, making him look up at her. Status report, now. Her no-nonsense tone, so different from the Miruko he's come to know, snaps him back to reality. He swallows hard before he tries to explain. Shigaraki said, that girl, Toga, he starts, she stole my BLD when I was unconscious at the League. She disguised herself as me and snuck in, disabled everything. That's how they got in. He can't stop the tears now, this is all my fault. Izuku breaks into a round of sobbing, Aizawa pulling him into a hug, rubbing Izuku's back and telling him it's okay, it wasn't his fault, and that he's going to be fine. Things Izuku knows aren't true. He doesn't even know if his friends are alive. His class, teachers, the little girl his dad had saved, Tsuyu, Xiaotou, Hitoshi. Their lives could all be on his shoulders. It seems like every emergency department in the city is at UA now, along with every ambulance. Izuku sees dozens of people, hero, villain, and innocent bystanders alike loaded on the back of ambulances. When he has a better hold of himself and he sees Hisashi being looked after, he and Aizawa run back to Heights Alliance. It's totally wrecked, which Izuku was expecting, but it's still hard to see. Everyone's rooms, destroyed. Their common area now has half of the roof in it. Bakugo had exploded the entire shower room and there's water pouring everywhere. Izuku sees his classmates spread around relieved that while everyone seems to be banged up, they are alive. Mina's arm looks broken, but 𝐒𝐻𝐻 is helping her. Bakugo is sitting on top of a crumbling wall, Kirishima at his side, both looking a little shaken. Ida is with Uraraka, both of them consoling a crying Momo. Tsuyu and Tokoyami are with Kuda, all of them sitting on the ground looking tired, but alive. Izuku has no words to say as Aizawa runs around, checking on everyone. Izuku's heart lightens when he sees Xiaotou next to Endeavor in the distance, both standing tall. Izuku, someone calls his name and Izuku turns to see Hitoshi running at him full force, pulling Izuku into a tight hug. I was locked inside, Hitoshi chokes out, burying his face into Izuku's shoulder. Inside UA. I tried to get out, but I couldn't, so I took care of Eri instead. God, I'm so relieved you're all okay. Izuku brings shaking hands into the back of Hitoshi's shirt. He knows logically in the grand history of battles that this probably wasn't the most epic one to ever happen. He's not even sure if anyone actually died today. But it was something none of them had been prepared for. While they were training to be heroes, no one had trained them for battle, for war. Aizawa gathers up as many of Class 1A as he can find, doing a head count, and Izuku can see the relief on everyone's faces when all 20 of them are accounted for. Xiaotou had come back over to them, a haunted look on his face, and Izuku doesn't ask what his friends just had to witness. Together, they look out across the destroyed campus. The new building Cementos had just finished, utterly flattened and many in flames. We survived again, Uraraka says quietly, another attack. Well, they say the third time's the charm, right? Kaminari jokes weakly, that means we're immune to villain attacks now, right? I think 3 in 1 year is enough. Aizawa turns to them, his eyes full of exhaustion, but also of pride. Everyone, please go get yourselves checked out by a medic, he says quietly, before he looks more serious, thank you for staying alive. It's easily the most emotional thing Aizawa has ever said to their class and more than one person wipes tears out of their eyes. Izuku just stands there, his head whirling. Shigaraki's been arrested, Aizawa tells Izuku as the others walk. He was badly wounded by one of his own, but he's alive and heading to Tartarus. The other villains either surrendered, were captured, or were killed. Aizawa tugs on Izuku's hand, pulling him back towards the front with everyone else. Come on, kid. Let's go get cleaned up. The cleanup of UA takes less time than Izuku expected. With the help of Cementos's quirk, the debris and damage is cleared away once the police have finished investigating the grounds and doing official interviews with everyone who was involved with the battle. Many students are sent home, and Izuku can tell from the way his parents and the other teachers look, the school is receiving a stressful amount of criticism from the public over the failure of the security system. Since Heights Alliance is destroyed, 1A works together to remove anything from the dorm that's salvageable. Most of them have lost everything, all their possessions, but Izuku isn't too proud to say he actually cried when he saw Xiaotou remove Cat from the rubble of his room, burned and missing an arm, but still intact. It seems like a good omen, if nothing else. While many of the students have left, 1A and other classes fight to stay on campus to help with the cleanup efforts. With everyone working together, the grounds are cleaned within 2 days and the ruined buildings are repaired or replaced completely. Izuku is selfishly glad that the staff apartments weren't damaged, and neither was the main building of UA, so his parents' place is safe and anyone staying to help has a place to crash, either in the staff building or inside UA itself. Izuku has Xiaotou and Hitoshi stay with him in his room at his parents' place, but they can't fit too many others. Most people camp out in their classrooms, emergency services bringing sleeping bags, food, water, and anything else anyone needs. People shower in the gyms, and despite the horrors they've all just endured, everyone seems determined to get the school back up and running as much as possible. Currently, Izuku is sitting on the roof of the staff apartment building, looking out over the grounds. It's only been a week since the attack, but the campus already looks almost completely repaired. The gate has been replaced and Nezu has installed some incredibly formidable security systems around campus that would shoot anyone who tried to enter by force with quirk suppressants and tranquilizers. Many pro heroes have stayed to help monitor UA's campus as well, Hawks and Miruko included, and it makes Izuku feel secure and safe to see two of his favorite heroes stationed at UA. "You okay up here, kiddo?" a tired voice asks, and Izuku turns to see Aizawa walking over to sit next to him. Izuku nods, watching Hawks do some practice dives across campus, almost wishing he was up in the air, feeling a swooping in his stomach as he watches Hawks fly. "Yeah," Izuku says softly, "it's hard to believe this was all destroyed only a week ago. How are you and Dad holding up?" Aizawa sighs, sitting down next to Izuku and pressing against his side. His parents have been very clingy since the fight, and Izuku can't blame them for it. "Dad's okay," Aizawa says. "You know how stubborn he is, even with crutches he's rushing around trying to help everyone. Recovery girl told him he'd be fixed up by tomorrow, but he says he can't wait that long. A lot of students are starting to move back in." Izuku's surprised by that. "Isn't the school getting a lot of heat, though?" "Yes, there are plenty of students not returning," Aizawa says quietly. "I wouldn't want to be Nezu right now, dealing with angry parent emails on top of the Hero Commission and the press. Fortunately, since Shigaraki and most of the villains who attacked are now in Tartarus awaiting trial, most people feel safe enough to send their kids back." Izuku nods, flashes of the battle rushing through his mind. He had been so close to death, they all had, but he had really, truly thought Shigaraki would kill him. It had been so close to happening. Shigaraki's hand, extended towards him, his chest open and vulnerable, he would have decayed to nothing, disappeared like he almost did when he was a kid. "Aizu, you're drifting," Aizawa says gently, reaching over to rub Izuku's neck. "What's on your mind, kid?" Izuku looks up, his eyes full of pain and confusion. "Dad, do you know what happened to Spinner? He saved my life, so I was just wondering." "Shigaraki hit him hard," Aizawa tells him gently. "He's still in one of the villain hospitals, but he gave it back as good as he got. He'll live, but he's going to be tried with the others. I know he saved you, but he's also killed a lot of innocent people." Izuku's shoulders hunch. Spinner had been kind to him, he was so similar, and Izuku wanted to at least thank the person who risked everything to save his life, even though they weren't fighting on the same side. "Do you think," Izuku asks quietly, looking down at his lap, "do you think I could see him someday? Thank him. If he had been even a second later, I would have died, Dad." Aizawa tenses, wrapping an arm around Izuku's shoulders and pulling him close, clearly disturbed by the thought. "I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I promise we can try," Aizawa says honestly. "How is Xiaotou doing, by the way?" He and Endeavor had a nasty fight with Darby, the fire user. Izuku blanches. Xiaotou had been closed off since the battle, looking like he's been drifting in his own world. A couple of nights ago, he had woken both Hitoshi and Izuku up screaming from a nightmare. Xiaotou had told them both then the horrible truth. Darby, the blue fire wielder, was his long-thought dead brother, Tuya Todoroki. "We couldn't tell anyone," Xiaotou had stammered, looking more shaken than Izuku had ever seen his friend. "He's in Tartarus now, anyway. But I couldn't believe, after all this time, that my Nissan was alive. He hates me." Izuku looks at Aizawa now, wondering if he should share that with his dad. He doesn't know if it's his place, or if it even really matters now that it's all over. He resolves to tell his parents someday, with Xiaotou's permission, but for now he should keep that to himself. "He'll be okay," Izuku says quietly. "I mean, UA is mandating therapy for everyone who was on campus during the attack, right? What about that little girl, Eri?" Is she okay? Aizawa nods. She's fine. Hitoshi's with her now. They're stuck together like glue, those two. I wouldn't be surprised if Hitoshi's mom adopts her once she can get a hold of her quirk. They sit in silence for a long while, Izuku relaxing into Aizawa's embrace. It's quiet, peaceful, and they both lock on Hawk's form in the distance as he flies lazy loops around campus, keeping his well-practiced eye out over everyone. Why did they attack? Izuku asks after a long while. What was Shigaraki even trying to accomplish? Aizawa looks at his son, reaching over to squeeze his hand. He wanted to destroy everything. His boss, the one All Might fought while you were captured, is a supervillain called All for One. When he was captured, the HPSC used a new drag, a highly controversial one, and removed All for One's quirks. The man was left a shell, and is currently on life support. Izuku stares, confused. Dad, you said, quirks. Like more than one. All for One had the ability to steal other people's quirks and use them for himself, Aizawa explains quietly, so when they used the drag on him, he lost an untold number of quirks, probably hundreds. Shigaraki found out and... Well, he snapped, kid. He's been ranting and raving in Tartarus about how he wants to kill every single hero and destroy society. It's not a satisfying explanation, but Shigaraki's insane, plain and simple. Izuku digests this for a moment. So many people followed him, died for him. It's not right, Dad. No, it isn't, Aizawa replies, but there's nothing we can do other than accept it and move on. Now, come on, I think it's time we stop your dad before he breaks another leg trying to help the rebuilding efforts. Later that night, Izuku is swathed in blankets on the couch in between Hisashi and Aizawa. Hitoshi, Eri, and Shoto are all there as well, sitting around the living room. They're sharing a pizza and there's a kids' movie on television. It's calm, peaceful, and Izuku feels comfortable completely burrowing on the couch. Izuku, don't go to sleep yet, Hisashi laughs, gently shaking Izuku's shoulder through the blanket. We haven't even finished the movie. Izuku doesn't answer, just buries himself happily down into the blankets, enjoying the calming presence of his parents and his friends. His warm, his safe, and the knot of tension that's been in his chest since the attack on UA is finally beginning to loosen. Let him burrow, Aizawa says gently, he hasn't been this relaxed all week. Izuku listens to everyone around him, Hitoshi and Shoto teaching Eri a board game while his parents talk quietly over him. It's nice and Izuku is finally able to drift off to sleep, happy with the moment of peace and quiet. When they're in the newly built Heights Alliance dorms the next day, peace and quiet are hardly anywhere in sight. Dude, check it out. Kaminari shouts, everyone's got their own showers in their rooms now. And the kitchen is decked out. Did you see those appliances? You better not go anywhere near that kitchen, Sparky, Bakugo growls. If you fry the new microwave, I'll actually kill you. Izuku's watching his classmates running around and checking everything out, eyes wide and excited. The whole class is there, moving back in whatever meager belongings they've managed to save from when the dorm was destroyed. The new dorm rooms are furnished comfortably, but everyone's rooms look more or less the same now since their personal effects were destroyed in the battle. People seem in good spirits, though, and Izuku smiles when he sees Kat on Shoto's bed in his new room. Come on, everyone, we need to choose a movie. 𝐔𝐸𝐿 squeals, it's our first movie night in our new home. Izuku settled on the couch in between Shoto and Tsuyu, enjoying the heat from Shoto's warm side. Hitoshi is sprawled out on the floor, talking to Tokoyami, and Shoji and Zero are working on setting out bowls of popcorn. The girls are all talking with 𝐔𝐸𝐿 about which movie to watch while Kirishima is laughing at something next to Bakugo. Everyone else is in the kitchen, working on getting snacks together. Hisashi is in the corner of the room with Ei and Aizawa, reading her a children's book. The sight makes Izuku smile, remembering when he was small like her and his parents were the most comforting people in the world to him. He shifts his gaze back to his classmates, watching them with fond eyes. It's been an insane first year at UA, with the villain attacks and everything else they've endured together, but his class is strong. UA is strong. Without the threat of the League of Villains hanging over their head, they can look forward to finishing their schooling together the next 2 years and becoming heroes. He remembers fondly when Hitoshi mentioned starting an agency with him and Xiaotou, his mind drifting to the future. He can already see himself working with Miruko or Hawks as a sidekick after graduation, becoming a hero alongside his friends. He has so much to look forward to now. He's not the little kid, freezing in the cardboard box on the street anymore. Izuku feels emotional, looking at everyone, all of those he cares about, together in one room. It's thanks to all of them that he's come this far, made it this long, and has hopes and dreams about the future. He resolves to do the best he can, to try his hardest, to make these people proud. His chest swells with hope, fondness, and love, surrounded by everyone he cares about. Izuku smiles, feeling totally accepted and comfortable, dropping his head on Xiaotou's shoulder and enjoying the warmth. He's safe here. Accepted, happy. They've been through hell and back together, and Izuku knows they'll be there for each other for the rest of UA and the rest of their lives. His gaze drifts back to his parents, and Izuku's heart aches with love and gratitude. He's safe, happy, warm, protected. And with these people around him, he knows he will be for the rest of his life.